The man told the young man that there was no room for those who feel sympathy for weapons. The young man just smiled under his nose and went silently. He realizes that the dragons have long come into modern culture. Now it is difficult for people to imagine their lives without these legendary creatures. The young man told that about 100 years ago, people learned how to grow dragons and began to use them in various fields, from transport to military operations. In addition, he noted that dragons are divided into small, medium, and large, but even the smallest of them 2 to 3 times larger than humans. He said that medium-sized dragons, about as a house, and are most often used for transportation of large cargoes at long distances. Further, the man added that large dragons are the main battle force of the armies, and each of them is usually given a separate name. The guy told us that only a few managed to conquer dragons, and such brave men were called dragon knights, or dragons. According to him, one day these privileged people united and created their own brotherhood, guild. Seller called his faithful friend, the majestic dragon of the site. The guy said that the dragons are famous not only for their ability to fly, but also to the owners and endurance, which can overcome incredible distances. The guy said that among ordinary dragons there are special breeds, such as Nidhogg. These dragons are known for their devotion and lively character, so they are often taken to war with them. He showed the mother of the majestic dragon, who was proudly soaking in the sky, and he was fascinated by what he saw. He confidently told his mother that when he grows up he would definitely become a real dragon. Slavoir knew well, having his own brave dragon and rushing on it through the clouds is a desire that every guy who respects himself is cherished. Of course, being a rider of such a powerful being is a great honor and a well-paid business. But suddenly the silence broke the unexpected cry. The guy was alert, listening carefully to the unfamiliar voice. It turned out to be an annoyed man who loudly ordered his disobedient dragon to immediately stop drawing and going on. The Siller noticed that it was a Dracos of the Tararch species, small and convenient for traveling on land, because the scales were smooth, without any roughness. He thought that the animal most likely was rented. Meanwhile, the dragon grumbled, without drawing his eyes. The man farthest with indignation, not understanding why the dragons are not stubbornly shifting, and the poor animal was quietly shaking, as if trying to justify itself in front of her confused owner. Silly politely asked if he could help resolve this situation and received permission. The owner of the warmth met the dear guest and apologized for all the inconveniences that came up. The young man calmly explained that he is not a client. The young man confidently stated that the dragon probably damaged the right hill, clearly pointing his finger on a painful place on the monster's body. The owner suggested trying to move the animal, but the poor man barely moved. Then he realized that there was no point in keeping the lease and was forced to break it. Nearby, the guy stood and sadly watched everything that happened. The owner approached the assistant and wondered if he belonged to the rent of the dragons, adding that he had helped him very much today. But the guy reminded the owner that he should take care of his animal, then approached the sick dragon. The beast thanked the words, and the interlocutor only wished him to recover faster. Subsequently, in the guild, he told the owner that today the baby was sad and whimmed more than usual. The guy suggested that the man give him an exhausted dragon to relax, to which he just smiled and indifferently replied that the interlocutor was saying nonsense because no one had seen before the dragons had a sadness at all. Siller's flight sharply raised his voice, assuring that his interlocutor did not understand the dragons at all, because these creatures are also able to feel and experience emotions as well as humans. The man asked why he should spare ordinary cattle, and added that the guy probably went crazy. Such words were strongly affected by the young man, because from childhood he understood the language of the dragons and always felt a special connection with these creatures. The young man said he could not communicate with ordinary animals, but with the dragons he has. That is why he decided to become a dragon rider. Siler studied the dragons for a long time, remembered their features in detail, and eventually learned how to manage them. However, every time he sat on the dragon, he always asked him permission at first, although everyone around believed as if the guy had directed powerful creatures only by the power of thought. Over time, his talents learned in Guild Lindwast, which combined the best S-class of dragonites and invited him to join. The young man continued to say that the guilds were estimated by the number of dragons and skilled riders. The highest rank is the rank S. In order to obtain it, the guild has to complete 3 tasks of high complexity together with another guild, or to pass 2 complex quests on their own. The young man said that Lindwomen chose the second way, but there was a dark side in this. Her knights often forced the dragons to work contrary to their desires. This approach contradicted the outlook of the young man himself. In less than a month, he was kicked out with shame, calling an unnecessary burden, and those who are only able to look for excuses to work. At heart, he was genuinely pleased with this decision, and firmly promised himself to never join the guild again. It would seem that everything was as necessary, but only one thought did not give him rest. He still needed to eat something, so when he left the guild, the young man was forced to work as an independent night dragon. In the town hall, knights who seek freedom, such as Siller, can take different tasks. He knew that it was here that advertisements for simple tasks in agencies. Knights, who had neither their own guild or dragon, usually could not receive an order. But in the city council, anyone could take the task, even the one who only rented the dragon. The young man paid attention to an interesting offer, so he came closer. It has been announced that they are looking for a person who can raise a newborn dragon. The young man responded to this message and met a husband named Patrick Forge. Patrick greeted his warmth, having rejoiced in acquaintance. The young man also introduced himself, and Patrick thanked him for his willingness to help. Patrick added that many people give up this case as soon as they know the details. In response, Celia said that it was not disturbed, because growing dragons is a special business. The man agreed with that. Then the young man wondered what student he wanted to see the customer. It turned out that the dragon was preparing as a birthday gift for a baby, and this news surprised the young hero. The buyer said that he heard from his acquaintance's buyers. Usually the dragon was raised immediately after the birth of the baby. The guy confirmed it, adding that such a custom is really wise. This is exactly how the child and the dragon grow together, firmly tied to each other, and the dragon becomes a reliable protector for the baby. When Patrick purchased a dragon, he repeatedly turned to various experts, but the animal stubbornly ignored all the teams. The guy confessed that it seemed strange to him. Therefore, he decided to try to attract knights. They may be able to achieve at least some results. One of the knights asked to show a wonderful pet, and Patrick invited him to go behind. It turned out to be a real terrace. The owner intentionally chose this breed because it is small in size and easily get used to people. Siller explained that such dragons are commonly used for passenger transportation. The client complained that the dragon did not listen to the instructors at all, and asked something to do with it. Then the guy carefully approached and sat next to the animal. The young man turned to the little dragon kindly, introducing himself to her. In response, the creature said sharply that she wanted to meet her younger sister. Then the guy was gently suggested to tell in more detail and asked quietly to explain who she was in mind and why it was so important to her. The godless surprise of the boy understood him and asked, "Once it happened, listen to me." Although, the truth is, she did not believe it completely. She begged her at least once to meet her younger sister. From childhood they were inseparable, but one day the buyer came and took only it. Siller told the girl that the owner was expecting friendship between her and her child, and asked if the dragon agreed. She firmly said that she was ready to fulfill any desire of the owner, only to return her sister. Soon the merchant returned and asked the young man whether he managed to understand his ward. The young man was able to communicate with a little dragon, but first asked where the man bought this creature, and whether there was another. In fact, the buyer had to go there immediately and return his favorite dragon sister. This was the main difficulty. The client watched as the hero cleverly understands the language of the dragons, but, while keeping calm, insisted, should immediately bring the younger sister of this creature. It passed for a while the little heroine was eagerly waiting for the meeting, fluttering with wings, and dreamed of seeing her beloved younger sister as soon as possible. A joyful girl jumped with grip, barely noticing that her long-awaited sister is standing nearby and already rushed to her. The young man, meanwhile, hurried to the owner of the house, begging him with a girl from his neck. Both dragons met with incredible joy, sincerely rejoicing in life and freedom after a long separation. Their hearts overwhelmed the happiness that they were again together, and each of them was able to endure all the trials. They have long lost the hope of seeing again, but now, suddenly being face to face, they did not hold back the tears of joy, and, like children, they hugged firmly. A man with a confusion watched this moving meeting, sincerely impressed with such a strong manifestation of emotions in two small creatures. They behaved almost like people. Recalling how the guild was treated with such babies, Cilliard sighed heavily, upset by their cruelty and callousness. The young man noticed that the buyer immediately realized how valuable the close connection between babies, and felt great respect for his sincerity. The man immediately proposed to discuss the terms of payment for services. The dragon sincerely thanked the savior for returning one of them. The master was told that they would fulfill any request. He replied that he needed nothing but one, to make a merchant with his son. Dragons promised to protect this friendship until they were divorced. The young man smiled and gently advised the kids not to give up and make every effort, wrapping them and gently holding their hands on their heads. Seeing the eyes of the little eyes, the satisfied client sincerely thanked the assistant, emphasizing that such a solution to the problem significantly exceeded all his expectations. The client could not believe how easily it was possible to fulfill his request, because the trainers could not find common ground with a dragon. He called the performer an incredible person. And the guy just added that the most important thing is not to divorce the kids, otherwise when they grow up, they will stop listening to the teams in general. He looked at Cheerful Sisters and thought how well he was expelled from that prestigious guild. The young man did not regret his past at all, because he was proud of his unique skill, to understand the language of dragons and feel their emotions. Now he firmly decided to help and protect them, seeking to show everyone the true value of friendship and love. The guy works for the sake of money, and this is really important, but he should not forget about the main purpose. Seeing how two passers-by read the ad with a great reward for pet care, and then refused arrogantly, he felt disappointment. The young man noticed a respectable client who had an interesting offer, and deciding to take the risk, boldly stepped towards him. The maid wondered in the lady why she still writes letters, because it seems not so important. To which the housewife answered, "This is a big problem, because no matter how much she has sent letters, it will take a long time as a night dragon reads them and decide to help." Standing by the window, a young woman looked thoughtfully in the distance, thinking where the brave knight that would save them from the approach of trouble. Her heart squeezed anxiety, but somewhere deep inside the hope of a miracle. Although the guy had an approximate idea where the road leads, the real impression exceeded all expectations. A majestic, gorgeous estate stood in front of him. He was offered to deliver a letter, promising for this wonderful dragon's ammunition. However, such a reward is unlikely to be useful to the unemployed knight, who does not even have his own dragon. The client was introduced as Katerina Marielle. She said that the guy was too young, and she doubted whether he could cope with this task, and also asked if he knew how to deal with dragons. The young man said uncertainly that yes, he knew. Katharina wondered how well Celia got along with the dragons. Celia sincerely replied that it all depends on the character of a particular dragon, and then thought the owner of this estate was exactly the way she imagined at first. The hostess of the house approved the guest's opinion, though she remembered well that she had sent the same invitation to other contenders. However, this letter was of particular importance for this young man. The woman realized that if you send only one letter, in the event of its loss or delay, would be a precious time. So she decided to be prudent. She wrote several letters at once and sent them in different ways. The young man was impressed that Meryl's family comes from the nobility, has huge estates, and it seems that the lady herself was much richer than Mr. Patrick, for whom he recently fulfilled the order. It gave rise to many questions, and one of them was about to ask right now. He decided to find out what was written in the letter, because then it would be easier for him to monitor the safe and quick delivery of such important correspondence. It seemed extremely important for the lady that the message would get to the addressee as soon as possible, and understanding the content would help the contractor take care of the secret. The woman glanced at him distrustfully. Rejecting all the doubts, the lady recognized the rightness of the young man, and confessed that the letter was a response to a passionate message to her from a well-known Baron Bouquet. The young man decided that the connection between them was maintained through letters. Catherine emphasized how difficult it was to communicate between the two families, and added that it was all a real test for them. Then she asked the letter to be passed through the lib, and asked the performer how much time it would take for delivery. Celia immediately realized that a journey to Libo was waiting for her. She quickly caught the distance, outlined the route, and began to internally set up for all the surprises that could happen. He promised the lady that he would deliver the letter the next day. It surprised her very much, as other couriers claimed that it would take 3 days. But most importantly for the lady was that the message came on time. Finally, Katerina believed the young hero and seriously warned him. When he fulfilled the task, it is necessary to provide evidence of success. She promised to personally transfer the reward when she returned. The hero was well aware that the women were strongly, so he began to prepare with confidence for the trip. He first decided to use the services of dragons. After all, he did not have his own pet, and he had no idea that his work would somehow be related to romantic adventures. This question concerns not only the Marielle family, but also an influential family, whose interests are closely intertwined with the customer's wishes. The guy decided to approach the case seriously, so he went to a special institution where everyone could temporarily receive their own dragon. There was already an employee waiting for him, ready to discuss the conditions of renting this unusual creature. He looked intently at the guest and politely asked what kind of dragon creature he would like to see. The soul lever asked if there were any kind of animals offered. In addition, the client emphasized that there is no cargo, so the weight of passengers is important, and the most important is the speed of flight. After listening to this, the employee drew attention to three beautiful people who were already ready and kindly invited them to follow him. The young man decided to choose the right partner on his own, because every night she brought something special in dealing with dragons. Some even maintained their unique methods of interaction without revealing them by outsiders. The young man suggested that the owner of this institution was already accustomed to the weird visitors who did not like to talk about their meetings with the dragons and preferred to keep such details with them. One of the dragons shouted outly, warning all the others that a stranger appeared and urged everyone to find out immediately what was happening. Others looked closely at the unexpected guests, and they all decided together, "This man looks much funnier and awkward than previous visitors." The guy was indignant and stated that he was not stupid at all. The dragon explained in surprise that it just looks like that, and with care asked whether the interlocutor understands his language. The young man briefly confirmed that he understands their language. Hearing this, the dragons were alert, lively. They were more fun, and even wondered if he was brought up by a dragon. Make sure they were a truly unusual person. They began to ask him about the purpose of the arrival and the intentions of the mysterious guest. Siller asked one of them to help him with an important business, to deliver the letter urgently. Initially, he wondered which of the wine is able to develop the highest speed in flight. One of them confidently answered that the speed is well known and she will handle. The second, with interest, wondered what was written in the letter. She wondered if it was a love letter. Her questions were confirmed. Yes, it really was a letter about love. Dragon was interested to find out the details of the relationship between the authors of the letter. Who exactly wrote the guide for the girl, or perhaps on the contrary? The client calmly explained that this girl sent a message to the boy. The pet explained to the young man, since the letter was written by a girl for the boy, she would surely take him away. Her eyes shone brightly with excitement. She was persistently repeating that she was ready to help and do her best to complete the important thing. The guy was genuinely surprised. Is this the only reason for this choice? Another Draconitsia shouted at her sister, pointing out that she does not understand the meaning of relationships with people at all. She also reminded the meeting that she was considered the fastest among all. The young man was surprised to see how she was much accelerated when she had to spread the letters. Thinking a little, he decided to go and negotiate this dragon, hoping to have time to perform his trip on time. The owner advised to choose the middle dragon, emphasizing that he was the fastest among all. But the young man stood on his own. He believed that the right dragon was the one that was best suited for the task. This choice was surprised by the owner, because he seemed quite unexpected. The dragon, fascinated by the girl's aroma, was eagerly and enthusiastic, began to ask him to show him a letter, dreaming of seeing the exquisite handwriting of his author. Whether because of her naivety, or considering herself incredible, she went on the road. Virgin was always famous as very fast dragons, even in spite of their small size. She flew to Libo in the shortest way, and got there instantly, because she kept the sheet firmly in her teeth. Thus, they reached the Libus only in the south. The addressee of the letter was genuinely rejoiced in Katerina's news. He praised the diligent envoy for promptness and asked him to move on. The young man realized that both recipients lived as they wanted, not to, given the standard rules. Returning, the young man gave the envelope to the outskirts, and she brought him back exactly in the south. Thus, he safely returned to Ms. Katerina and reported that he had overcome the entire journey twice as fast as usual. Fascinated by this result, Ms. Katerina called the young man an unsurpassed courier. Outraged, but at the same time full of joy from the received letter, the lady praised the young man, thanked him from all her heart and asked him with his name, because such a talented guy made his career so quickly. The respectable lady solemnly promised that she would certainly remember the name of the messenger, and at the first opportunity to turn to him again if there is a new business. The performer felt pleasure. Another task was complete. With a sense of fulfillment, he left the estate quietly. He went to the dragons to look at those who were sold there. Although the prices were very high, keeping the dragon as a pet was quite unprofitable. However, he knew, if he managed to get a dragon and earn his trust, together they would overcome any difficulties. So, having made this decision, the young man began to consider possible options. Considering the candidates, Silly stopped his gaze on one player whose too low cost immediately raised doubts. The seller greeted the guy, but he immediately paid attention to another. He was not interested in what the owner offered. Why was this smoke car so cheap? Its cost was barely equal to the rental of another dragon. In addition, the announcement of sale looked very careless and even a little suspicious. The man began to hesitate and explained that she has no physical disabilities, and in general, it is much better than other bubbles. Siller was surprised by the difference between the seller's words and the real price. because the ads for sale looked much more attractive. The merchant replied that without resorting to details, the dragon was extremely lazy, and it was greatly surprised by the buyer. The man continued the story, noting that she often does not obey orders. So the merchant advised the buyer to think carefully before buying. However, the curiosity took the mountain, and the young man decided to see the truthfulness of the seller's words, approaching the mysterious Ballora. They arrived at a fair where you could see many amazing creatures. The seller appealed to the young buyer and advised not to hurry with the choice, they say, time, so let him think well. The young man realized that balers are often used for cargo transportation. Although these creatures were not at high speed, they were distinguished by endurance due to well-developed muscles. In addition to all, the blogs are herbivorous dragons, so they are happy to graze on green meadows. Thanks to this, it is much easier and more convenient to care for them. The young man quietly and politely greeted his pet, apologizing in advance for possible inconveniences that can cause his appearance. He told the dragons everything he heard from the merchant, and carefully asked why she did not want to do the affairs. The boys sincerely tried to understand her feelings and desires, hoping to establish contact and trusting relationships, but she never answered. He was extremely wondering why this dragon beauty did not want to speak. However, the answer appeared unexpectedly quickly, they say. No one will understand anything. 1. The young man noticed that this beller was amazingly calm, even as a dragon. Then the guy dared to offer an unusual solution, to start communicating with a blank sheet, forgetting about all previous misunderstandings. She got up on her elbow and asked if he really understood her language. In response, he smiled and said that she probably noticed it now. Suluier said it didn't matter how he understood it. The main thing is that this ability helps them to communicate. She asked him to honestly say what really happened. Dragoni and Sleepy replied that he just wants to sleep. She explained that she needs to sleep at least 12 hours a day, otherwise the body simply refuses to work properly, and it is impossible to perform the task. For the buyer, this requirement was completely new and too strange. After all, as the people say, the dragons are so powerful that they are just 2 hours sleeping to completely restore strength. Moreover, some types of dragons are able to move even when they are in a deep dream. The buyer knew how different the characters and habits of dragons could be. Considering the peculiarities of her new acquaintance, he made a proposal. Will allow her to rest all the 12 hours every day, if she helps him. Draconitsia looked at the young man and accused him of lies. However, he confidently objected, insisting that he had not had any falsehood. After all, if he did not agree to the conditions of his new girlfriend, he would have long chosen someone else from the proposed dragons. The small animal asked if she would really be allowed to sleep for so long, and heard in response the affirmative. However, the guy immediately put forward an important condition. The girl had to work diligently and responsibly to fulfill all the assignments. After thinking, she realized that the young owner was serious and decided to trust him, agreeing to the proposal. The seller wondered if the man was really confident in his choice, once again reminding that the store did not return money. But he did not hesitate for a moment. He firmly stated that he was fully convinced of the correctness of his decision. He added that the Knights of the Dragons have their own unique ways of treating such creatures. After paying, he went on accompanied by his new pet. The young man appealed to his new friend to allow him to give the name of the dragon, explaining that it would be much easier to communicate, and their further interaction would become more enjoyable and convenient. A friend agreed, and in surprise noted that dragons are usually not called true names. They are simply given numbers. The owner also explained that he understands his friend perfectly. He seems senseless to turn to him in numbers. The owner chose the name he liked, Louise. Hearing this proposal, the pet began to think about all the pros and cons of that name. This name seemed strange and unfamiliar to her because she had never had her own real name. Despite the fact that everything was new to her, she seems like her own name. The young man felt joy, realizing that his winged friend liked a new name. Returning to Louise, he reported that they had already reached his home. She was concerned about a very practical question: where she will spend her nights. Silly reassured a small animal, explaining that there is a good garden near the house where she could settle anywhere, as she wanted. The young man sincerely apologized to his companion, recognizing that if he had at least a little time to prepare for life together, he would definitely try to remove the house with a large garden. But he hoped that their current version would also like them and would be able to meet her expectations. It turned out that the size of the garden around the house did not matter to the pet, because the most important thing for him was to be able to rest. The owner with good humor often joked, calling his new ward a real dream connoisseur. Siller added that apparently Louise was going on vacation because it was already starting and no business has been planned today. Hearing this, the dragon was a little confused and decided to clarify. The friend added that he was really serious. The new owner confirmed this, assured he is fully confident in his decision and asks not to worry, because he is finally ready to take into account all her features and wishes. She noted that this guy was really unusual. The young man just smiled and confirmed he hears similarly about himself quite often. Louise asked the wizard to follow her. In response, he noted that it was necessary to turn to him correctly, a master. Draconizia said she would only show it to him. The owner was really interested in it, so he was looking forward to what she plans to show. Finally, having decided to reveal the secret, the girlfriend solemnly announced that she was ready to show her own secret. What the guy saw literally stunned him. When a beloved animal suddenly showed incredible power, creating spears from light, the young man barely restrained admiration. In his head, a natural question immediately arose. Where did she come from such abilities? Louise herself could not fully explain where she came from. Since birth, she had the ability to create light spears. The young man, amazed at this sight, confessed that he saw many representatives of her people, but none of them possessed such abilities, and he finally became clear that ordinary beelovers are significantly inferior to his companion in magical skill. Because among the simple dragons, he never had to see anything like such an unusual manifestation of power. She added that the use of this unusual ability took her a lot of strength and caused severe fatigue. Her mentor did not know where his girlfriend got such force, but he was well aware that every use of this ability required incredible energy costs and took a lot of strength. However, Louise stressed that she would not deny if her master decides to use this gift. On this, a young man, moved by the care and devotion of her charming girlfriend, warmly advised her to protect herself and not overload. I am very grateful. The young man warmly thanked his beloved girlfriend for being, even tired, still agreed to share her abilities and take care of him. The next morning it began with warm wishes. When he came to his pet, the owner reported that he was going to look for a job and asked what his girlfriend had plans. The answer was instant. The dragon confessed that she wanted to devote this day to sweet sleep. He understood her and said that they may come up with something after dinner and while she could rest. At first the guy hesitated whether to trust her, but now he was sure. That's true. Now he had a dragon, and the young man could already take an order for cargo transportation. But suddenly, someone called him. It turned out that Rose, secretary of guild, was waiting for him. She prepared a special task for him and, looking with interest, wondered if he was something important to listen. The young man wondered why the choice fell on him. However, a few warm words from Rosa dispelled all his doubts. She said that Ms. Katerina really appreciated his skills and professionalism, and replied that he was doing well with her responsibilities. The girl continued the story, noting that not every Phrenite has the honor of performing such tasks. The hero modestly added that he always tried and made every effort to justify the confidence of his mentors. That is why the secretary chose him among the candidates. Carefully asking all the details of the case, the guy learned that they had to look for a missing person. Siller was very interested in the fact that the night dragon was in a similar story. Convinced of this with the help of the secretary, he learned an important detail. The future task is special and requires strict secrecy. It turned out that the reason for this unusual mission was the disappearance of the princess itself. Hearing this, the guy was so impressed that he asked in a confusion whether the princess really disappeared. The girl stressed that he had no right to disclose more details of this case. The young hero felt how important the information was heard and realized. From now on, his task was to find a girl who was destined to become a future queen. The interested young man began to ask about the details of the task, but instead of answering, he was asked a counter-question, whether he heard about Himwi Mountain, which rises north of the city. Now he realized that this mountain was the place where the most important mission was to take place. Rose nodded to him, confirming him. Continuing the report, the secretary reported that the convoy who guarded the royal person disappeared near the specified place. Most likely, Guild decided that the last known location of the princess is related to Mount Chemistry. Hearing these news, the young man once again asked the circumstances of the disappearance. The guy thought that after the incident, it was not much time. The girl clarified. Everything happened last night, which attached the events of special importance. The guild did not know the details of the incident and did not consider them important. They just needed a young man who could inspect the terrain near the mountain. Rose asked if he agreed to take this task. Siller thought, carefully weighing all the pros and cons. Having accepted the proposal, the hero went on his journey. Having already gone on the road, Louise noticed that there was tension and slight anxiety on her satellite. Hosen was anxious when he was informed that the princess had disappeared without a trace, and it is likely that she had died. He was proud of the trust he was discovered and was ready to help, knowing great responsibility. The dragon warned that it was in vain to take ahead and clarified whether they were moving to the side of the mountain. After receiving the affirmative, the guy was fully set up to perform the mission. The young man carefully received a letter written by his own princess and handed it to his winged assistant. He asked her to carefully breathe the special aroma of the letter to recognize who actually owned this message. Louise confessed that she was not very able to recognize the meaning, but promised to make efforts. The owner waited patiently until she tried. Feeling a barely pervasive aroma that flows from the sheet, his friend immediately thought, "The owner of this letter is probably the nobility, because only aristocrats so love exquisite perfumes." The smell was so strong that his girlfriend immediately felt it. The young man knew well that the dragons had a wonderful smell, but he had not thought of using this feature in the case. So, without spending time, he ordered her to start looking for a trace immediately. At some point, realizing that it is almost unrealistic to climb this rock on its own, Celiore appreciated the support of his loyal assistant and called Louise a real treasure. She smiled embarrassed and denied timidly that she considers her abilities not special. The pet is carefully wondered. If it is considered work, maybe if she makes every effort and benefits, the owner will be obliged to reward it somehow. The young man asked his winged girlfriend what reward she would like to receive. Louise replied that she would be very glad if she got a lot of hay. The dragon dreamily imagined how it would be comfortable to plunge into sleep, settling in a soft layer of straw. Seller, noticing this dream and smiling, asked with interest whether he really wanted a straw nest, and promised to buy as much material as he needed to entertain his loyal friend. The girlfriend's heart jumped out of happiness, and she, without holding back joy, began to cheerfully jump, showing a real childhood passion. Her tail waited in the air joyfully, and her subordinate to sincerely promise to make every effort, illuminating everyone around a charming smile. The young man's face clearly had discontent, as soon as he remembered the recent manner of a man from a guild, who strictly forbade him to show pity for ordinary pets. In his head, making guilds for their indifference and rudeness, the young man noticed that his comrades suddenly stopped. Seeing Louise froze in the spot, he carefully asked why they stopped. Showing the direction of movement, the dragon briefly and clearly ordered to look down. The pet told that the princess is the bottom. The owner was worried. Suddenly the princess fell there, especially considering that it was there that the carriage had broken. It became increasingly clear that the important person hid inside the damaged carriage. Realizing that it is impossible to delay, travelers quickly decided to go down and go straight to the scene. The picture that unfolded in front of the eyes of the hero could not be perceived without excitement. It was striking in the tragic, and the creepy gloom prevailed. His gaze stopped on a trunk coat of arms, and the young man realized with horror that he was really a carriage of a royal family. He felt powerlessness. Nothing could help the knights of security. One thing remains, to pray fervently so that fate will save the life of the princess. Touching the surface of the ship, the young man immediately felt invisible power. The powerful barrier protected everything inside from external threats. Realizing how confusing everything, the guy looked at his winged girlfriend and politely asked her to remove the protective barrier, because only she had the necessary knowledge and ability to do so. Due to its magical abilities, Louise has broken the protection with one smart movement of the hoof and enabled its owner to further explore everything without any obstacles. Smiling with happiness, Village Harley sincerely thanked her brave ally for timely help, rejoicing that at the most important moment she did not remain alone and received support. In the darkness of the salon, the figure of a quiet sleeping girl was barely visible. The hero looked more closely and noticed with relief signs of life. The girl's breathing was equal and calm. In addition, he did not notice any serious injuries on the body, so he realized her health was not threatened. Exhaled with relief, the assistant explained that the life of a fragile passenger helped the established protective barrier. Deciding to bring the girl as soon as possible, the young man cautiously began to action, trying to delicately regain consciousness of the noble captive of circumstances. Waking up, the princess first became confused, not understanding where she was, but in a moment, realizing what happened, she was panicked. She shouted loudly. A frightened girl with anger demanded to call a stranger, accusing him of a brazen violation of her personal space. Fear engulfed the heroine because of anxious memories of what happened earlier. The stunned princess explained that it was not a thief. The young man emphasized that he was entrusted with a special mission, to find the missing person. The story upset the princess, but she accepted it with humility. The young man was surprised by her rest. When the princess learned about the fate of her companions, she realized that others probably died. He asked the girl to get away from the crew to look at her for possible injuries. The girl was concerned about the lack of news about the fate of soldiers. The young man understood her anxiety, but insisted. The most important thing now is to bring her to a safe place as soon as possible. And the questions with the soldiers will be resolved later. Leaving the carriage, the lady accidentally noticed the dragon. The owner immediately asked Louise to bring 2 passengers. She agreed, but set her condition. She needed straw as a reward. The young man gladly supported this proposal and promised to buy as much straw as needed. Celia invited the princess to sit on the back of Louise, reassuring her that Balars are known for their peace and reliability, so she has nothing to fear. However, to finally make sure, he delicately asked if she feels confident and whether she is comfortable. Quickly resting on the wide back of the dragon, the princess carefully asked about her rescuer, wondering if he was not a night dragon. The young man with a slight smile confirmed her assumption, saying that this title really belongs to him. The girl wondered to which guild she belongs to her mysterious defender. To his own surprise, the guy sincerely replied that he was not in any organization. For the princess, this was a real surprise. She never met such a skillful person who would act alone. The noble lady pointed out that Louise fully trusts her master, and spread the rumors. Those who were able to gain the dragon's commitment were considered the most revered knights. The princess was genuinely admired by the fact that such an experienced warrior consciously remained aside from official organizations. Indeed, the young man had good reason to stay as far away from large associations. Meanwhile, when he came to the guild building, the secretary met him with surprise on his face. She clearly did not expect that such a difficult task could be accomplished so quickly. Seeing the person of royal blood, Rose suggested that the girl stay still, explaining that he should inform the guild management. The princess also did not stay away and wanted to thank her rescue, clarifying what could thank for the assistance provided. Silly gave up an additional award, but the princess thanked him by giving a handkerchief with their family coat of arms. She said that this special sign would always allow him to get to the castle without interruption and ask for help if he only needed it. The princess promised the boy to help everyone what he could. The young man sincerely thanked her for her support. Farewell to the respected person happened quickly and friendly. Leaving behind all the exciting events of the last days, the young comrades moved lively to their goal, anticipating a well-deserved reward. Having received a whole 1,000 laire, the happy ruler could not contain his joy and pleasure from the work done. The assistant came to the owner and persistently reminded him of the promise to buy straw, because it was this award that was appointed to her. The young man reminded her that they initially agreed to buy straw, not hay, and asked not to pay attention to this mistake. They continued to go, but the guy wondered and lost a little in his thoughts. After all, 1,000 laire is the amount that could be lived without worrying a whole month, without refusing. Then he hinted that you could find something much better than simple hay and straw. Louise was suspicious of the owner's words. It seemed to her that there was nothing better. But the young man smiled and told her about a soft-down bed where you could really relax. Instead of explaining for a long time, the guy decided to show everything. It was so much more clear. After traveling, friends finally got to a shop that specialized in everything needed for the care of the dragons. Here they sold comfortable beds and luxurious accessories. The store had many different products, even interesting toys, but Louise did not show much admiration for all this cheerful choice. To diversify his journey, the guy decided to visit him. Going into the room, the company suddenly met Louise, a knight who was once in a guy guild. The first was the silence of the guest that appeared without an invitation. He asked if his former friend was too surprised to have such an unexpected meeting. Judging by the reaction of a former colleague, a longtime acquaintance suspected that the boy had been expelled from the guild. However, Celia confidently denied this version, explaining that he went from the organization at his own request. The interlocutor sincerely regretted his former friend and, feeling sympathy, suggested his support. He promised to order the word for him in front of the right people, hoping that he would be able to help a friend regain his lost respect and become part of their team again. The young man smiled genuinely and surprised how he changed the habits of his old acquaintance, asking, since he became interested in charity, because it was quite uncharacteristic for him. At the same time, he stressed that he did not plan to return to the guild at all. Luis warned his former colleague that therefore he would have to forget about talking, as if the dragons also have feelings, emphasizing that such sentimentality here is quite inappropriate. Comrade assured him that the young man would be able to return, if only stopped stubbornly holding his illusions. He explained his words simply. He is sorry to lose such a capable fighter. But Slyria did not change her opinion. She strongly rejected any further conversations on the subject. And suddenly, having interrupted the conversation, the young man firmly stated that he would never betray his principles. The interlocutor annoyedly noted that such stubbornness is a sign of loss of common sense. Louis believed that a person who was left alone has never achieved true success. The young guy denied him. I am sure that he would be able to achieve everything if he would make enough effort. The elderly were distrustful of smiling and quitting that it was in vain to spend time talking to a young dreamer. But suddenly, Louis himself took the word. Watching the flashing dispute, she asked why everyone was talking and where the soft bed was promised. The owner tried to reassure the offended dragon, explaining that the man who came did not approve of the habits of rest for 12 hours in a row. This discovery was extremely surprised. Angry in the words of a stranger, a friend exploded with a loud indignation, pouring into an uninvited guest with a wave of sharp criticism. The man only stared at his winged pet, not understanding the reasons for such aggression. The poor man was looking at the young man, persistently asking to stop the aggression of the winged defender. The guy calmly replied that he was not involved and did not provoke anyone, and the attack, only the fruit of his fierce imagination, which painted a danger where it was not. With a clear ticking of Louis's tongue, he acknowledged that his memory had not failed him. The guy was always distinguished by unpredictable actions, and now Louis was curious about what kind of magic he possesses. Salar confirmed the obviously. All his life he treated dragons with deep respect, sincerely respected them, and always supported the interests of his four-legged friends. Louis waved off the boy's words, calling them a full nonsense. Looking at the opponent, he tried to understand why there was a conflict between them. The owner explained that they had just different views on the situation, and advised his subordinate not to take it close to the heart. He added that, regardless of any thoughts, as long as they remain one team, a friend has the full right to rest for 12 hours. The master himself promised it personally, and now he considered his duty to accurately adhere to this promise. The merchant gladly greeted the guests and immediately paid attention to their pet. He wondered if they were looking for something specific. Hearing that the guests need to choose a cozy parent cot for a small lady, the seller enthusiastically suggested that the store tour. Seeing a gorgeous pine bed, Louise could not believe what had existed at all, and sincerely rejoiced in this find. Brayed with incredible happiness, the girl easily jumped on a soft bed, blessedly closed her eyes and whispered, which would now plunge into a deep and restorative dream. Siller tried to explain why he could not handle his pet. The workers only smiled cheerfully. This situation was familiar to them because all visitors were allowed to try any product presented at the exhibition. With relief, the young man relaxed, realized that she finally found the perfect option. By declaring his choice, the dragon eagerly called the owner to come closer to discuss the further steps of buying a dreamy thing. The previously voiced assumption was well confirmed. The subject of a passionate desire was a luxurious slim pillow. The guy knew that such pillows were often used instead of beds. This model is special in that it is known for its elasticity and resembles mucus substance, which is considered the best choice for quality rest. The dragon, shouting joyfully, vigorously showed how much he liked this pillow. The owner was wondering whether this thing really appealed to him. Louise confidently confirmed that she was much more like a soft surface than any hay. Siller specified the value of the goods. The merchant voiced the price. 1,200 lira. Although the young guy the price seemed too high, the joy of his beloved pet was more expensive for him than any money. The girl, without tearing an exciting look, asked timidly if he was sure of her decision. Looking straight into her eyes, the guy nodded strongly. For him there was no more valuable happiness than the close soul. The most important thing for him was to provide peace and comfort for his most expensive friend. Louise barely held back the joy she felt at this moment. Seeley made his claims to the seller, and then firmly stated that he intended to make a purchase, emphasizing that this choice is quite unusual. The merchant confessed that he had heard about people who were able to talk to the dragons and guessed that the young man who stood in front of him belonged to these chosen ones. He frankly shared his opinion. For him, she seemed to be a very native, almost like a relative of a relative. The man warmly said goodbye, inviting new acquaintances to go to the store more often. While they went on, the guy talked to the satellite and confessed that she was very pleased with her choice, because he did not even imagine that she would like this pillow. Fearing to overcome his lover, the owner carefully asked if it is not too difficult for her to carry this burden. Feeling his care, the girl stopped and asked her to give her a word. She wondered if he really rejoices in buyers because, although it was too late to speak, 1,200 liras were a much larger amount than the reward that they were given for the successful rescue of the princess. Louise lowered her wings with a slight sadness. It seemed to her to behave selfishly. But Siller reassured her gently, reminding that he made his promise and certainly observed it. Laughing at the warmth and jokey smile, the guy sincerely enjoyed this moment of common joy. It was thanks to the support of his girlfriend that the young man was able to make a large amount of money, and therefore she rightly deserves a reward for her invaluable help. The pet sincerely thanked the owner for his kindness and care, and after a few days, new events took place. Siller shared his delight from a successfully completed case and asked his beloved dragon whether something interesting happened. It turned out that she needed a dream. Having realized this, the mistress felt the blame, because it was because of her neglect that the pet was so overwhelmed. But it was already too late to change something. Now it was necessary to get a well-deserved reward. It was necessary to show ingenuity. Celia reminded Louise that she could relax as much as she wanted, and wondered if she could get home. Louise agreed with sadness. Then the young man promised to catch up with her a little later. The girl did not believe him too much, but he assured her that he was seriously. The guy praised his companion for the perfect work today. He expected that the trip would end without surprises, and sincerely hoped to avoid any unpleasant situations. For a moment, the young man plunged into his own reflections. Only one has a unique gift to understand the language of the dragons, so he can let the dragon into a long journey. However, in the soul of the owner, uncertain anxiety. Competing with his own fears, the young man convinced himself that he did not chat on the way. Siller also noticed that he was able to get well with the dragons on his own, so he wondered if he should get another dragon. The noise of the wheels is a switch of the traveler. He was slowly moving by a visa, harnessed by a huge dragon, whose wings sparkled in the sun, and another dragon was sitting inside. The hungry infant with despair in her eyes watched the cage's passers-by through the rods, from time to time mournfully whimpering as if begging for a sip of food. When the guy went to the dragon store, the seller met him with a friendly smile and immediately remembered. Recently, this visitor had already bought him from him. The guy nodded and confirmed that everything was. Siller thanked the merchant for the dragon whom he recently purchased from him. However, the merchant modestly denied, they say, it is the buyer who deserves gratitude. Then he wondered how his winged pet feels. The young man gladly replied that the dragon is in great shape and feels great. The young man reassured the man, assuring that it was not necessary to worry. He was not going to return the dragon at all. On the contrary, there were a wonderful relationship between them, and they cooperated perfectly. In fact, the reason for his visit was quite different. The guy decided to get another pet. The merchant was genuinely happy, learning that the buyer had entrusted his shops again. Siller continued the story, explaining that he had recently made a big and expensive purchase, which is why he now faces financial difficulties. He was interested in the opportunity to buy a dragon in the same price category. However, the seller was forced to disappoint the buyer, saying that there is nothing like the store's range. Without spending time, the young man hurried to visit the commercial institution personally, and on the road he thought what he really was waiting for this visit. The young man added that he was in no hurry, and asked to inform him if their dragon was found. At this point, the seller said that the client lost something. Seeing such a picture, the merchant froze. He was surprised and confused. In the meantime, the guy tried to pick up the words to carefully ask if something unusual happened. It turned out that the merchant was quite impressed with the royal coat of arms, painted on a scarf. Silly said that he once saved the princess and received a gorgeous gift from the future queen, a silk scarf. After these words, the worker turned to him. The seller offered the buyer an interesting opportunity. If the young man is really interested, he is even ready to give a discount. Hearing this, the guy wondered how seriously the employee is configured and whether he is confident in his decision. Understanding the true intentions of the employee, the guy instantly assessed the situation and weighed this proposal, realizing all the benefits of such an agreement. In his opinion, this person seeks to get acquainted with someone from the close environment of the princess, so he offers this buyer a special service. The young man gladly accepted a generous offer, and immediately went with the seller to consider all the dragons who were set. The guy was very interested in a kind of dragon named Sarush, so he asked if there were such creatures among the proposed animals. Grums are small dragons, inside of which are 4 stomachs. But in fact, only one of them works as it is necessary, and the other 3 serve as repositories for them, where you can hide something about the stock. The more objects swallow Sura, the harder her body is inflating. It is inflated, like a giant balloon, acquiring amazing shapes and sizes. One day he saw one of them and decided to say hello. The dragon immediately realized that his interlocutor was an ordinary man, and he answered sharply, calling him a fool. Siller noticed that the little Suresh refuses to communicate with others, and this immediately aroused her curiosity. What is hiding behind such stubbornness to avoid any conversation? In the end, according to the beast, even if he speaks, a person will still not be able to understand it. So the girl was truly surprised and became interested in how it is possible that someone understands her. Then the young man calmly explained that since childhood he has the ability to understand the language of dragons. He thought he would buy it and see what she would say. She advised him just to take everything, but the guy doubted and asked if she was sure. Sarsh always said that for her all people are much worse than any animals. The first spoke to the village to find out how the dragon treats this agreement. If she is against sale, he would not buy it, and it will agree. Then they will leave this place together. She was genuinely interested in why a man suddenly showed such nobility. He confessed that the main reason for his decision calls the future cooperation with her, but at the same time emphasized that her attractiveness and beauty are much more important to him. The dragon suddenly roared, and trying to hide her embarrassment, screamed irritatedly, asking what this strange man was. She had the same condition that had to be fulfilled. The interested buyer immediately asked what exactly was about. The only condition on her part was to leave her name. Colette was named after birth long before she was inside the egg, and insisted that the new master respects it and did not invent any nicknames. The guy with warmth in his voice praised his chosen name, noting that it is not mind left as it is. After that, he cheerfully suggested that the girl go home with him. At the same time, she had thoughts in her head, as if indignant to answer this proposal. Coletta said loudly that she agreed to go with him, but immediately warned, "Let the young man not imagine unnecessary and does not think that she has some feelings for him." Having received permission to turn to her in the name, Solaire was delighted with the choice of his comrades. This name perfectly emphasized its uniqueness and attractiveness, so he told her that she was counting on her support. The owner in a friendly manner suggested that she go to a place where they often visit for working reasons. The young man approached Coletta and asked her to find a special ore for him. The dragon considered the girl extremely beautiful. Clear told to his little assistant that Milriff Mountain, known for their special composition, was in front of them. It is here that the rich deposits of Kabani mineral, which is famous for its amazing properties and is very appreciated for its beauty. Kabanims are valued everywhere because of their unique properties, so its sale in cities brings a lot of profit. The owner hopes that the companion will be able to collect enough of this material in his stomachs and send it directly to the city. The young man asked how the girl would handle her job. She confidently replied that she was quite capable of accomplishing this task. The young man emphasized that he sincerely appreciates her diligence and responsibility, to which Colette easily said that the task was not difficult. Among all the dragons, only she could cope with this task, and the young man was very interested in whether the partner was able to work independently, without his constant control. She vividly assured him that she would do everything perfectly without any problems without seeking help. The interested Colette wondered how it was to work on its own, without constant support of the mentor. On this, the Sill warned her that independent work is not as easy and careless as it may seem at first. The teacher gave his subordinate the task to carefully collect valuable ore in this place and deliver it to the city store. In addition, the young man sincerely hoped that the brave girl would be able to fulfill this assignment independently, relying only on her own strength and opportunities. Colette was truly surprised for the first time in her life because she had to act on her own without the usual care and supervision. She added a rhetorical question. What if her pet begins to evade her duties? Could such doubts at all appear in his head? The young man sincerely confessed that he fully trusted her and believes in her strength. In response, a dragon named the bridge called him a fool, emphasizing that his trust is too obvious. The man sincerely confirmed his words, adding that he had long been convinced of the honesty and reliability of his assistant, which repeatedly demonstrated devotion and honesty. He had no doubt that she would be able to cope with the task with dignity. Colette agreed to help her master as needed. When Cellier voiced his offer to the shopkeepers, they were clearly surprised. However, despite the first shock, the store owners agreed to try cooperation full of hopes for future success. Meanwhile, the subordinate took the case. She took the ore independently to the right place, strictly adhering to both her promises and clear instructions of the boy. When the task was accomplished, the guy solemnly invited her to his home. He wondered if his new girlfriend would agree to relax in the garden, although he was not very beauty, but he was better than nothing. She immediately supported the idea, noting that it is much more convenient than sitting in a tight basement of the store. Then Colette wondered if he had dragons. He immediately introduced her to Louise, a dragon who carefully looked at a new acquaintance, trying to find out who was standing in front of her. Celia apologized for the anxiety that caused the guest. Draconitsia answered that she felt from afar the presence of another's being and immediately realized who was standing before her. The owner immediately apologized for an unexpected visit, explaining that he had recently purchased another dragon. The new inhabitant immediately appeared in front of the ancient hostess of this house, politely introduced himself, causing her curiosity and easy excitement. Louise confessed that she had recently got here. They both decided to become girlfriends, and now they thought together how they will arrange their new life in this home. Both pets seemed a little cramped, but it did not bother them. It was cozy and nice to rest. Colette jokingly added that she would take up his or her roommate, which she called a real sonka. Siller understood well. Although everyone said they were feeling normal, they were not really enough for them. Realizing that something needs to be changed, he seriously thought about moving to a simple housing, where his friendly company would be able to feel comfortable and cozy. Colette was charming from Louise that it was real Sonia, but the owner just smiled and assured there was nothing wrong with that. Drakonitsa added what it means. The guy accepted her girlfriend, even knowing her features. Gray confirmed and added that he also promised to allow her to sleep 12 hours a day. He also noted that if he could not talk to the dragons, he would not have learned that she likes to sleep. A similar story was with Colette's, which is why he did not invent a new name. We can say that fate brought them. The dragon revived and explained that he had purchased this thing only because it was cheap. This was really the only reason. Suddenly, the whole company stopped. Coletta stared intently, but when she was asked about it, she immediately began to deny everything, assuring that she did not look anywhere and asked not to pay attention to it. The subordinate suddenly turned around and, briefly saying that he was going to work, quickly disappeared from sight. The man smiled with a slight distrust, but sincerely wished her a happy road, adding that he hopes to see her soon. The owner wondered, assuming that she may have considered delicious cupcakes on the showcase. Then he sincerely praised Louise. But the man had one important thing that he could not postpone, so he asked to wait for him with his pet, promising to return as soon as possible. After that, he strongly went to the store. He was met by a friendly seller who immediately noticed the guest on the threshold and sincerely greeted him. Silly asked the merchant whether the dragon arrived. He nodded, confirming it, and showed her the thing she left here. The guy approached Colette with a request to bring his first money here. According to him, the amount is small there, but he still wants to pay it in parts. The young man also specified that the dragon would from time to time bring the merchant money. The man understood what the buyer seeks, but he was still impressed by the trust and seriousness of the assignment. After all, only the one who is fully confident in it could trust such a complex mission of his own dragon. In addition, the pet coped with all the work on its own, even without the supervision of the owner, which made the latter call him incredibly talented. And the merchant noted that the guy is not just a wonderful dragon rider, but also a good person. The employee thought so because he could not even imagine that the young man would pay so quickly. Most customers are usually delayed with payment, and this brings a lot of trouble. Silly replied that he was the least he could do in gratitude for his kindness, and expressed his hope for long cooperation with the merchant. The merchant cares for the dragons to the best, which is especially like the Silly. The man confidently stated that he cares not for the sake of satisfaction, but only because they are a valuable product, which can significantly replenish his wallet and increase authority among clients. The man wondered if the client had enough space to keep 2 dragons, because he recently bought another. The young man assured that there would be enough space and that everyone would be approximately convenient. He also drew attention to the seller's attentiveness. The employee said that there are several places in their city specially equipped for the holding of dragons. One of the structures is a barn, designed for 2 dragons, and the other is a large building where several dozen dragons can live. Thus, guests offer 2 different options. The young man was fond of the seller's awareness. In addition, he promised the client that he would take care of all the cases, so there was no reason to worry. However, he noted that there is one small but. The man showed extraordinary interest, trying to find out what kind of house was, and the owner immediately explained, because he knew in advance that the guest would definitely ask. It turned out that the buildings were new, modern and spacious, but they are associated with one strange thing. For some reason, the dragons stubbornly refused to settle in these premises. The real grandeur and space of the stables impresses. Many dragon knights dream of moving their wards here to give them a cozy and comfortable life. However, for some unclear reason, the dragon did not want to go inside. When the girls first approached this place, they looked surprised, noticing that the new home looks quite decent and attractive. The owner explained that housing here rarely rented for a long time, not to mention the sale. That is why prices are so low and surprised by guests. Sillier noted that he was interested in hearing the thoughts of both pets about why the dragon does not like this building. Perhaps their feeling will help to reveal the secret. To help with the search, he showed where his own home was nearby. The owner led them to the entrance of a huge table and invited them to go inside. Then the young man, without noticing anything suspicious, asked with interest whether the dragon liked the dragon. However, the answer was not the way he expected. The dragons looked dissatisfied and worried, apparently feeling uncomfortable in it. He began to take a lot of anxiety when he heard a dissatisfied noise of his pupils. The girls confirmed his suspicions, Both were uncomfortable in the new room. They reported that an unpleasant odor was coming from that place. The guy realized that only dragons could feel it, and carefully asked what the reason. It was found that poor evaporation rises directly from the floor. The guy wondered if the smell was coming from the ground, but he was sharply answered that they were coming from here. He did not stop asking them about where this disgusting stench came from. In response, the pets have sadly noted that the walls and the air in this place were squeezed by the terrible aura of death, as if many dragons had been shed here, and the earth was saturated with pain and suffering. The owner suddenly agreed, adding that, apparently, something tragic and bloody happened here, which left the indelible mark even after many years. That is why dragons instinctively avoid this place, too acutely feeling the ominous energy of the past. Then the young man suggested a radical solution: to replace the entire soil in this place to completely clean the territory of the dark past and create cozy living conditions for dragons. The owner appealed to Colette to bring fresh land from the fields. She agreed with a smile, joking that she could even carry the soil in her own stomach. Louise was allowed to relax, because the owner decided to do all the hard work on the digging of the old land himself. All day they tirelessly worked on the task. They updated the soil and prepared this place for future residents. The young man, wiping the sleeve with the shirt moist from the sweat of his forehead, suddenly realized that he went to him all day. Cillier wondered with his pets if they liked new home. The dragons happily replied that now it is comfortable. They were pleased to breathe clean air, and added that their work was in vain. Smiling joyfully, he added that the old land annoyed the sensitive dragons with its negative energy. But now, thanks to hard work, they enjoy the clean land that gives them peace. The owner decided that if so, they would move here. Louise rejoiced in the space of the stable, which resembled a real palace, where she could rest quietly. The guy noted that all this was made possible by the girl's efforts, and thanked her sincerely. The owner especially thanked the color, sincerely moved by its dedicated work and care for the common cause. To show his respect and gratitude, he prepared a special surprise for her, which became a reward for her loyalty and a tireless desire to create the best conditions for friends. It turned out that it was a dessert for people. Cillier noticed how his subordinates admired such sweets, so he specifically ordered her a large, delicious cake. The pupil was pleasantly impressed with the attention of the owner. Louise was surprised that Colette was fond of human food and jokingly called her girlfriend amazing. However, Colette assured that she was not really too fond of sweets and is not a passionate fan of confectionery. She added with a smile that their lives are not easy, so why lose such delicious food? It is better to eat it all, because the treat was undoubtedly intended for her. Returning to the guild, Rosa thanked the young hero for salvation, glad that everything had been successful. The girl asked with interest if the boy had another dragon, and heard that it was really true. The secretary carefully noted that buying 2 dragons at once is not simple and very rare. She wondered if the cylinder was satisfied with her current business, and whether he would like to join the guild. The young man replied that after he became a traveler, he tried many different activities. After he left Guild Lindworm, the guy realized that many knights would treat dragons as simple tools. Rose noticed that the boys did not want to join other organizations too much, but thinly hinted at one interesting plan and asked him to first tell her about everything that happened. The girl with inspiration suggested that the young man think about the creation of her own guild, which would be based on the respect and care of the dragons. Such a guild could gain respects and recognition both among the rinces and among the inhabitants of the whole kingdom. The secretary continued and explained that, first, the guild is an organization officially recognized by the state. In other words, it is a kind of professional union of dragon riders. The dragons, along with their dragons, have a special status in the state, so they have some privileges. The guy wondered what exactly. He was told that the most important advantage concerns the tax service. Rose said that the founding of the guild will give tax benefits. In particular, it will reduce the taxes for the possession of the dragon. Cillier confessed that he had not even realized the existence of such a tax before, and decided to discuss these details later. The girl continued to share the details, claiming that the forces of dragons were growing with the development of the guild. The young man was stunned by these words. He could not believe in such incredible prospects for growth, strength, and influence. The secretary explained that the bonus was actually scanty, only 10% of the guild level. The guy was genuinely surprised by such a discovery and wanted to find out the details. But Rusa was honestly confessed that she was not very aware of how the system of these privileges works. The girl realized that this force arose through the ancient agreement of the supreme god of romance A and the Dragon King, which strengthened the abilities of the members of the guild. Although she did not fully understand how this mechanism works, Knowledge of the existence of such an agreement gave her confidence in how important it is to remain single. The guy noted that this idea sounds much more interesting than he expected, and asked how to create a guild. Rose explained that a famous person is needed first, but he can take it. And then, it is a matter of finances, because registration requires funds, and this is where difficulties may arise. She estimated that the registration of the guild would cost a considerable amount, 10,000 lari, and such consumption would be a real financial problem for Silly. He boldly posted 10,000 lyre on the table, which was a lot of surprise. And with a joyful smile, he added that quite accidentally last evening, his faithful dragon Collet found an extremely beautiful and precious stone. Selling this find, he just managed to collect the required amount to pay the collection. Say remembered how his assistant found a strange stone and gave him. Now the mineral has acquired an unusual shade. It was different from the appearance that it had in the morning when it first got into it. The young man promised to look at the stone tomorrow. It was later revealed that it was a rare mineral, a pillow light which changes its colors and has 4 different shades, which makes it extremely valuable. The precious stone's evaluator, having learned the history of the mineral and personally convinced the authenticity of its rare properties, made an unexpected proposal. He wanted to redeem the gem for an impressive amount, 10,000 lira, which caused the owner to be a true surprise and unconcealed joy. Rose carefully listed the coins and stated that the boy was clearly lucky today. With a smile on her face, she asked if she wanted to register right now. The guy agreed with enthusiasm and asked to start the procedure immediately. After the applicant received the documents, the secretary has detailed everything you need to fill them. The full name of the applicant, the address of residence, the exact number of dragons, and a detailed description of each breed. Choosing the name for the guild was a very important step in the whole process. The young man thought seriously because he wanted to emphasize the uniqueness of his organization. It seems that the idea has already ripened in his head. He came up with the original name. When the secretary passed the completed documents, his view involuntarily lingered on the name of the new guild, written in capital letters, Dragonfast. According to the young man, the name Dragonfast was the best among all possible. The girl solemnly announced that the registration was completed. As he put an official seal, a little girl suddenly appeared in front of him. Rose said that these little magical creatures are called guild fairies, and they are needed for personal identification. Siller wondered what to do with his fairy. In response, he was told that the fairy would follow him, so there is nothing to worry about. He was reminded again that the fairy should be taken care of and handed a special purse with everything necessary for its care. The secretary explained that these devices were designed specifically to accurately determine the mental state of the dragons, and how skillfully they use them depends on the increase in the level in the guild. The young man noted that similar devices were seen in the Lindworm Guild. Seeing how upset the guy looks, the girl asked excitedly what it was so tucked. It turned out that Solaris was experiencing an internal conflict because of the need to wear special collars on his dragons. It was not easy for him. Rose carefully advised him to go to a specialized dragon shop. There you can find not only collars, but also many other useful accessories. The pets were very surprised when they learned that they would now have to wear all kinds of accessories. The owner reported that he was going to visit the shop where they sell things for dragons, because there you can find a lot of interesting things. However, he likes them to choose on their own. Both dragons thought for a moment, but suddenly Louise confidently chose a sleeping bag, and it surprised the young man. The owner smiled and explained that the sleeping bag for the dragons simply does not exist, and it is difficult to call such an accessory. Then the girl decided to opt for a sleeping band. The guy believed that such an accessory could be made to order, but still the choice of his subordinate was a lot of surprised. He warned her that it would not be easy to remove the bandage, but Louise did not have such intention. Make sure that no one had objections. The young man turned to Colette and asked what choice she would make. The pet began to speak uncertainly, stopping for half a word and confused in her own thoughts, and failed to clearly explain her choice. It turned out that she dreamed of a small cute ribbon. The owner noticed that Colette was acting like a little girl again. However, he knew that if you say it directly, she would immediately become serious and turn her Sander's regime. Therefore, he simply promised his girlfriends that tomorrow in the store they would definitely discuss the choice of accessories. After the dressmaker measured the girth of the head of Louise, she assured the girl that specially made a bandage that would perfectly sit. The dressmaker wondered if the buyer was satisfied with the price of 100 lire. The man liked the proposal, and he even asked to make some more spare copies. She assured that she would handle her work in a few days and asked to wait a little while the order was ready. Louise glowed with joy. The force remembered how he somehow asked his pets to temporarily put on the collars, and they agreed without even feeling any discomfort. However, he did not want them to wear collars constantly. Drakonitsa confessed that she never thought she really needed her eye bandage. The young man only said that if a girlfriend wants such a thing, there is no point in giving up. She sincerely thanked her friend for their care. The guy suddenly noticed his guild card suddenly shone with a bright light. The level rose to the 2. The young man asked what that means and whether you could get a new level so quickly. The secretary explained that it usually takes a whole month, because in their guild only one person works with 2 dragons. If there were more participants, it would be much easier to move up. The girl carefully checked again and made sure that there were no mistakes. The seal wondered whether you could somehow accelerate the level. In response, Rose explained that some rents dragons for this, temporarily accepting them to the guild, and when the level rises, returns them back. But despite that, she was genuinely happy for him. The high level reached the 2nd level, and Rose sincerely congratulated it. He wondered if something had changed after the level increased. However, the secretary asked him to wait a little, explaining that the busy fairy is already drawing something hard. Burkle's map, as the girl Boel explained, was created to find the location of the guilders. If the glowing label appeared near the town hall, it meant that Louise was an extremely comfortable thing nearby. Rose wondered where the 2nd dragon went. The guy explained that he is now on Mount Milfer, so he is not visible on the map. The secretary was surprised how a young man allowing the dragons to travel independently, but it turned out that they were really capable of such. The young man decided to show how to bring a certain area of the map to see Miller's Mountain. It was a wonderful function, and that's where the whole essence of his plan was. The girl explained that with the increase in the level of the guild, new useful opportunities were opened, and wished him good luck. Celilis became interested in why the level increased so sharply, but she could not answer this question. Since she did not fully understand how everything happened, when she returned home, the hostess congratulated Colette with his return. She wondered if something special happened. The new moon said that he was waiting for her because he wanted to show something interesting. He gave her a bag and then showed the ribbon, explaining that the creation of a special decoration for Louise took a long time, while the tapes could be found everywhere. Colette exclaimed that the tape was very good. The store owner immediately agreed, saying that she would fit her perfectly. Despite the desire to tie the ribbon on its own, the guy carefully attached the decoration himself. As the seller predicted, the ribbon was really grievous to her, and he called her a cute smile with a smile. In response, her pet with his inherent straightforwardness remarked that it was so obvious to everyone. Coletta thanked the boy who supported her words. The guild card flashed again, but its level did not increase. The young man also noted that the dragon's compassion brings extra experience every time. When the owner looked at the map, he immediately noticed that Colette was in a hurry, although he was already noon in the yard. Louise came to the conclusion that the girlfriend seeks to show the results of her work as soon as possible. Last night she was breathing hard for a long time, and it scared her. She probably has the praise of the owner in memory. The guy was surprised that the pupil was so pleased with a simple praise. Since the dragon managed to make a lot of money, he praised it, and it was at this moment that the guild card lit up in unison with a ribbon. So the young man concluded that his guess was right. For Louise, they also sew a mask for sleep, and now she is happy. The guy was not delighted with their principles, but for such work they came perfectly. A good deal with convincing results always causes customers more trust. However, the boys themselves will have to work well to earn a reward. Meanwhile, Louis expressed doubt because Siller only recently founded a guild, in which he was only himself, and Louis wondered whether such a newly created community deserves a reward. The former friend also said that after receiving this award by Guild Lindowost, many experienced candidates have expressed a desire to join them. Among those who want to join are even knights of rank B with more than 10 years of experience. The guy noticed that the dragon riders were receiving their titles according to their merits, and if one of them reached level B, then they are already talking about this person. Louis added that perhaps the boy would have to spend more time with these people. However, even with these words, the guy did not want to turn back. When he went out, he noticed a large crowd of people and asked what happened. He was informed that the dragon escaped, looking extremely tense, and it would be very difficult to catch him. No one knew where this dragon went. He has never met the dragons that were running away, and very much wanted to know more about this fugitive, but Louise had already started falling asleep. He decided to go to the city hall and report everything, but suddenly someone crashed. It turned out that it was a dragon who looked at the guy with hope and begged him for help. Drakonitsi exclaimed that she could no longer stay here. Cilia realized that it was dangerous to speak here, so he decided to temporarily take the dragon with him, and with him Louise. It was Emma, and she was genuinely surprised that she was still remembered. The guy smiled and said that he never forgets any dragon she was dealing with. He immediately recognized her. It was Suma, a dragon from Guild Lindo. This kind of dragons is one of the smallest in size, but it can often be found in almost all guilds, because it has unique combat skills and feels great in the reference of active battles. The guy asked why she ran. Emma replied that she felt bad and wanted to ask for a break, but no one heard her. She had to work further, and because of this she was injured and failed, and yet the guildmaster faced her roughly. It was said that if the dragon did not cope with its responsibilities, then it will either be expelled or forced to work even more. Siller added that the members of the guild always behave that way. Dragons understand human language, but people deliberately utter abusive words to hear it. An old acquaintance knew that the guy was visiting the city council every day, so she waited patiently until he appeared. When Emma begged her to leave her here, the young man wondered if guild lindwomen agreed to negotiate if he had done so. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door loudly, and the dragon immediately guessed. It came to her pursuers. However, the guy remained calm and reassured her, assuring that everything would be fine. Sarah was the last one who trusted him. Be that as it may, he could only take care of his pet. And it was at this moment that Lewis suddenly entered. The former colleague guessed that their dragon was hidden here, and in confirmation of his suspicion, gave eyewitnesses to the event. The young man confidently stated that he had defended his unhappy creature. Louis persistently demanded to return the fugitive immediately, promising to transfer his guild. The new owner announced that he would take care of the dragon, which caused indignation and insult to his former friend. In addition, he reminded that he had no right to give an animal who has already left his owners, and once again mentioned the words of Gilder that forcing the dragon to work wrong. His colleague, hearing it, was so impressed that he fell into a deep shock. Siller considered it unacceptable that the dragon would return to his cruel mentor, and urged Louis to convey to the management that the young leader was ready for negotiations. Louis saw in all this an absurd performance and believed that it would be more prudent to immediately return the captive to the owners. Pushing his opponent, he strongly opened the door and rushed to look for a dragon. Louis exclaimed loudly that he was turning the dragon and calling Emma to himself. From this cry, Louis woke up himself. She immediately felt the danger and immediately realized, in front of her, a foreigner, who threatens the safety of her dear owner. The girl instantly used a special technique of merger, and struck the enemy of a powerful blow. He asked in surprise that she thought. Celia confirmed that it is quite natural, because everyone will protect themselves and attack the offender. Looking back at the offender, the young man ordered him to return and report everything to the Gilder. Louis threatened with rage that the guy would still regret it. After a while, the master confirmed that he had already received all the information you need. Dicky reported that this young man would take their dragon. The interlocutor confidently confirmed this decision. He saw these signs. He was painful to watch how she was forced to work. The man noted that the guy remained true to his views and principles. The young man was indifferently allowed him to tell everything he wanted. However, the mentor no longer needed a helpless dragon that could not properly perform the duties of the combat detachment. However, he added that the dragon still belongs to Lindawarma, and it will be a real shame if they allow him to pick it up without doing anything. The young man wondered how much he had to pay for the liberation of the dragon, but his interlocutor replied that the case was not in money. Dicky advised that when asked, it is important to be able to pick up the right words and respectively contact a person. The guy bowed his head low in front of the master, humbly asking for permission. But the man called him a weirdo and allowed him to do everything he wanted. And he returned to his pets. He was wondering if Colette returned. Louise wondered if everything was fine with a young man. However, despite all the circumstances, the negotiations ended successfully, and Emma finally gained long-awaited freedom. Realizing this, the dragon exclaimed joyfully, full of gratitude and relief. The new master asked her what she plans to do next and whether he should go. Words of gratitude and determination to stay moved by a young man. He firmly decided that he would now be fully responsible for her well-being. Suddenly, all three girls lit up with bright light, and the guy froze with surprise, not understanding. It seemed to him that some invisible force pulled him somewhere, and it became restless. Suddenly, the ring appeared directly on the palm of the young man, and the girls were spreading their mouths wide. An unfamiliar artifact appeared from a bright glow, and Kirill enthusiastically looked at him in his hand. Then he asked the dragon to the question, "What is the artifact?" The dragon replied that he was a secret treasure of dragons. The dragon began his story about this artifact. He said that once the Dragon Lord, along with the King of the Gods, created him. Kirill looked closely at the ring. The dragon continued, "It is rumored that this ring appears only in the one who loves the dragons." Kirill thought about the last words of the narrator. Cyril was interested in this stranger, because besides the name, he heard nothing more about him. He addressed the dragons asking if they knew something else about him. Dragons could not say much, They only told their words. He was a lord when this world belonged to the dragons. Dragons said that the king's voice could enchant any living creature. It is interesting that even the owner of the gods of romance was his passionate fan. Gray thought about the world of legends and ancient times. However, the dragons noticed that they first see this artifact, and it was extremely surprised by the only person among them. Sorel could not understand how the dragons recognized the artifact if he had not been seen before. Dragons explained that this knowledge was felt at the level of instinct, and the man thought that, unlike dragons, this artifact looks like a regular ring. Cyril thought that if all three dragons recognized him at the instinctive level, it is probably a ring, really a real treasure. Cyril stretched the artifact forward towards the dragons. The dragons were surprised and asked what it means. Sarah replied that since it was a treasure of a dragon, he had a dragon. She hesitated that perhaps, for example, Coletta could store it in her belly. Coletta screamed that she would not do it, because suddenly she would swallow him, and he would also curse her. Kiro realized that everything is not easy. Dragons explained to him that they could not pick up an artifact for many reasons. Then Kiro looked more closely at the ring and realized that it was a valuable thing, so he agreed to leave her. Kirill put on the ring on his index finger and asked what he had effect. The dragon asked if Kirill felt something unusual after contact with the artifact. Cyril listened to his feelings and confessed that he had it seemed to change nothing, and it seemed strange to him. He looked closely at the dragons and noticed a few scales that glowed over them. Dragons cast a questioning view of their owner. Grain thought that he was already beginning to understand how this artifact works. Coletta was angry and hardly demanded that he explained what the man saw. So Cyril decided not to hide nothing more and tell Colette all the truth. Cyril asked the dragon whether she did not get sick. Coletta replied that everything was fine with her. Cyril was a little lost from this answer. Kirill said that the artifacts showed him. Something is wrong with Colette. He was not good. The dragon thought about it. Then Kirill said, now he sees two indicators over the heads of dragons. He suggests that these badges reflect the physical condition and psychological mood. Cyril explained that Colette worked herself, so she was tired. He apologized for this situation. However, Colette tried to reassure the owner and assured that everything was fine with her. The owner replied that he appreciates her mind and care, but did not want her to get sick, so she insisted that she rest at least a day. Cyril decided that the artifact was in his hands precisely that he did not put too much worries on the dragons. Colette with a serious look agreed that tomorrow she should rest. Cyril was convinced that the artifact would not give the dragons to revive, and considered him the best for himself. A few days later, Cyril sat at the table and drank something from his mug, as suddenly someone knocked on the door. The hero thought that it was too late, and was surprised who could come that night. The door opened, and already from the threshold the guest apologized for a late visit. The stranger asked if he was talking to Mr. Silly. Seeing LaRose, Cyril replied that he was really. The guest immediately apologized for his late visit. The guest explained that he was not familiar with Siller, and introduced himself as Laurent Fleury, while reporting that he had a request. Siller struck why he was addressed to him. Laurent explained that Madame Marielle recommended that he contact him. Siliore was surprised that the guest mentioned Mary L. In his thoughts, he immediately moved to Madame Catherine, and the same letter written with love. Siliore wondered what the request was. Larava explained that one of the guilds of the Dragon's Knights recently won during the campaign. Cyril believed that such hikes were usually organized against groups of monsters, because it is too dangerous. But if you can win, the knight will give the winners wealth and glory. Cyril wondered. Even if these expeditions had their advantages, there were no casualties. He asked the guest to ask how tragic this trip came out. Laurent said with sadness that the entire first unit was destroyed until the last warrior. Gray was impressed, because in the last 5 years he has heard nothing like that. The guest reminded that according to the rules of the guild, everyone should leave the will before going on a hike. It was Laurent who asked to convene all these fees. Kirill noted that he may not have the strength to go to such a dangerous place. The guest assured that this is not a problem, because this guild created the second backed army. He explained that it was because of this that no one is collecting covenants. Lerner said that the task is waiting in the Danzig Valley, and he has promised 5,000 for his performance. Cyril agreed to take up the case, and Laurent expressed his sincere gratitude. However, these were not all requests that required attention. The guest said that when Cyril made a will, he would be able to dispose of found at his own discretion. Our hero thought about these words, but in the end he replied that he understood everything. A little later, our heroes gathered to discuss the future mission and preparation for it. Cyril was packing the necessary stocks and carefully looking at the card. The dragon wondered his dance valley, adding that if you take into account the time for Louise's rest, the road would take 3 days one end. The owner picked up her opinion and completed the sentence instead. The dragon turned to her master with a request to listen to her. When he looked gray, Thor was distracted from the card and wondered what his girlfriend wanted to say. The dragon wondered what the client meant when he said that he could throw things at her discretion. Gray was surprised that she had heard their conversation yesterday. Cyril was surprised how sharp hearing of the dragons, and inadvertently began to think that they could now hear every step. He explained that this field of battle was a real mountain of treasure. The dragons were surprised, because they were not even suspected of it before. Kirill explained that people go into the fight in expensive armor and good equipment, and then remove all this from the bodies of the dead and sell for a good price. Quite familiar. The cell rolled and summed up that it was terribly, and she was surprised that someone was doing it. The owner only confirmed, yes, that's exactly how it is. He continued and said that he had heard the story of a poor man who had been affected by the residual magic of the old artifact, and it almost did not cost him life. After these words, everyone inside the eyes with disappointment. The owner continued his story, explaining that the dragons and their riders use much more expensive equipment than ordinary warriors. The dragons immediately realized that the customer's offer means to receive part of the calculation of the trophies obtained on the battlefield. However, such a decision did not clearly cause the owner to grip. Our heroes went on a journey through valleys, forests, and canyons, spent the night in the open and went out in the afternoon. The heroes reached the wide valley, and then Cyril solemnly announced that they were finally in the Danzig Valley. Dragons were delighted with the surrounding beauty of nature. They saw a valley in the middle of which a mountain of clasped bodies stood. The series looked carefully and counted. 20 people and 30 dragons lay among the dead. Kirill exhaled and silently noted for himself, "There is a real hell." There were only mountains of corpses and bloody streams that flooded the earth. The dragons completely shared his opinion. The owner turned to Coletta, because it is the easiest way to notice enemies and a common atmosphere around. Coletta listened a little to her own feelings and replied that she did not notice anything calmly and nothing suspicious. Cyril heard it and smiled happy. The series demonstrated the capsules that were strung on a chain and suggested Split to start their search. He explained that according to the customer, everyone should get their capsule. His team was clear and was ready to immediately start the task. Coletta noted that this work was really unpleasant. The owner assured her that she could rest. However, she replied that she was also ready to work, because she still had nothing left. The owner was very moved by the devotion and honesty of Colette's, so together they continued to do their business. The characters brought capsules with covenants. Cyril looked at them and said confidently that everything was collected. Then the owner turned to Coletta, emphasizing that her time had come. She calmly agreed, and immediately took up the case. She turned sharply and said that everything was going home, because she did not want to stay in that place even for a moment. Kirill stopped his comrades and asked him to wait a little, because he had another matter, more precisely, a request. The dragons were surprised and asked what else was needed. The owner thought a little before answering. The series proposed to bury these knights and dragons. All the dragons looked at their master in surprise and asked if he was really going to bury these bodies. Cyril confirmed his intentions, emphasizing that leaving everything as he is wrong. Cyril looked around, evaluating the valley littered with bodies, and acknowledged that it was too heavy. The dragons were worried. Cyril tried to reassure them, but the dragon denied. The thing was not in words, but in something deeper. Dragons asked if they also needed to make graves for their brothers. The owner agreed with this idea. The dragoness turned to him and confessed that this man seems strange to her. She has noticed his unusual for a long time, but his intention to hide the dragons remained for her something completely incomprehensible. All the dragons agreed with each other. Their master was really weird. Kirill agreed with this and asked not to be angry with him for spending time with such a person. The dragons immediately stopped his apology. The dragons just smiled and said that their master was really very strange. They said that the owner was extremely kind and sincerely thanked him. Kirill came to the administrative building, where the administrator immediately apologized for so unexpectedly called him. Cyril, noticing the upset expression of the administrator's face, asked what happened, because he rarely happens that someone specifically send him a letter. The administrator explained that Guild Cyril has already reached the 3rd level, and this usually takes at least 3 months of hard work. Cyril realized why he was called. Suddenly, a little fairy appeared in front of him, who smiled warmly. The hero thought it was a guild fairy and was surprised why she laughing. He asked the administrator to ask why he looks dissatisfied and what happened. The administrator replied that nothing happened. It is just a guild that appeared one night. but their productivity is truly impressive. They, without a doubt, set historical records. Cyril was puzzled and explained that this story was still not about him. The administrator asked if he knew the cause of such success. Cyril thought and replied that he simply adhered to the principle laid down in the name of the guild. Cyril again recalled the main principle of the guild. First, dragons. He directly said that the most important were the dragons, and that is all said. The series decided to clarify. If their guild has already reached the 3rd level, they can now use a utility room. Going out, he decided to look around. He noted that the utility room of the guild looked like a conventional warehouse, but in fact it was guarded by a spell that did not allow anyone to go there except knights and dragons of the guild. He was interested in an interesting idea, to combine this protection with collection things. In addition, he noticed that people are already whispering about the rapid development of his guild. People looked at Cyril, some with interest, others wary. This feeling did not please him at all, but suddenly he noticed something unusual. There was a carriage in front of the house. Cyril noticed how a girl came out of her. She rushed to meet him. The hero was surprised when he saw the princess approaching him. She gladly approached Cyril and said she heard a lot about his achievements. Cyril was surprised at what kind of business she hinted at. Then the girl explained that she knew about how he easily copes with different tasks and became the 3rd level faster than anyone else in history. The princess with enthusiasm said that now Cyril and his guild are the main topic of discussion among all knights. In response, Cyril invited the princess to go inside. Cyril sat down at the table with the princess and asked what purpose she came this time. The princess said she wants to ask the best knight for a small service today. Cyril noted with a smile that the princess was too overestimated, but in response she almost cried that it was not true. The princess said she wanted to introduce Cyril to a special dragon. Cyril has already given his consent. Cyril realized that if the princess turned to him, the matter is really serious. He was convinced that he would be able to cope with the dragon, because he understood these creatures well. Cyril asked if he was suitable for this work. The princess confidently replied that it was Mr. Cyril who should do it. He agreed and promised that he would handle the dragon. The princess was very pleased with this answer. Cyril wondered what breed this dragon is. Princess said this dragon is actually a little phoenix. He heard it damp and froze with surprise. Cyril asked why the princess instructed him such an important role. Hearing this, the princess immediately scolded and began to be nervous. Cyril could not hurt why the prince's face became so purple and why it was so excited. Cyril denied that it was impossible and wondered if it was the same dragon that was called the Child of God. The princess confirmed that it is. The princess replied uncertainly that she just wanted to see how Lord Cillier would treat the divine baby. The princess noted that Cillier's guild is still small, but she is sure that it would be a significant contribution in the future. Cillier sincerely thanked the princess for her concern for guild. Thanked the princess. The princess confessed that she had saddled the dragon once. The princess was surprised that the dragon did not tremble at all, and sincerely rejoiced in mutual understanding between Cyril and dragon. Cyril asked the princess whether it would be better to go in a carriage. The princess replied that she was satisfied with everything, and the dragon added that his master should be calmer. The dragon was convinced that if the owner wanted to impress the princess, she would go even more care. Cyril thought it was probably true. Cyril decided to ask the princess about the details of this case. He confessed that he was looking for information, and he was told that the phoenixes had long been extinct, and there was no language about their chicks at all. The princess agreed with everyone with the hero. Gray could not understand what the princess implies. Then she explained that only one divine child remained on Earth. The princess told the legend. Phoenixes do not give birth to children, but reborn from ashes after death. Cyril heard it for the first time and was very surprised. Dragons joined the conversation and told that they had to hear about phoenixes. They believed that these creatures even surpassed the dragons in some ways, because phoenixes were completely invulnerable during their lives. The princess, although not too understood on the dragons, asked Cyril whether phoenixes were actually so amazing. He agreed with her. Then the princess said that sometimes the regeneration of phoenixes could go entire for centuries, and suggested that Cyril may be able to do something with it. Finally, our hero realized what they expect from him. He wondered if he could go well. Cyril was amazed when he realized that they had discussed not living dragons with the princess. The heroes were still traveling. 2 days of their journey have passed. The majestic mountains, which stretched to the horizon, stood ahead. Finally, the characters got to the right place. The series immediately noticed that this palace could not be driven by a carriage. It was a lot of impressed. The guards greeted this princess happily, and she sincerely thanked them for their faithful service. Without hesitation, the princess asked the guard with a request, whether it is possible to see a divine child right now. He assured her that everything was unchanged and they could go through. Then the princess firmly grabbed Kirill and led him to the palace. Sorel asked the deacons to wait for him outside, and they agreed. The huge, striking beauty of the gates slowly opened in front of the heroes. They were in a huge hall, where huge columns and luxurious decorations were combined with a strange void. It struck Cyril. He could not look away from the center of the hall. The princess assured that this is where the divine child was. The hero froze from admiration, considering the giant skeleton of the dragon. The princess explained that these bones, which Cyril now sees, has been lying here for hundreds of years. Her people believe the day will come when Phoenix will be reborn again, which is why the guards are constantly protecting this place. Just in the middle of the hall lay the bones. They were dead, without a hint of life. The princess asked Kirill, or something was clear to him. He thought about this issue. He decided that first it was worth examining the bones of the dragon. Cyril slowly approached and began to look carefully at the remains. Cyril came closer and cautiously touched the skull, but it did not help him understand anything. At the same moment, he heard a strange voice that turned to him, calling him a human child. The voice was heard, and now it became clear that he came out of the bones. He said that for the first time in decades, someone entered his home, and it was very surprised by Zero. The dragon said that the girl was royal blood, and the guy was a simple man. The hero could not hide his surprise. He did not suspect that the dragon was able to speak. The dragon asked the hero whether the man was talking to him at that moment. Finally, Phoenix realized that his interlocutor heard everything correctly and realized. The hero fell silent, watching the bird carefully. Kirill confirmed his words and explained that he came to check in what he was, and may be able to help people revive the ancient legend that is still alive in their hearts. The dragon was surprised to hear. The boy suddenly exclaimed from surprise and immediately called the princess. She looked back in his voice. She wondered in Salier what happened, and whether he managed to find out. Then the guy asked the princess to ask if she knew the way to revive the child of God. She was surprised and replied that, as far as she knows, there was nothing like that. The dragon, which stood behind, laughed at these words. The divine child noted that the memory of people is short, and all recorded and preserved depends on the desire of those who have power. Then the dragon turned to the human child and asked her to approach him. He told the hero that he should just be set on fire. When Cyril asked again, the dragon explained that he had repeatedly revived from the fire. The hero thought that the bones of the dragon are likely to be considered a national treasure, and if he burned them, serious trouble can occur. He smiled, considering it all a trifle because the dragons are not deceived, so he will believe him. He then turned to the princess. He told the girl that he would try to bring him to life now, and she was in distrust of whether it was true. Then he warned her that everything may not be able to go and she could be disappointed, but he hopes that she would not be against his attempt. The princess gave her consent and entrusted him with everything she had. He sincerely thanked her for this trust. Easter took the match and lit a fire. He threw a match forward. The girl scared, calling him. The match fell near the dragon's bones, and they instantly flashed with fire. Suddenly, something began to emerge from the flames, and the boys watched the sight stunningly, while the ominous sounds of laughter came from the fire. They suddenly emerged with a fire dragon flashing a bright flame. He turned to the hero and said he wanted to thank the human child. The hero and the princess stood nearby, enchanted by watching the dragon, joyfully outlining the mouth, loudly proclaimed that he was born again. The dragon gradually came to consciousness, and the hero, not hiding surprise, only quietly moaning. The dragon smiled to people looking at them. The hero noted that a smaller dragon than he expected, and asked the princess again whether it was a child of God. The princess sat on the ground and trembled, uncertainly answering. Seeing her condition, Kirill exclaimed, asking what had happened. In response, she apologized. The dragon laughed and said that it was because of him, after 100 years of restraint, could not retain his power. The princess asked again, though a little lost and starting to stutter. Then Cyril explained that the dragon simply could not contain the forces that accumulated in it for so much time, and jokingly called him a brawler. The dragon laughed again and spent a gentle paw on the boy's head. The creature confessed that the hero became the first person to call him disobedient. The princess was surprised to note how quickly she and Kiro had already found common ground. The dragon again asked the name of the hero, and he confirmed. His name is Cyril. And then, calling Cyril, asked about the name of the dragon. The dragon again asked the name of the hero, and then confessed that he had no name. The hero asked whether it was possible at all, but the dragon was just laughing. He explained that the only son of God in this world, that's how he is called, and he does not need a separate name, because he is unique. The hero replied that it was so uncomfortable and asked for permission to give him a name. The dragon wondered if the hero was really going to give him a name. The hero nodded for confirmation. It was so surprised by the dragon that he laughed, and even trembled. The hero only silently watched him. The dragon could not restrain himself and laughed loudly, not at all ashamed. The princess shuddered at the surprise and frightened that it was for the sound. The dragon apologized, explaining that his thundering laughter had caused a real shift. The hero asked this strange voice again. Then the hero assured the girl that everything was fine and nothing wrong, and she was surprised by such an answer. Suddenly, someone shouted, calling her high, and rushed to her. The soldiers also began to shout that it was dangerous to stay here, and the dragons of the characters were already circling. Both the warriors and the dragons were surprised when the child of God put them before them. The princess and the hero finally assured everyone that everything is fine with them. The hero began to introduce everyone, explaining that there was a child of God in front of them. Dragons from surprise froze. One of the dragons reminded the hero not to forget the promise to give him a name. The hero remembered it and apologized for his forgetfulness. The hero imagined that the child of God would not be like everyone else. Cyril asked the dragon whether it was a boy or a girl. The dragon smiled and replied that he had no gender, because he, unlike others, did not need to be inherited. The hero thought about these words. He suggested the name Chris and asked the dragon, as this idea likes. Dragon named very much. The dragon laughed out loud again, rejoicing in how much he likes Chris's name. The hero tried to reassure him, warning that if so loudly voiced, the landslide could begin a second time. Remembering this, Chris immediately apologized. At this point, the princess turned to the hero to ask him something. The hero told her that he had already given a dragon name, and the girl was very surprised, even asked. Gray wondered if it was on his part impolite. The dragon laughed again and said not to worry. He already recognized him, so he had no claims. The hero understood everything as it is, and calmed down. The dragon asked the hero if he was still free. The hero did not understand what the dragon meant, and asked him again. The dragon suggested that Cyril to form an alliance with him. Cyril again asked what exactly was about. The dragon was in surprise to recognize that he knew nothing, and wondered if Cyril was really a dragon knight. The hero confirmed this, but the dragon continued to understand who before him. Then he paid attention to the girl nearby and asked, maybe she knew something. The hero presented it as a princess. Cyril wondered if she knew what a deal between man and a dragon. The girl did not hear anything about it or understand what she was talking about. Then the hero turned to Louise and Corrid and Emma, shouting them by name. They knew nothing about it, too. Chris himself did not anticipate it. The dragon said that in several centuries the very idea of the agreement between the dragon and man disappeared from memory. The hero wondered what it was for the agreement. The dragon smiled thoughtfully and said that it was better to show once than to explain 100 times, then asked for some blood. The guy asked again, not quite understanding what it was about. The hero stabbed himself and asked if that is enough. A drop of blood went up into the air. The dragon explained that it was his witchcraft. The drop glowed in the air, rising smoothly, and the guy watched carefully. The drop fell on his body, and he began to glow. A dragon appeared nearby and explained that if a person enters into a contract with a dragon, he could get some of his strength. The dragon explained that his power was to control the fire, and suggested that she try to light the flames on her own. When the fire suddenly appeared, the princess scared and shouted, asking what they were doing with it. The hero reassured her, they say, all right. The fire was not at all dangerous for him, not even hot. It was then that he realized that he was able to control the flames. The dragon laughed again and said that only his ionic power was truly unique. The hero heard it, understood everything, and thanked the dragon. Chris replied that he was feeling the same and thanked the hero for giving him a name. The princess watched them away and thought that the hero really surprised her. At that moment, she made an important decision for herself. She turned to Mr. Chiro and said she had a request. She confessed. She wants to invest her money in his guilt. The guy did not believe his ears. He asked if she really was talking seriously and whether it was true. He could not even imagine that someone from the royal family wanted to invest in his guild. The girl begged him to allow it. The hero smiled, thinking that he really was to ask for such. He answered the girl with consent and accepted her proposal. From this answer, the girl was very happy. She screamed loudly, thanking, and then everything subsided. The hero stood next to Chris, Louise, Carrot, and Emma. He said that a lot has happened in the temple, but now, as far as he understood, he will be able to make a connection with 3 more dragons. Kiss confirmed his words. Chris confidently stated that the hero could ask any questions, and he would answer everything because he is Chris. People around immediately reacted to his words. One of the dragons noted that Chris always seeks to stand out, and the other immediately agreed. Initially, it was difficult for boys to get used to the new hero, but now there is a real understanding between them. The hero thought that Chris was really a good guy. In the meantime, Chris told how he could contact any dragon. However, he added that it all depends on the amount of free space for the hero. The hero wondered what it means, and Chris explained simply. The hero can write a certain number of words on the sheet. That's how it works. The hero seems to understand, but at the same time looked as if he had not yet stopped. The hero suggested that this could mean he had only one attempt to contact a dragon. He turned to Chris, asking if there was a way to increase this restriction. But Chris only reassured him, saying that he would not worry. He explained that the hero is growing, so it is quite possible. Then the hero wondered if Chris grows. He just laughed, stating that he is essentially immortal. The dragon laughed again, claiming that he was the perfect creature. To this, the Draken girl answered him that at least he would have been an adult. Chris asked that she had just said, and wondered if it was not time to grow up. She was offended by such words and with anger quit in response. Why he clings to her at all. He laughed and told her not to hide her feelings because he sees everything. He also heard that she was a real kundre. Corette jumped and bit him around her neck. Chris exclaimed, asking what she was doing. Corette said in response that he asked for it. Watching them, the hero remarked to the boys that they were very friendly, and then appealed to Louise and Emma to call as well. Both girls sighed and agreed that it was not easy, but in general it is reasonable. The hero called Chris and asked if he could find out how much he had free space. Kiss mentioned this request and suggested to prepare a glass of water. The hero agreed. When the water was ready, it stood in front of the mirror. The dragon told him to take a glass in his hands, close his eyes and imagine what he dreams of. He suggested that the hero find himself in an empty room completely, and now he is going to gradually fill this space with water. Then he suggested that the room was getting bigger. The hero noticed that bubbles appeared in his glass of water, and it surprised him. He asked in surprise what happened until the hero stepped back, and behind, watching all this, Chris could not restrain laughter. Chris stated that he was not mistaken about the hero, because before him, the best carrier of all he ever met. He said that now the hero could conclude a contract with so many girls that they would have enough to fill the whole Imperial Square. The hero joked that this is not the best example, but if there is so much place, then it is even good. Others were satisfied with such news. The hero was surprised to see so much. He asked if this was his place, and Chris confirmed that yes, everything was right. Last time, when Kirill used his power, he asked Dragon Chris about how to conclude contracts with dragons. Kirill asked Colette that had happened, but she just waved and said that nothing. Then Chris laughed and jokingly added that it was a real woman's soul. She asked him not to pierce her unnecessary. Chris asked the hero if he realized everything, but he asked again. Then Chris repeated the words of Cretus, which is not surprising, but simply extra. He laughed again, and Kreta in response bit him, forcing him to apologize. After the bite, Chris complained that it was hurt. Sura replied that he would not be able to say anything until he feels it. Meanwhile, the dragon behind him was all wet and noted that the floor was all in the water. The hero asked Louise whether to start with her, and she agreed. Then Chris also decided to start with herself and said that time to shed blood, and they did it. Suddenly, something was suddenly felt under the feet of Cyril and Louise. The hero asked what it was. Louise felt a strange tickling, as if someone easily scratched her under her throat. Cyril wondered if she hurt her, but Louise shook his head negatively. There was no pain. Suddenly, both noticed something unusual. Louise said that the hero seems to her even steeper than always, almost like a real god. The hero asked if she was really serious. Chris, meanwhile, announced that the agreement was officially concluded. Immediately, the hero felt a new knowledge began to emerge in his mind. Louise understood. This was the contract himself. The hero added that now he also became aware of what abilities he possesses. The interested Chris wondered what it was for the ability. He smiled at this and asked in response whether Chris himself did not know about it. Chris only shrugged and said that it all depends on the terms of the contract. Chris explained that there are general skills, but there are personal, inherent only to individuals. The hero finally realized the individual abilities of Louise mean that he will now see them with his own eyes. The hero sat on the ground, closed his eyes and lowered his head. But in a moment he stood sharply, breathing heavily, and it surprised the correct. She wondered if he really had time to fall asleep for 1 second. She confirmed that this could be Louise. The hero just laughed and noted that he did not ask just to look. Chris was surprised in such words. He noticed that the wound on his fingers had already healed. Kirill suggested that this happened due to recovery in his sleep, and added that during sleep, the treatment process was much faster. Chris was satisfied with such magic, and with a smile noted that it was really good. The hero thanked Louise, saying that everything was wonderful. She laughed back and confessed that she was glad to hear it. Now he called Emma. They concluded another agreement. Emma smiled satisfied, and the hero noticed it, so he asked what had happened. She only replied that nothing special. When he shone again, it became clear. That was over. He was surprised when he received his combat skills. Chris allowed him to try them on himself, and then the hero asked if he could really do it. Chris just smiled and assured that it would not affect him at all. Hearing this, the hero confidently opened his palm and without delay said the spell, because now he could act in full force. He released magic towards the dragon, and Corette was surprised to see a fireball. The hero looked at this new skill, noting that it is extremely convenient. Emma wondered if it would be useful, and he immediately assured that he was definitely like that. Cyril returned to Chris, asking his well-being, but he just laughed. The dragon assured that everything was well with him, and allowed him to move on. Behind her, Corette only sighed. Chris wondered what her facial expression, because the flame is his element. The hero looked at his palm thoughtfully, and spoke of the skill of a fireball with 9 fingers. This is what this technique is called. However, he did not understand why 9 fingers. He used magic again. The hero smiled thoughtfully and said that he could not do it himself. Emma immediately asked what had happened. Chris, noticing this, paid attention to his thumb of his right hand. The dragon explained that the thumb of the right hand in people symbolizes power. He then asked the hero if he noticed that all the rulers were carrying the ring on this finger. The hero confessed that he did not know anything, because he did not meet them. Then the dragon added that it was a sign of the concluded agreement, and at that moment the hero finally understood everything. The hero invited Colette to join him. She agreed, and they decided to start their business. Together they spilled blood. The magical circle shone again, and the dragon asked how he was doing. The hero replied with relief that everything succeeded. The hero wondered. Now he will no longer be able to enjoy the taste of dishes, because everything he eats will turn into energy and will accumulate elsewhere in his body. As far as he understands, you can now store as much as you like energy and use it at any time. Chris realized an interesting thing. Now, no matter how much he ate, he will not get fat. The hero confirmed his guess. Returning to Carrot, he noted that her skills would become especially valuable during the campaigns, and sincerely thanked her. She just laughed in response, they say, "This is not a problem." Chris, too, cheered, joked that the hero was truly lucky. LaRousse returned to him. Chris talked about the contract. If the hero is a little mistake, he will immediately become thick as a pig. The dragon froze from surprise. The port threw himself on him again, clutching his teeth into his neck. He shouted in pain, complaining loudly on how it hurt. The hero turned to Chris, noting that he himself asked for such. The next day, 2 people sat at the table. The man sitting opposite the hero greeted and called himself Sebastian Bernard. The hero was also called Cyril. Lyris. The man said he was glad to get acquainted. Cyril immediately remembered that he had already performed many different tasks, but with that attitude was infrequent and not yet used to him. Meanwhile, the man rushed in his pocket. They stretched his letter and said it was an invitation for Morinel. Meanwhile, they said this name again when he unfolded the letter. He noticed that the message had come from Lady Catherine again, and decided to thank her. He told Sebastian that he was right, and wondered what it was. The man confessed that he was difficult for him to talk about it, but still decided to ask the hero, could he get Dacite? The hero listened carefully to him and repeated this request again, as if specifying whether he understood correctly. The man repeated his request again, clarifying that the size should be 1 cocket and only 100 pieces, and asked if it was real. The protagonist thought about it and was in no hurry to answer. Chris laughed loudly and sincerely, saying that it will be interesting and they would take the task. At that time, Kirill called Chris, and when Sebastian turned, he was stunned by what he saw. The hero exclaimed, asking the dragon why he suddenly began to swell only now. But the dragon still did not stop. The man apologized, surprised to realize that the dragon of the hero in front of him. Lyros lingered for a moment and also asked for an unexpected situation. Then he turned to Chris again and wondered what had happened to him. Chris nodded and replied that nothing was wrong, they say. He knew where Dacit was, and could show the way. The hero did not hide his surprise from such news. Then, turning to Sebastian, Cyril said that in this case they would take this task. The man was happy and sincerely thanked him. He added that the hero did really boldly, taking up the case. However, the guy did not understand what he meant. A little later, which was dissatisfied with why Chris was going with her. The dragon laughed at this and jokingly asked if she would like to stay alone with the hero. This question was a great angry girl. The hero turned to the dragon and asked Chris to find out what Dasita's appearance. The dragon smiled thoughtfully and laughed quietly. He explained that it was really a decoration, but it did not like people, because they often got into a mess when they tried to get it. The hero realized, which is why this thing is so expensive, and Chris confirmed it. Chris said that Dasit is a place that completely floods the lunar light, and then it begins to sparkle brightly, like a real treasure. Because of this, it is sometimes called the nucleus of the night dragon. The hero in response noted that it should be a truly exciting spectacle. The hero, remembering the past, asked why the dragons were treated that. Chris replied that they were simply overestimated. The hero smiled thoughtfully, and then asked where Datit was now because Chris has not told anything about it. Chris laughed, and the hero turned to her with a surprised look. Seeing something ahead, the hero was surprised. Chris explained that it was a volcano. However, the hero already guessed that he was a volcano. Chris mentioned that this volcano is actually called Nobbin, but the hero was angry and replied that it did not mean it. Chris advised Cyril to look more closely because Dasit was inside. The hero was surprised and went closer to see. Then Chris asked if he really saw nothing and pointed at transparent stones. Finally, the hero noticed them, leaned and looked closely, and then asked him what he planned to do next. Chris laughed, saying that the ordinary man would not understand it, but the hero could. The hero finally realized, all this happens through his contracts. That is why this mission was entrusted to him. Now he understood it. Then he asked Chris if he could go into the bench. Chris confirmed it and added with a smile that he might have been able to get into the water without clothes. Then it would be almost like hot springs. However, the hero decided to refrain from such an idea. The correction turned to him restrained and wondered if he was really not against it, because it could be dangerous. The hero confidently assured that everything was fine, and also called Chris, promising that he was not going to deceive him. The right grand and the hero went down. The hero went into the bench and calmly stated that he did not feel heat at all. Meanwhile, the dragons monitored him from above, waiting for the development of events. Chris praised the hero and said he was glad for his friend. The hero, when turned, reminded, "Did he say before that it would be easy?" Chris still emphasized, the act of the hero was bold. Then the hero, understanding the essence of the words of a friend, bowed and slipped his hand directly into the bench. Taking one of the stones, Cyril looked carefully at him and felt as if he pulled him out of the mud. Now 100 such stones were not a problem for him. Carrot, meanwhile, shouted to him that he would return to Fad because the stones were still hot. Collecting new stones, the hero said that there were as many as 2,000 lirov here, and in these few days he changed significantly. In response, the Rish noted that such is the world of people. The dragon added that when there is power and glory, then work is valued differently, so life is arranged. The hero smiled and thanked him for these wise words. At the table, people have a lively conversation. Some of them ask if the interlocutor of the news about the guild. He confirms, he already knows about Dragon's Faust. Moreover, he is tired without end to hear how things are going well. They admitted that they had a feeling that they were hiding something from unnecessary interesting views. Some of the audience asked if they heard the rumors that the queen himself wanted to become their patron. It surprised people. Some named them with a jerk. Others said that they were simply incredibly lucky, so it was not easy to guess something in advance. The young man gets up from the table, the edge of the ear still catching rumors about the guild. Once upon a time, Kirill was able to complete the task and get those stones. Now he was sitting in front of the same man from the tavern. The young man introduced himself as Sixgar, saying that name is somehow unusual, which is why the hero guessed immediately only a fictitious nickname, not the real name of the boy. The hero wondered why he came to him. Six informed Cyril that there was a task for him. Something needs to be delivered. The hero asked again what was the matter. The Six announced that the reward would be 30,000 lira. Hearing this amount, the hero did not restrain himself and exclaimed with surprise. The hero thought that usually to carry something is the easiest job, but for such a large amount of money the task would definitely be difficult. He hesitated a little and asked what to be transported, but Six replied that he could not disclose this information. Sink asked the hero to pick up this thing and take it to a certain place. The hero did not like what Sink was hiding what is inside. The hero felt the approach of danger, but it only ignited his curiosity. Meanwhile, Chris laughed out again. He said he came personally, from which the guest invisibly shuddered, and the hero only smiled cunning and said that Chris was again for his own. Chris noted that there were interesting conversations here and asked him to be invited. The hero agreed. Really, everything looks fascinating. Then Chris added with self-confidence that he would solve everything himself. No one has refused his proposal. The hero asked if he was really true. Chris, smiling, noted that he was not even believed and suggested listening carefully. Chris, having fallen asleep and making a formidable facial expression, strictly ordered the guest to immediately admit that he was hiding. Sink, scared, shook and fell on the floor. The hero immediately turned to him. Kirill asked Dragon what he did. The dragon confessed that he pressed a little on him, and now he will tell everything he knows. The protagonist was not sure of the situation. The guest that trembled, he was silent. Then the hero began to push him to the conversation, trying to make him admit which cargo was transporting. In the end, Sinks confessed. It was a tear of the dragon, in a certain sense. For Chris, it reminded the past. Chris said that one type of perfume has a soothing effect. If you bring it closer to the fire, you can see hallucinations. Cyril realized that this aroma helps to dive into the real world of dreams. The dragon explained that he did not cause physical harm, but these spirits were once forbidden by the human king. The hero realized that this task was secret, and the guest only confirmed his assumption. Kirill asked the dragon why they were banned, because they did not cause physical harm to anyone. The dragon replied that it was true, but because of the admiration for another reality, the population level began to decline. Then the hero realized that he could no longer change something. Chris noted that perhaps with this bath they overtook the stick, because there are many people who really need it. The hero wondered who could be discussed, and the dragon gave an example. It was Starkey, who lost his wife. It was very difficult for him, and the hero understood it. He also believed that it is not necessary to limit everything, because each person is special and different from others. The dragon laughed as he heard this statement. The hero called the sixth person and reported that he decided to take up this task. But the guest, judging by the expression, did not look so happy because of this choice. The sixth reached out to him and advised him to first go to the place indicated on the map, because it would be where the cargo he has to deliver. A little later, when the hero was already sitting on Louise, he reported that they had arrived. They asked if it was a New Yorko fortress, and in response they heard that it was it, and the spirits would bring here. On the ants they noticed many people. The dragons, along with the hero, approached the stranger. He addressed the hero to the question, "Who are you?" The hero handed over to the man an item, asking him to take it. Apparently, it was a guild map, because the man called them a dragon fist, and allowed them to go through the gate. They came inside, but immediately found themselves surrounded. Dragons could not understand who these strangers were. Some from the crowd asked the hero, asking if he was the head of the guild. This man immediately apologized, explaining that it was a formality, and asked to show his strength. The hero asked whether it was worth doing, even if they ask for themselves. The man said many times have happened when the rumors were not true. Louise called the hero, and he immediately activated his agreement with Emma. He created balls from the flame and released them from his enemies. People quarreling and dissatisfied with their tongues, and a man with a bandage on his hand, meanwhile, does not hide the delight and praises the hero, they say, the real fellow. The hero sighed and asked if the man was now satisfied. He only nodded and said he saw everything with his own eyes. He then told the hero that they could now go on. Chris laughed behind, and the hero turned to him. The dragon said that he thought it, because he had already spent all his savings. The hero wondered whether he understands what it was about. The hero reported that he had already spent 30% of his energy. Thanks to the contract with the Collet, it is able to buy a little energy, but it is still not enough. Luis wondered if everything was fine, and the hero answered in the affirmative. The hero noted that everything that happened now is sure to come in handy in the future. Chris acknowledged that this was a wonderful conclusion, although recently the views have become more annoying. Other dragons also noticed it. They agreed that the situation exactly, even though they called them. Chris shuddered, scaring everyone around, but then a hero named Chris just laughed. The dragon asked the hero not to be angry, explaining that he just joked. The hero thanked him, and the dragon assured that there was no reason for the image because they were comrades. The man in bandages turned and, stuttering, told the hero that he had never heard that he had such a beast. Hearing this, the hero only sighed hard. The hero asked him where the cargo was, or whether he has not arrived. The man was angry with his tongue, but still agreed to answer. A man with a blindfold turned to people behind himself, and those, confusedly, began to mute. Dragons could not understand why everyone stopped suddenly. Chris replied that the man realized he would not be able to control them, and it is better not to join them in a quarrel. Emma realized that these men were afraid of the hero. She gave the correct answer. One of the men called the chief bringing a box. They put many boxes on the ground. The man explained that the protagonist should take it to a man by the name of Giga to the town of Manu. He would pay him for his job. However, there was another detail. He added that Manu has an external wall where everything is carried out, and the hero will have to deal with it on their own. The hero understood everything that was happening. Emma asked what they would do if these spirits were found. Everything would end for them. Koret wondered what this check was. Emma explained that this is usually the case in large cities, and the procedure is carried out on the border. The hero praised her for a deep knowledge, and she answered with a smile that she gained such experience even when she lived in Orientost. The hero thought about her words. The characters decided that it was better for them to go unnoticed, because they did not want problems. Therefore, they hid all the evidence in Colette's stomach. Louis also noted that in this condition, everything would become obvious to everyone. The characters assumed that he believes. They already know everything about him. After that, the correctedness was curious to observe how they would do further. The hero laughed quietly and, looking at the river, remembered something important from his past. The hero appealed to Colette and said he had a request for her. He asked her for help. During the inspection in the city of Manovo, a hero named Colette appears. He confessed that he was trusting her, and the dragon agreed with his words. But suddenly, the one who walked in front ordered them to stop. The guard asked him if he was in fact the same hero dragon, and the guy nodded. He introduced himself to Cyril. Meanwhile, Lee Rose from the Dragon Guild came and handed over the necessary documents. The guard pointed his finger on the dragons. He showed Coletta, saying that the Mosquito is suspicious. After that, he wondered what she hides in her stomach. The hero, hesitating a little, replied that nothing special happened. But the knight noted that they had to evaluate it. The hero said whether everything was to be shown, and the knight confidently confirmed. Sighing, the hero gently spent his hand on the dragon. The hero agreed and gave the team Colette. The girl immediately obeyed the order, and suddenly emptied the contents of her stomach. Everyone was surprised and could not understand what it was. Everyone froze with surprise, watching the hero. He calmly explained that water is a vital thing for journey. The knight, not hiding surprise, wondered why they had so much of this water. The hero reported that the task was accomplished and asked if they could go now. When pointing to the gate, he added that they can go quickly. They all came inside. M.O. He was quite surprised that they managed to get around the check so much. The hero explained that, of course, it is not always possible to use. They released all the water, but there was something left in her belly. The aroma of the tears of the dragon. The hero noted that now they need to find Gigu, because it was much louder here than in Bersol. It was the city of Manovo. Emma told rumors. The city was built by the Gilder himself. The hero was interested in how he succeeded. The hero also dreamed of building a city for dragons. Without stopping for a moment, they continued their way forward. Luis called the hero and asked to look forward to the sign. The hero noted that the sign remained the same. He dared to go and carefully stepped inside the building. When they came inside, they were immediately asked who they were. The hero, calling Cyril, asked the man to question whether he was a Giga. He immediately recognized the strangers and understood who before him. After a brief exchange of words about the product, Cyril gave a signal Colette. The dragon immediately pulled the chests with goods. The hero addressed the man and asked if he would check everything, and he nodded to consent. He opened the chests and examined each of them carefully. The man assured that everything was fine and waved his hand, giving a signal to his ward to start drawing boxes. He put the box in front of the hero, stating that this is the promised reward. The hero only nodded Colette, and she swallowed the box without hesitation. The man asked Cyrus if he would count, and Cyrus calmly replied that not. If he was not enough, he would simply not take the next order. The man only sighed hard, and they left the building together. Louise was surprised how easily they managed to get 30,000 lyre. The hero thought about it, and explained that such a price for transportation is given only for a special product. Incense with dragon tears. He noted that, in his opinion, those guys who work with them make even more money and decided to check it. Emma was stunned by Herd and Chris laughed. Dragoni was surprised that there was so much space in this place even for dragons. She was lazy, and the hero smiled in response and said that the city was so large in vain. Emma told about the incense that caused tears. Dragon tear. She could not imagine that so many merchants would be interested in it. It really surprised her. The hero supported her guess. If you bring such incense to the city, you can get everything you want. Emma said it was a forbidden product. Colette then asked the hero whether it is normal to make money on it. He replied that the ban was beneficial only to the authorities, and if someone really needs this product, then he wants people to receive it. Colette understood his position. She replied that if she was fine with him, then she has nothing to worry about. In fact, she was indifferent to people. The hero agreed, though he was upset by the fact that he was never explained how to do it. Khaled only noted that this is not easy. And Chris laughed and assured a friend that there was nothing to worry about. Chris smiled, and the hero asked if he really knew the recipe. The dragon immediately replied that he knew. The hero also added that he guessed it because there was nothing left for him. The dragon said that at the very beginning of the ritual of the sense, the tears of the dragon are called masking. The hero again asked if this was not in any way related to the dragon's tear, and the dragon replied that there was actually a connection. However, he immediately clarified. The thing concerns the dragon himself, and all these materials are not so special. The dragon explained the hero that they certainly needed the fruit of Harian. The hero asked again, trying to clarify if it was true. He was informed that it can be found in a regular vegetable store, and that it would be quite easy to sell such a thing. The hero understood said and replied that he would definitely go and look. Subsequently, on the market, the seller reached him Garian fruit. The hero was surprised by the unusual form of the fetus. The saleswoman said that this fruit is also called a cow's horn, and they eat only a pulp. The hero understood everything and asked him to put all the fruits that were. The girl was very surprised that he immediately took so much of her first time. When he was stretched out, he sincerely thanked. The hero returned home and informed the dragons that he had bought everything he needed. Chris confirmed that it was all that was needed. Chris explained that Louise was sleeping, so he called Emmy and Colette and offered them to taste the dish. The girls were surprised by such a proposal. The hero wondered if only what the dragon answered inside, that only people eat. Then Chris told how to swallow food so that everything enters the stomach, and Coletta added that her food first got into the first stomach. The hero asked Chris how about him. He calmly replied that he did not need food, because he did not even have a digestive system. Koeth smiled slyly and noted that he was absolutely useless. Chris laughed in response, and asked her not to be so sarcastic. The hero asked what was next and was answered that he had to wait a whole month. Emma was very surprised. Then the hero wondered whether so they make incense from dragon's tears. Chris looked carefully at the fruit, looking for a thorny on it. However, the secret made in the stomach envelops the Garian so the spikes cannot pierce it. The hero smiled thoughtfully and asked if it was something like pearls. Chris explained that these things ripen in the stomach of the dragon and then from them receive a special aroma, which is called incense with dragon tears. The hero finally understood everything and again asked if everything was really so simple. Chris Grind asked not to take everything wrong. When the hero asked the reason, the dragon replied that it may seem too simple for the hero. He assured that other dragons could not talk, because, in his opinion, they would ask that their lads should be kept in Garian's stomachs a whole month. Cyril did not even think about it. Chris said that it is difficult for everyone except the hero. The hero understood it. He apologized to Emma and Colette. He noted that it is probably not easy to wear fruits in the abdomen. Emma laughed and agreed that it was not so easy. Colette smiled and asked who he had them for. She was sure they could handle it very quickly. The hero thanked them in surprise, although many people already know this method of making. He noted that it would probably be strange if he bought the Gara constantly. Chris replied that this is quite possible. The hero thought that it would be great to learn how to grow such fruits on his own. Chris laughed and joked that he seems not only in the night. Chris decided that Cyril had a crash. The hero was surprised, and the dragon, laughing, explained that everything is really easy. He asked the hero whether he understood that at each stage, from collecting materials to sale, different people were involved. The hero agreed and realized that Chris meant, in his situation he would have done his best. Chris confirmed it. Chris explained that buying goods from other companies is unprofitable. They raise prices, and you become dependent on them. The hero agreed with him, because if there was no alcohol in the bar, it would really be a problem. Emma said that, of course, he could grow it himself, but it would be unpleasant if someone noticed it. The hero agreed, but noted that if you take the case, then it should be done quietly and unnoticed. But even so, Colette insisted that they needed their own territory. How will they manage to hide it? Will he be able to do it? Said the hero. He replied that he could not do it, but he has a friend who knows. The dragon is insane in exchange next day. The hero went into the building and turned to the man, wondering whether there was a kind of gargly, which he wanted him. The man brought him out, offering him to follow him. There, just on the ground, someone lay. Cyril greeted the dragon and called him his name. The hero turned to the dragon, warning that he should prepare for a surprise. He understands the language of the dragons and would like to talk to him. The dragon spoke. Cyril has recently completed the task and learned that the dragon is made of Gariyin, so he has now tried to multiply this fruit. They exchanged views. The hero was embarrassed when he asked the dragon why he was almost talking. The dragon sincerely admitted that he did not like much to speak. The hero thought that he was also silent as a child. But the main thing for him, they understood each other without words. He turned to the dragon and confessed that he wanted to take him with him, so he asked what he thought about it. The dragon only calmly answered that he did, as he sees fit. It has passed some time. Stripping forward, the hero noted that the dragon needed to be named and asked about his desire, but he just looked silently in response. Kirill wondered if anyone heard him. The dragon decided that the hero did not turn to him, though he heard everything what he said. The hero remembered that such creatures usually do not give names. The dragon was indifferent what name he would get. The hero thoughtfully thought about it. He offered the name of Yui, and the dragon agreed. Gradually, the heroes began to understand him. Although the answer was short, she was not negative. He said he was glad to get acquainted, and seemed to remember something important. The hero noted that he heard about the unusual abilities of my people, and asked him to tell him about them. It was difficult for me to pick up words to explain it all. He explained that there are 2 species, and the hero asked the first of them. Yui said that the first type touches someone, and disappears with the person. The hero noted that invisibility is a real miracle. You can hear someone's voice, but until you touch, you will not see anyone. The hero understood everything, and decided to find out something more. The dragon explained that he could change the visibility around him, but the hero wanted to clarify the details. The hero honestly confessed that he was difficult to understand, and asked the dragon to give a real example. The dragon did not deny and was ready to show. Going to the house, Cyril said that his friends were here, and he could show them. Friends warmly greeted with Cyril. Luis was surprised because he thought he had to bring a newcomer with him. The hero was surprised because it was at this moment that the dragons finally paid attention to him. Emma apologized, explaining that they simply did not notice it. The hero wondered, maybe everything is because of the size. Pris laughed and assured that it was not true. Those 3 just paid attention to him. The hero introduced you to each of them and introduced everyone. The hero asked you to demonstrate his strength, although in fact he has already shown everything he could. Chris reminded him that he had already said, those 3 saw him only. The hero wondered if he was another his ability, and he confirmed, yes, this is another feature. It just affects the perception of it in a completely different way. Again, they recalled his words of perception and asked whether it means that if something was lying on the road, he would be able to make it invisible. The dragon confirmed this. The hero said with a pleasant surprise that they can hide the field with such ability. At this point, Chris called him. Chris expressed the opinion that it would be quite interesting to enter into a contract with him. The hero asked you whether he could talk to him about it. He began to explain what a contract was, but the dragon interrupted him and immediately agreed. The hero asked if he should explain something at all, because he did not understand anything. The dragon calmly replied that he did not feel hatred. In addition, he confessed that the guy seemed interesting to him. The hero thanked him for that. They concluded an agreement, and Louise wondered that he had a new ability. It was a force that allowed you to change perception, and he was eagerly wanted to try it in action. Chris also encouraged him, advising to take advantage of new opportunities, and asked if he wanted to change his appearance. The hero asked it again. He decided to check how it works, carefully touched himself. Are you turning into a dragon and smiling, throwing others? Well, now I'm like a scum. Not understanding why Chris laughs, he noted. This defect seems to obey the view of the rest of the dragons, all the dragon and the Dragon King himself, and it seems perfectly for him. The hero fell silent for a moment, and then asked quietly if he was really true. A few days later, in the Burrell's office, the hero stated that he wanted to establish another base. The girl was genuinely surprised when the guy confessed that his guild had grown up so much. They replied that there was really little space, because they joined Chris, and now there are 5 in the city. Inside became close. The girl agreed with that. On the one hand, it is so, but in fact he needs a large area for garrisons. The girl noted that it would be expensive and wondered if she could handle it. She added that, of course, everything depends on the square, and the hero replied that he wanted to get more space. He noted that the territory of the size of a military fort will cost 50,000 liras a year. The young man was surprised that it was so expensive. She explained that all the lands in this country belong to the king. He thought that he would not be able to afford it. But suddenly the girl remembered something. She said he knew the princess well and can ask her. He denied, they say, it is superfluous. She would not mind agreeing, but he did not want to get her into it. He replied that he would think of finances first and thanked Rose. Subsequently, Lewis said that for some time they would have to be left without their own territory. The color replied that a new farm would be formed then. He sighed and, a little upset, confirmed, "Unfortunately, that's." Then he decided to try to grow this plant on his own, from the beginning to the end. He called you and said that he would plant this seed, and when the sprout appeared, he asked you to hide it. You agreed to help him with that. Prisk called him to ask if he had enough of this amount. The hero replied that yes, and agreed that they would do it for the sake of the experiment. Then Chris proposed to plant the seeds here, not on the street. The hero noted that there would be no light, but Chris just laughed and replied that it was not a problem. He performed a magical ritual and suggested looking at the result. The hero was genuinely surprised. Chris used the fire of Phoenix, the fire of life. Thanks to this magic, the plants had to blossom and fill everything around her. The hero did not resist and asked if it was true. The hero assured that all this time he would shine, and then the plants will quickly grow. And he wondered if Chris would be difficult with such a burden. The dragon just laughed. The dragon with delight noted that he was very interesting. For these 3,000 years, you became the first person to really take over his fate. He assured that he should not worry. Emma explained that for Chris, it was just as simple as it was just getting out of the chair. The hero finally calmed down, realizing everything is fine. Everything. Then the hero said he was counting on him, and the dragon was satisfied. Yaya also helps, but now it is not visible at all. Suddenly someone called a hero by name, and he, who was interested, asked who was there. He decided to go the other side. It was the princess who met the hero. He immediately noticed that she was in a hurry. They sat down at the table, and he asked if she came through a new task. She only sighed, feeling in his voice a touch of condemnation. It surprised him. She said she had received a message from the office in the city. He needed the territory for the guild. The hero immediately realized, all this is just a cunning trap. He acknowledged that, yes, this is true, but did not want to bother her. She exclaimed with tears in her eyes. Why? She exclaimed that the land around is full and ready to give it as much as she wants. He hesitated for a moment, they say. It's too generous. She exclaimed that she was ready to do everything for him to be helpful to him. The guy, seeing her determination, said that if she insists, he did not mind. The guy confessed to the princess. In response, she sincerely asked him to believe her. The princess borrowed her strength, and within 3 days she found a new place. Cyril became friends with the new dragon of Yui, and now they dreamed of greater possessions together. To do this, they sought help from the princess. Cyril asked if it would not be burdensome for her, to which the princess answered with a smile that it would not bring trouble to her. The princess explained that she only needed a man who could manage her lands, and thanked Tim. She, however, added that it is impossible to take advantage of this. At the same time, she told him that they were already on the spot. The hero noted that it was spacious. They walked the field, and she wondered where his housing was, and the archive suggested that he once had an estate. The hero realized that this means the presence of processed fields. She confirmed his guess, but noted that the fields are now in a terrible state. He noted that the building was almost falling apart, and she sighed and replied that she wanted to prepare such a territory for him so that he could immediately take place. The guy began to cheer her up, saying that she had already helped him. He said that there is water and the bridge. Everything is necessary to start construction from the beginning. He sincerely thanked her. She confessed that she was greatly honored to hear that he liked it. He thought that possession of the estate resembled the village, which is ruled by aristocrats. The whole crop belongs to the owners, and employees simply receive their salaries. Initially, this place was created for growing a crop, but he believed that his true goal was to breed Ararian, and this land was perfect for this. He started with cleaning. He decided to burn everything away. The princess was amazed by his skill. He confessed to her that he had concluded an agreement with the dragons. It surprised her. He decided that it would become a fertilizer. The princess went behind, then went closer and became sideways, and he looked around and asked what had happened. She replied that nothing had happened. He in turn confessed that he had a different idea of this situation. She thanked him and replied that she really was fine. She just wanted to talk to him. She told him about his guild and confessed that she wanted to become part of her, but she was forbidden because she was a princess. The hero immediately understood the situation. The hero realized that she was genuinely trying for them, so he had something to do for her. Suddenly he shone, and he called it, asking him to stay still. She was surprised but agreed. He used the UE technique to change the appearance of the princess. She was surprised. The hero told her that now, in a new image, she would be able to join his guild. This news made her happy. She repeated his words about mystery, and he confirmed. That's how it turns out. He said he could no longer turn to her as a princess. It was at that moment that she called him. She asked if he could invent the name himself. It surprised him, but then he suggested that he name it. She agreed, said that the name was really wonderful, and thanked him. The hero thought for a moment, and then said that now, when she became part of their guild, she should know one important thing. The girl became interested and asked what this secret was. He claimed that he understands the language of dragons and can communicate with them. She asked in surprise whether it was true. He laughed and said he realized why it was surprised. The princess has never heard of something like that. Then he suggested trying. She did not understand what he meant. Louise and Princess returned to Brussels and the hero met them with joy. She wondered what was clear now. The hero asked to wait a little and called Louise to come closer. The hero asked her once to sit on him and walk around, and he wanted to translate all Jean's thoughts to prove that he really understands their language. The hero asked Louise as he had passed and asked him to tell him, but Louise was only silent. He wondered what had happened, and she, barely mutilating, asked him. She confessed that she was not sure whether he could tell him. He did not understand confusedly what was the matter. Then she quietly added that these words should sound from the mouth of the princess itself, so it would be right. He did not understand anything, so he decided to call Jean. He said that Louise told him the words of the princess, those who were not actually discovering him. She asked Louise what we were talking about. The heroine wondered what Louisa said when she wrote a letter to her. Hearing this, the princess was embarrassed. She screamed that it was impossible, under no circumstances. Louise didn't even think to agree. The hero calmly said that all is well, but Louise still did not want to. Jean thanked him. Cyril conveyed the words of Louise, which would be better if she said it in person. However, the princess replied that it is also impossible. The hero wondered why so. She said she answered that all this is because someone could confess her feelings. He looked at her with a question in her eyes, so she decided to change the topic and noted that, as it turned out, he was really well aware of the dragons. She said that everything was great, which is why he was so trusted. He acknowledged that it saved him. The princess confessed that she believed, communicates with the child of God. But it turned out that it was his strength. She wondered if someone from the former guild had guessed his true power. He thought for a moment, healing with the answer. He confessed that he answered, of course. Then she wondered if he was really expelled, and he confirmed that it was true. She thought it was cruelly. Though they called that guild first class, she knew what she really was. He thanked them for their sympathy, and this time his gratitude was sincere. A warm smile appeared on the face. Now he is better with those who believe in him. He reported that she would now become a member of their guild and he would rely on her. This news was very pleased. They shook each other's hands, and she promised that she could rely on her. The month has passed, and Coletta has already noticed changes. The hero also agreed with this. Dragons rejoiced in such a large area where they can rush at full speed. Louise and Moore dreamed of just dreaming of falling asleep. Cyril said that when the hot season begins, they would have to hire workers and build a premises for them. Then Chris called Colette and Emmy. He asked them to show something and they agreed. They stretched out a basket and it caught him suddenly. Seeing the fruit, he realized that they had succeeded. Before him lay the first samples. Finally, the scents of the dragon's tears were ready. They did it. The dragon stated with surprise how incredible it was that Garion was able to take this shape. And he did so, being inside the stomach. Now the guild focus of the dragon has received a new territory. The princess asked her to take her to the ranks of guild, and then Cyril revealed her secret. The hero noted that it was probably not easy to keep them in his stomach, and thanked Chris. He added that they, of course, do not look too attractive. Chris replied that the amateurs would not be understood. But there is no doubt. He is roaring. He believes that Maine's merchants are likely to be appreciated if they show them, in the Jigo workshop. But now, Jigo wondered who came to him and saw the hero. The series apologized for what he worried. Jigo wondered what to do today, and the hero replied that he would like him to look. Then he called Colette, and the girl, immediately realizing everything, pulled out a basket. He showed Dragon's tears and said he had done them on his own. Gickel could not believe his eyes with surprise. Thanks to UA, the level of promotion for Budden product, the Draken rank, has passed for them without any problems, but if something went wrong, it would not be sense to continue. Gogea struck it so much that he even began to stutter. The hero noted that there is not enough of them, but if he takes one, he will be able to create even more. Jigo was amazed at an unusual quality. He saw this for the first time, so saying something like a complaint did not even think. He liked everything very much, and he asked if the hero did it. He nodded and confirmed that everything was done with his hands. He said that he was familiar with the person who was versed in this matter, and advised me to keep them in the stomach for a while. Kiko heard a story about the dragons and noted that the hero was truly lucky. He laughed and added that his dragons were really capable. However, Kalek noted that only praise you will not achieve anything. Leros asked the man if he was ready to take this product, and also wondered if he could guarantee the same quality in the future. The hero turned to Kulit, and she replied that if he asks, he would agree. Then the hero assured Jigo that everything would be good and there would be no problems. At first, Jigo said that he would buy it at half times the price, but then changed his mind and decided to give even twice as much. The hero was deeply impressed with what he heard, and Jigo explained that such a high price is quite justified, because the quality really corresponds to the value. The man reached for the shelf, pulled out the money and stretched out the hero of the banknote. He explained that this church receipt can be exchanged for money in any church. It recorded the sum, 10,000 lira. It was a prepayment. The hero smiled and replied that he understood everything. He received the score and thanked me. Subsequently, sitting at the table, the man noted that he was glad. He introduced himself as Ron Laurent from the trade organization of the Laurent. After that, he emphasized again that it is a pleasure to meet the hero whose guild is now growing so quickly. Laurent confirmed this and added that he was sure that there is even larger peaks ahead for the Dragonfoot. He confessed that he wanted to get to know the hero better. He thanked him and specified that Laurent came not just to say hello, right? Laurent confirmed this. He said that he brought some of the goods today. The hero immediately wondered what he brought. He carefully put the chest on the ground and suggested that the hero look inside. He froze for a moment, hesitating what awaits him. Laurent smiled and said it was one of the sacred relics. The hero repeated the words about the artifact that stood in front of him. Rowan laughed and noted that the hero himself knows that such things are usually given to the remains of the saints, although in fact they are mostly fake. However, he insisted that all this really happened. The hero thought about his words. Ron added that, of course, it is impossible to understand this until you just listen, so he suggested first to look inside the chest. La Roca found a bone there. Rowan confirmed his words, saying that this bone belonged to the king of the dragons, whom he was able to conquer with all the dragons. In addition, he wanted to pay attention to another detail. He loudly stated that over time, it would cost even more expensive, so it is better to buy now. The hero understood his words and replied that he would still think about it. Rowan supported his decision. The hero still hesitated in his thoughts. Chris laughed again, saying that he was really interesting. He advised the hero to buy this, assuring that he would not regret. Without hesitation for a moment, the hero immediately confessed to Rowan, who came to the bone. The hero confessed to Chris that he himself does not fully understand what he is involved, but still hopes that it will really cost money. Chris assured him, so it will be. He explained that it was not just the bone of the king of the dragons. The hero did not understand what it was about, so he decided to show him everything himself. In his hands, the box broke out, and the flames swept the bone, starting to change it. The hero saw a blade that was previously hidden under the guise of another subject. Chris explained that this is the horn of Phoenix. That's what he really is. The hero was stunned, hearing about Phoenix. The dragon confirmed everything, and added that some of this thing remained, although in a few deaths people had already called it a divine artifact. The hero was stunned by everything that happened. Such objects are called divine, because they once used the gods themselves. Of course, getting something like this is not easy. Chris remarked that he rarely hears the hero so wonder. On this, hero only shrugged and joked. If Chris says, probably the thing is really worthless. Then he wondered what the value of this blade was, and heard that he could cause tears of joy. The hero heard the guidance, put it in the way. He guessed that this mysterious item should be eaten. Kirill wondered what would be with him, and Chris replied that he could survive one death. It was very surprised by Kirill. He was stunned by this power and realized that it was not in vain from Phoenix. Kiss thought about the same, though the hero doubted it. Chris laughed and reassures. Don't worry, the taste of it is definitely ordinary. But in fact, the hero was not worried about it. He thought what to do if you share this thing, because it was only one. Will it work if you eat only a part? Chris replied immediately, no, it won't work. The hero still worried about his comrades, even though Kristen needed him. He was immortal, and therefore could afford to take the risk. Probably that is why he wanted 4 pieces. The dragon laughed at the whole voice. The hero turned to Chris, asking him to calm down, after which he began to apologize. He called this man very interesting, even though he is mortal. It is surprising, as it is possible to always put dragons in the first place. He exhaled and confessed that he did not believe that such people existed. It seems that Chris has actually met many different people in his entire lives. Chris smiled and said it would be his way to thank. He promised to fulfill the desire of the hero. It surprised him. He shouted, asking what the dragon was saying. He immediately added that he should not worry, because it is nothing special. Phoenix snatched his paw, and the hero froze in full surprise. After that, Phoenix asked him to give his sword. Chris made his weapon to shine with his dog paw. He stretched out that object, noting that it could be considered a restored horn of Phoenix. The hero immediately realized what that means. Chris noted that now the hero himself would see everything with his own eyes, and added that it was time to return to his own. LaRuse asked the dragon that he was going to do next, and the dragon just laughed and replied that it was the center here. He said to put a horn into the ground where he points out. The hero sighed and asked if this was really enough. He plunged the horn, and everything around flashed a bright light that blinded him. The fiery pillar flew high into heaven. The hero noticed a huge cylinder that he had erupted in front of him. Chris assured the boys that as long as they stay in this territory, none of them threatens. The hero was so impressed that he could not believe it. Phoenix confirmed Chris's words and added that if there is a danger, let them come here. Chris said his desire would finally come true. The hero could not believe it, but the scale that opened before him confirmed that it was quite real. He turned to Phoenix, praised him and thanked him, and Phoenix asked him to trust his friend. Phoenix laughed. The hero understood perfectly. If you suddenly happen to something bad, he will always be able to stay here. No one will die in this place. This is a new land, and it is full of new power. It is she who will become the new wings of the guild of the dragon Faust, will bring it high up. The girl and the guy stepped together on the green grass. Their road ran through the endless meadow sea. The guy and the girl walked around, passionately talking with each other. The guy talked about how they moved from Bursala and said that they now had only a house and a separate building for dragons. With the eyes that glowed with joy, the guy, not hiding the grip, reported that their corner finally got his own name, as if it were an extremely long-awaited find. With unwavering confidence in his voice and his hands on his hips, the young man examined the village as if it were his own work. He said proudly that the name of this place was a puzzle. Having spread their mighty wings and stretching paws, the dragons lazily rest under the rays of the sun, enjoying the cozy warmth in their new shelter. The girl froze for a moment, then tilted her head slightly, and in her gaze clearly flashed a surprise. Her voice sniffed Cyril out of thought, and he looked at the girl in surprise. The girl noted that his home looks much more modest than she seemed to be designed for dragons. Recognizing that the dragon building was much majestic than his own home, the young man added that these creatures are the basis of the guild, and without them it would not exist at all. Sincere guilt was read on the face of Giril. He did not look away from the floor, and it was clear that's what he confesses to something bad. As they walked to his house, the series shared that during the construction he made some mistakes. The girl, looking at the young man, wondered whether his mistake was the reason that the dragon building turned out to be so large, and it was fun. The young man in response added that he had already collected money to expand the territory, and even decided where he would do. While they calmly discussed the plans of expansion of the house, they suddenly ran up the dragon. He called the young man, and as it turned out, he brought very important news. The dragon with a lightning cut the silence, announcing the appearance of the guest in their guild. As soon as the dragon told them where the guest was, the guy with the girl did not delay. They immediately moved to the gate to meet this unexpected visitor. When they got to the gate, their attention was attracted by the young man. Cyril turned to him and asked what purpose he came, and especially what he knew about Rose. The young man confirmed Cyril's words about Rose and added that they would like Cyril to join them. Without being surprised, Cyril asked the young man that they had happened so urgent that they were so hurried. The guy replied that unfortunately he knew nothing about the causes of this fuss. Broken with disappointment and anxiety, the series still hoped that everything would do, and nothing wrong would happen. The girl agreed to go with them, and the guy nodded in response, although he noted that in this form, no one would still recognize her. The Guild Passaroon is located among the majestic mountain ranges, whose peaks reach the very heaven. Forests that cover the slopes of the mountains cross deep gorges, which holds ancient secrets. The boys finally got to the place where they went for so long. The young man went to the office and noticed a lady in a cracked dress, who apologized to him for an unexpected challenge. She looked at the young man and thought. The girl in cage clothes asked for permission to sit next to him. The girl politely bowed to the greeting sign, and the young man, meanwhile, explained that Xana only recently joined their guild. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. The girl in a cage suit without ceremonies asked if a young man appeared in a young man who caused John's amazement. He even raised his eyebrows. The girl in checkered clothes noted that Xana had very good manners, and suggested that she probably comes from a family of a merchant. Having thought, the woman said that she had a strange feeling, as if they had ever met. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, the guy mentally noted that this girl at the table was very resourceful, if she was able to say it. Deciding to take the initiative in his own hands, Kirill goes to the table, sits down and, without spending time on polite formalities, directly says that she wants to hear from her the truth about what happened. The girl turned to this boy, calling him by his name. In anticipation of a possible refusal, she asked the boy with excitement whether he would not be against if she asked him for a small service, to remove after others. The girl lowered her head and sadly said that contrary to all the expectations of Linvorum could not accomplish the task. so now they would have to face consequences. A serious young man, having lingered for a moment, asked Lanvorum again. Cyril, wanting to better understand the essence of the problem, asked what difficulties they faced and what caused their failure. It was visible how difficult it is for her to talk about it, so the girl only mentioned that a tragedy had occurred in a dragon shepherd. After she reported that the evacuation of the staff was successful, Rose, with anxiety, added, "The fate of the dragons is still unknown, as they remained in the pasture." Hearing this, Kirill thought, scrolling in his head with all the details of what happened, and the worried girl, noticing him anxiety, called him in his name, wanting to cheer. A woman with a sadness told about the fate of the dragons, confessing that Lindovrama, whom she entrusted with an important business, could not fulfill her. Crossing his hands on his chest, Cyril said he now realized why she turned to him with such a matter. Taking into account all the circumstances, the young man replied that in this case he would do that way. Suddenly, two guys burst into the office with a knock. The boys looked at everyone who gathered in the office and clearly showed their dissatisfaction. The series immediately recognized the guys who came in and greeted them by name. Enric noted that they have not seen each other for a long time. Wanting to express his opinion, he came closer and asked to explain what was happening. The confused Eric asked what the words about the end of their relationship, and Louis, repeating his questions, stressed that they could give all the necessary explanations. Rose had just been going to express his opinion, and Eric dunned her half a word. Eric explained that this task was important to maintain their professional reputation, because the loss of image could now cause serious harm to their good glory. Sorel listened carefully to the flow of complaints and justifications from these two. The girl wondered his proposal, but even before Eric had time to finish the documents, he interrupted Cyril and turned to Rose. Declaring that he was going immediately, Cyril asked him to provide him with all the necessary information so that he could not interrupt his work, and Rose assured that everything would be organized. Sorel's words were the last drop that overwhelmed the bowl of the boy's patience. He asked the indignation how he dared to do so. The young man said that if they seek it, they should write their work on their own. The angry Louis was outraged why they treat them with such arrogance, and thus expressed their protest against the current situation. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Kirill clearly stated that the life of dragons was at stake. He stressed that his main task now is to get to the scene as soon as possible and save them. Louis, wanting to stop Sero, exclaimed that the conversation was just beginning and grabbed him by his shoulder without letting go. Suddenly the guy's shoulder, along with Louise's hand, flashed a bright flame. The young man with horror sharply pulled his hand and shouted loudly. Without realizing what was happening to his hand, he looked at the fire and exclaimed, "What is the devil?" It was confused because of what happened. Eric turned the series in surprise and asked when he had time to do so. Gray looked at them with a neglective face. When the young man returned home, he announced that Emma and Yi would go to the task with him. He wanted to save them from possible trouble, so he warned to be careful. No one knows when an unexpected threat. Dragons listened carefully to his words, promised to take a serious reservation and be vigilant. One of the dragons approached the young man, expressing his dissatisfaction and asking why she did not join them. Cyril explained that this time a mission of salvation and battle awaits them, and her skills are not suitable for this case. He stressed that even staying at home, she fulfills an important mission, protects their guild. He also asked her to help him with the departure. Kirill looked at Jean with confidence, saying that he was counting on her support. Having made the final decision, Jean told Khalid that time to go. That guy said that Krisov was also worth staying at home. Kirill shared his desire that he also protected their dear house, which he just laughed and assured that he understood everything. Noting Louise that she can relax, the young man added that her strength will soon be needed. The girl barely agreed to these words. He turned to Yui to ask for something. Before going for his task, he wanted to find out everything. Cyril asked if she could help them get to the right place so that no one noticed them, and was especially interested in whether she was able to protect them from probable detection. It explained that her strength only acts on dragons and does not affect people, so if they meet one of them, she will not be able to help go unnoticed. Hearing your words, the young man thought seriously. Suddenly, he was illuminated. The idea was sleeping as if an unexpected discovery. The man asked if you could turn it into a wall, and you smiled in response and said that you should try. The young man gradually merged with the wall. Chris did not suspect that it would really go unnoticed, and he could not believe his eyes with surprise. The next one was Cyril Crenet, who expressed his slight denial. Louise realized what Cyril thinks about, and confirmed his assumption. If he moved, he would immediately become noticeable. Departed from the wall, the young man asked if she could adjust to him. She confirmed that she was able to do it, but warned she would not be enough for a long time. She is tired quickly. Sorel looked at her and smiled gently, radiating the warmth. He carefully held his palm on the head of the dragon. The young man gently stroked the dragon and soothingly asked him to protect his strength, using them only in truly extreme situations. In her calm eyes, there was no doubt when she said that she understood everything. A pair of small wooden barrels huddled near a low brick wall. The hour passed, the landscape was changing, and the clouds were still fast floating in the sky. As the sun was generously flooded around with its light, the roof of the house was visible against the backdrop of the picturesque mountains over which the clouds floated. When everything was arranged, Coletta wondered if everything was fine. Cyril confirmed this, although in his voice there were notes of surprise. Cyril, struck by the scale of everything that happened, stood, laying his hands on his sides, as if trying to grasp this endless sea of food, and sincerely thanked the Colette and Jean. Looking at the mountains of dishes in front of him, the young man realized that they had prepared too much. It was a real holiday. Gianna wondered the guy that he was going to do with all this. "Imagine how much he will have to eat," the guy said with a touch of despair, but assured that he would handle everything. Seeing such a lot of food in front of him, John asked if all this was only prepared for him. Colette was pleased to see, as Cyril explained to her that they had a special contract between them. Now the food she would receive will turn to her into the necessary energy. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed enthusiastically that it was incredibly cool. She turned to this man, looking at Kirill with interest. The girl asked if he was sure that he would really need such a huge stock of strength. Sitting, he confidently confirmed and added that the future battle was unlikely to be easy. The guy slammed himself on his cheeks, gaining determination, and was about to start eating. Dragons watched events, combining hopelessness and pity. While the young man ate, the girl stretched him a glass of water. Kirill took sadness in his eyes, and the dragons who watched it immediately realized that he was not good. With anxiety in her voice, Colette confessed that she was afraid. Soon Cyril would completely hate food, and she will not be able to help him. Ewan watching everything that happens with cold indifference. Turning, she noted that he was a rather strange man. At first he asked her not to be tired, and now he sits and can barely breathe. Coletta strictly ordered them to care for Cyril well, warning, if something happened to him, she would not forgive it. The dragons that headed with the owner did not share Colette's opinions and remained in their position. Emma promised to make every effort. Taking an example from Emma, she firmly stated that she would also make as much effort as her girlfriend. Chris laughed loudly. Chris noted that their success is a merit of a wonderful leader. The dragon moved straight to Cyril. The dragon addressed Mr. Sorella, calling him his friend. Chris leaned to her husband, and Greyu asked what had happened. But this time, even if he is not going anywhere, he just has to give something. The leader looked in surprise that he handed him his dragon. Cyril, along with their team, went the road to the pasture. Emma asked how much more left to go to reach that place. Delivered in his thoughts, the guy stretched to his pocket, looking for a card. Holding the map in his hand, he showed that if you go beyond the Oversight River, somewhere near the Nariva Mountains, you can find the right place. Their journey lasted the south, and it surprised the dragon. She wondered if it would not be easier if they were walking a straight path. The young man noted that their feet could actually disperse. Emma invited him to sit on her back. She added that she was feeling his heavy breathing, and asked him not to overstress. Kirilo thanked him, but felt he wanted to say something else. The guy assured that if everything is that way, then he would cope with it on his own. The young man noted that it could not be easy, but Emma only nodded and replied that it was quite possible. The dragon asked, "What about Louise then?" Even if she wants to sleep, Cyril can simply order. Cyril did not keep silent and immediately denied her words. Cyril asked if he was talking about a conquest, and immediately added that he was not liked by such things. The guy decided that, of course, he could force them to use the technique even without their consent. The dragons denied, insisting that the situation is now extremely serious, and this force should be used immediately. Cero confessed that he never wanted to use it. Hearing his words, Emma thought about his stubbornness. The young man apologized for his stubbornness, but the dragon just smiled and replied that there was nothing wrong with that. She supported him, confessing that she understands that if he shows such a stubbornness, then only because she worries about everyone. And this, in her opinion, is not a wonder, but even well. Sorel listened to Emma a little, catching her every word. She wanted to add something else, but she confessed that she forgot the right word. Yui, thinking a little, asked if hard work was meant. Emma looked at her with a smile and was barely noticeable. That's what she meant. The dragon laughed softly and noted that the guy was too strictly about himself. Cyrillin tilted his head a little and confessed that he apparently embarrassed her with his behavior. Continuing his way to the distance, the guy thought whether he did not take a short break, but decided that he could go a little further. All together went to the pasture. Yui suddenly looked at her with horror. She asked Kirill to stop, and then the guy asked her a question. Emma immediately exclaimed his name, full of anxiety. Seeing this, the guy swayed and quickly bounced back, just when a magical charge flew before him. It fell to the ground with such force that it left a small bump. Louis appeared with his dragons, slowly approaching. Cyril shouted at him, unable to restrain his emotions because of his act. The guy noted that he asked him a question and added that it was not interesting. Louis died and said that if he went there, it could be a real problem. With a gloomy and alarmed look, Cyril asked sarcastically if that is really the case. Putting his hand on the thigh, Louis did not calm down and insisted they risk their license. The series replied that even if so, their guild now is probably busy with this situation. Louis was surprised and froze for a moment without expecting such a development. He strongly stated that it did not apply to him. Having expressed his opinion about the terrible guild of Cyril, he heard only reassurance in response. They say, "It is not necessary to worry because they would save dragons." Having ordered, Louis made his dragon rush on Cyril. In preparation for the battle, Cyril wondered if he could go through all the rivals without hurt anyone. The dragons stopped and exchanged views. Cyril could not even imagine that the dragons would not harm him at all. Louisa engulfed rage and misunderstanding. Why not dragons attack him? Michel turned to Emma and wondered if he could be trusted. Emma asked if he did not know Cyril, to which he replied that they were not yet familiar. Cyrilla's dragon confirmed that it was about the person she trusts the most. Dragons cast their views on each other. Michel replied that he understood everything and said he could go on. Cyril was amazed at the fact that alien dragons allowed him to go through. 3 dragons confessed that they were tired of him and sought to join others. However, they were well aware of how much trouble could cause it, so they decided that it was better to leave it here. The young man sincerely thanked the dragons, saying that their help would become invaluable for him. When Cyril called Emma, he reported that it was time to go. Louis asked what they planned to do, ordering the dragons to destroy the Cyril. And the dragons, meanwhile, patiently listened to Louis tells their stories. The guy was angry and stated that he was underestimated. The series returned to the boy and his dragons with concern. The guy waved his hand and said the spell. Dragons were instantly in shackles. The magic enveloped the dragons, and they trembled from the power of spell. Cyril did not expect such an act at Louis, so he was confused. Dragons instantly became aggressive, showing their hostility. Seeing this, Emma immediately exclaimed that this spell was called the Ring. The young man felt some annoyance because of Louise's actions. Sleeping, the guy ordered the dragon to attack the young man. Michelle and her team were instantly falling out of place, rushing to zero. The young man used magic to cover the earth with a thick fog and thus distract the enemies. Dragons began to suffocate and cough with thick smoke. After dragons, the boys confessed that they could not escape. As soon as the enchanted animals gathered to attack the young man, as suddenly the cry of Emma sounded behind his back. She ordered to attack because she was afraid that they could answer. Seeing dragons in bright armor, the young man thought they were real cool guys. Emma inspired him, assuring him, if he now puts the full, then it will become easier, because otherwise it will only be more difficult. Delivered in reflection, Kirill returned to the conversation with Yui in his head. He immediately exclaimed her name. The guy asked his dragon to hide him next to him. Yui immediately took the case. A moment, and Yui with Cyril seemed to dissolve in the air. Louis stared at where they had just stood. The young man was confused and wondered where they went. The young man stopped next to the dragons and looked closely at Louis. Enchanted animals barely shifted their breath. The guy's hand was covered by flames. He was worried that he had already been exposed, and while Louis managed them, they couldn't do anything. Suddenly the columns shook on the neck of the dragons and began the wards. The guy could not understand why the shackles, which he just put on, began to bake the skin. Meanwhile, Cyril was already behind him, ready for attack. The young man hit Louis with his elbow in his back, and he fell to the ground. The guy stood next to the dragon, and it was at that moment that he solemnly said that everything was behind. Emma approached the dragons that were curled with magic, and asked with anxiety if everything was fine with them. When the charming potion stopped acting, the dragons checked their condition and admitted that they did not want everything to end in that way. Emma was convinced that everything was fine with them. However, she quickly engulfed anger at Louis. She planned to take revenge, and Cyril stopped her. The young man assured that he was not worth the effort, and it is better to keep the strength to save others. The dragon heard the words of his master and immediately responded to them. Emma explained that it was only thoughts, and there is nothing more. The creatures on which the spell fell now looked carefully at Emma and Cyril. They admitted that they would envy her because she was lucky to have such a caring owner. Emma confirmed their words. Emma replied that he was just a wonderful master. Meanwhile, at home, Kellett quickly moved from side to side, as if looking for a way out. Chris laughed and advised her not to upset herself in vain. Louise wondered Chris that he had passed Cyril during dinner. He replied that it was the horn of his phoenix. Colette was surprised, and Chris assured her that he was nearby. Kiro would not die. He raised his head and thought. Looking at the picturesque place near the house, he thought when he needed his horn. When Emma arrived at the pasture, she asked if she was really the same place. Looking around, the young man became convinced that she was telling the truth. They looked at the stone building and noted that it was reminiscent of a real prison. Entrance to the pasture seemed truly threatening. The top of the fence is wrapped with an electricity. Emma just smiled and said it was still gently said. Where it comes from, everything is completely different. You replied that you did not know how Emma was there, but you were somehow awkward. The huge stone building seemed truly creepy. Swallowing the ball in the throat, Kiro looked with a certain fear to the entrance to the pasture. Having collected all their strength, Cyril, along with the team, strongly went inside. Inside, everything was scattered, broken, and destroyed. Continuing to move forward, Cyril, along with their dragons, carefully explored everything around. Emma felt anxious because the heavy and depressing atmosphere prevailed. Kiro said many dragons were found here. He asked what was meant. The stone walls were scratched by claws, the buildings lay destroyed, and traces were visible on the ceiling as if it were biting a giant beast. She explained that he had different types of dragons before him, and the guy thought about her words. Emma said that at least 6 different types of dragons were found here. In view of this information, Cyril proposed to move on. The young man understood that at the same time it would be difficult to fight against many. Suddenly the dragon exclaimed, surprised to see. The dragon, covered with horror, asked what was happening, and the young man turned to understand what the noise rose. Seeing this, Kirill could not utter a word of surprise. Because of the destroyed wall, a 2-headed dragon appeared, and its silhouette was well visible to anyone who looked in the other way. Each step of his paws hugged a loud roar, as if a real giant monster had stepped on the earth. Suddenly, something unknown and wings appeared from the wall. They were faced with a 2-headed monster, as if a real nightmare came to life. Its huge size was frightened, but even more striking as one of the mighty body rose 2 terrifying heads from one mighty body. The sinister roar pierced the whole body to the bones, forcing the heart to shrink against fear. Sorel, along with their dragons, froze with horror, seeing what unfolded before their eyes. Seeing the dragon, Yui exclaimed that she was a chimera. Chimera is a monster that combines the features of several different creatures at a time. The young man looked around and thought, if a chimera appeared here, he is definitely not the only one who got into this place. The dragon looked carefully at them, as if evaluating everyone with his insightful look. The dragon with 2 heads immediately roared for the entire space. Faced with Chimera, Cyril, along with his dragons, was in a difficult situation, not knowing how to proceed. The dragon suddenly attacked them, outlining the mouth and releasing the fire directly in their direction. He gathered a flame tangle in his mouth, preparing it with a weapon for the next battle. After flying into the air, the chimera released the flow of hellish flames. The monster hit you with her attack. Hearing her voice, the young man rotates immediately and exclaims her name. The chimera was already preparing to attack the young man and his comrades again. Emma, in panic, called for Cyril. Desperate, Cyril gathered magic in his palms, preparing to repel the monster. The young warrior, preparing for the battle, reached out to the chimera and strongly rushed. The magic of the guy created a thick fog that slowly stepped down the earth. Kirill asked you to remove the curtain. The chimera stood in smoke and coughed, trying to understand what was happening around. Hearing the roar of the dragon, Cyril with the team quickly turned and decided that now the smartest. First to retreat. Among the ruins of the former buildings, dust is raised, and stones are scattered around, reminiscent of once majestic structures. The team watched as the camera was slowly moving. Concerned and sad, Emma wondered what a chimera. The monster slowly moved on, moving away from them more. Sarah looked at the whole picture with sympathy, and noticed that he did not know himself. But perhaps that it was here that the key to the unraveling. Emma never understood what was talking about, so the young man suggested that she move on. They continued to move through the ruins of this pasture. Looking at the terrain, Emma was surprised that the dragons were not visible anywhere. Cyril quietly showed the enemy and said that now only the chimera remained in front of them. Based on the traces found by Emma, Cyril expressed his version of events. The young man explained that they were not just a dragon, but a creature created by the fusion of the forces of 6 dragons into one. Emma, with anxiety in her eyes, immediately understood what it was about. She asked a question, and the guy confirmed that most likely these traces belonged to Himeri. The dragon has confusedly admitted that he could not understand how possible. Emma asked if this happened. You will be asked to decide what they should do next. The dragon reminded them of the most important thing, asking them, didn't they come to save the dragons? Cyril plunged into deep reflections. The young man sincerely hoped that everything would be resolved peacefully, so he did not resort to power, but tried to manage the situation only in words. Full of hopes, dragons closely monitor a young man who has to make his choice. Emma looked at the boy with uncertainty and asked if they could do it. Cyril answered, and in his voice there was a confidence they would do their best. The guy suggested that they stay still and let him come closer. Hearing this, Emma immediately denied. In her opinion, it was too risky. The gentleman expressed his hope that the negotiations would be calm, but if something goes wrong, he is counting on their support. Sorel appealed to Emma, asking him to signal, to distract. In the meantime, he asked Yui to help get a vision. Having accepted the order from the owner, the dragons agreed and asked him to be careful. The young man confidently heading towards the ominous dragon. Going closer, he looked closely at Kamaru. After a short pause, he wondered if the dragon was hearing it, but in response he received only a hostile look from a huge creature. The angry dragon fiercely roared and looked at the guy. The dragon opened widely, preparing to swallow delicious grains. The guy jumped sharply to the side, moving away from him. The jaws of the dragon flared more and more, hinting at the fact that a mighty fire pillar would escape. The dragon exhaled the flames, the bright glow of which shone everything around. Cyril shouted in despair, trying to reach his consciousness, and asked whether he was talking about what it was talking about. Sorel impatiently tied his tongue and asked demanding, waiting for the answer. Looking at him with anxiety, he asked himself in confusion of why he couldn't hear him. While the guy tried to understand what was happening, the dragon continued to grow angrily on him. In his soul, he raged a storm of emotions when he realized, before him, not real dragons, but only a distorted reflection of their essence. He bit his lip and looked at them with a combination of rage and despair, mourning their lost authenticity. Yold wondered if they dreamed of returning to his former life. Suddenly, some sounds that were moving, and the young man looked surprised in the direction. The dragon himself sought to get rid of his life. The guy, looking at them, said they were their voices. The dragon did not stop praying to the young man, begging him to give salvation and peace of mind so that he finally found a rest. Looking at Khmer, the young man asked why she wanted so much. The dragon confessed that he was suffering from unbearable pain, that he hurts so much that the only thing he wants is to end with all this. The desperate pleading of Kyra made it clear that her consciousness would gradually fade, and he realized the inevitability of this moment. Winning pain and difficulty breathing, the dragon did not give up and continued to ask his questions. Seeing the dragon suffering, Cyril sighed in doubt, preparing to take some actions. The guy clenched his fist and his hand was shaking. He understood that there were no other options, so it was only necessary to act. The young man, rapidly approaching the dragon, sincerely apologized to him. Without thinking for a second, he rushed forward to jump straight to the dragon. I understand that it was very dangerous, but he still dared to help and jumped directly at the angry dragon. After Cyril said the spell, his palms shone with a magical light. The young man strongly threw his spell into the mouth of the two-headed dragon. Suddenly the space was striking a strange glow. The dragon instantly illuminated the radiance that escaped from the boy's magic, and just in his eyes, his body began to change. Among chaos and debris, the monster suddenly began to decrease rapidly. A young man, confused with everything that was happening, stood and watched the events, listening carefully to the words of gratitude from the mouth of a bizarre creature. Wingless dragons saw a chimera turning and watched with admiration for this miracle. The bright light of the dragon nucleus, filled with gratitude to Cyril, spoke about the dreamy freedom they have been waiting for. The guy was surprised when he saw the core of the dragon. Without hesitation, he rushed to him every day. He rapidly rushed to the remnants of the dragon, holding the horn of Phoenix, and directed his strength directly into the heart of the monster. Suddenly, a thick smoke curtain enveloped the land. The fog hid the body that lay right in the middle. When the dragon was overwhelmed, he realized that he was still alive. He stood up and could not hide his surprise. The whole world around is like a wild space that envelops with its face. The dragon, not believing in what was happening, asked in surprise why he was still alive. Sitting, he watched the company carefully in front of him, amazed to the depths of the soul. Kirill and his dragons could not take his eyes off the new look of Chimera. The guy, glowing with happiness, happily stated that everything happened exactly as he conceived. At the same moment, the dragon became indifferent, and the loss of all interest in everything around. His unexpected slump caused astonishment and confusion of everyone around. Emma faded from unexpected events and immediately asked if everything was fine with him. The guy put his hand on the dragon and assured that all is well. Kirill cast his gaze on him and reassures him. Breathing is normal, so there is no reason to worry. Emma felt that every cell of her body seeks relief, and with a deep breath she allowed herself to be this desired moment of rest. She felt peace in her soul, and said with a smile that she was glad to be alive. Emma told Joy and her companion about the Horn of Phoenix and how striking his strength is. The guy mentioned mutation with magic cameras. Sumpered, Kirill said it was the only way to release her. Completely relaxing and discarding all the doubts, the young man smiled in an incentive. He acknowledged that there were no guarantees of success, but still hoped for a good result. You can remember something and ask questions. She looked at the sleeping dragon and asked herself what a creature he looked like. Emma and Cyril were surprised to look at the dragon lying before them. Cyril confessed that he had never met anything like this before, and his words were supported by Emma from Yui. It was also the first time for them. In his memory, His memories were flashed again, and he suddenly noticed that when she was Chimer, everything became extremely clear. He suggested that he could be changed, but it was a completely different story. Emma noted that it looks quite ordinary. She asked what to do now, but the guy replied that there was nothing left but just waiting. When Cyril promised that no one would know about her, he asked the Yui to hide her from his priestly eyes on his way home. Yui was wondered if it would be enough for her to turn her past look. The young man gently stroked her on his head, praised and said that she was a real youth. You wanted to add something else. She said she noticed another dragon, which was weakened. Emma and Cyril were surprised by her words. The young man instantly took his hands and firmly stated that they immediately went after them. Returning back, the young man informed the corner that the dragons were 31. He also said that, unfortunately, there were those who came too late and were no longer rescued. The girl thanked Kirill and said that the dragons are now under the supervision of doctors. Standing behind the counter, Rosa said that other cases are now dependent on them. She praised him, and tears shone in her eyes. After a short pause, the young man said it was good but did not make sense. However, the girl only smiled and said that even so, that's still good. Rose reminded him of the failure of another group. But despite this, he still brought the matter to the end. Cyril took his eyes away and muttered a voice about some other group. The girl replied that people would talk about it a little, but over time the rumors will subside. The guy waved his hand disrespectfully and said that the fight was already here, so nothing wrong. The girl smiled in surprise and asked if it was true. She promised to understand this issue, but asked him to keep her up to date. The guy thanked her. After a short pause, the girl wanted to ask something. She asked, with a slight anxiety in her voice, whether everything is fine and whether nothing was worried. The young guy was confused by her unexpected question. He realized that she knew everything about the chimera, which was hiding in the pasture, but Cyril decided that it was better to remain their mystery, and others did not know about it. Sarah said that he destroyed this because there was a problem later and it was no longer possible to cope with that force. Rose lowered the look, full of despair. He spoke about his vision about the pasture, emphasizing that he considers his recovery completely impossible under any conditions. The guy decided to say nothing more. When he expressed his opinion about the pastor, Rosa assured him that he fully understood him. The girl asked for how everything happened, and the guy did not forget to remind about the award. After she confidently answered yes, the guy thanked her sincerely. Sarah returned home and immediately began to introduce a brand new girl to her guild. Chris laughed, sincerely greeting a new girl. Looking at her only once, he said Cyril that they had done right. He said it was an artificially created dragon, but all the evidence was already destroyed. Cyril confirmed that this is exactly what he expected until a brand new girl could still recover from shock. Kiss said bitterly, the centuries pass and people are hardly changing. He could not imagine that such experiments could still happen. The young man asked the dragon how long this development took, and the dragon thought for a moment. He replied that he could not say with certainty whether they had some truly successful projects during this time. However, Chris openly showed interest in the artificial dragon. Kirill again asked Chris that he was referring to the word interesting. First of all, he emphasized that he was not known at this type. The guy replied that he had never heard about it, so it is probably a completely new look. Chris noted that the creature was very similar to the perfect one that people always dreamed of creating. The dragon, in surprise listening to their conversation, could not understand what was happening, and Cyril carefully asked how all this happened. Chris, concentrated and a little confused, shared one of his assumptions about how it could all happen. He said that when Kirill defeated the mixed dragon and used the Horn of Phoenix, all 6 or 7 species united, and a new creature was born. The guy asked in surprise whether it was possible. Chris explained with a smile that it was only his assumption. Chris stated that because it was his horn, nothing strange happened, and smugly laughed. Returning to the dragon, Cyril asked her what they should do next. The dragon looked at the guy, and in his eyes, fear and surprise mixed. The young man smiled and assured her that there was nothing to worry about. He said that everything was fine, and promised to keep it up. She asked with anxiety if there was protection here. With excitement in her voice, she asked another question, fearing to meet cruelty. The guy also wondered about the cruelty, sincerely surprised by this word. The dragon admitted that he almost did not remember it, but it was extremely difficult and painful for her. Cyril said calmly, without raising his voice, that this would not happen under any circumstances. Seeing the little dragon trembles with fear, he inadvertently wondered about the horrific trials that therefore had to endure. She asked once again whether it was true, and the guy reaffirmed it again. But the girl did not stop and asked the last time, "Is that exactly true?" The young man gently stroked her on his head and assured that all this was the pure truth. The dragon could not restrain his joy. Such happiness was literally glowing in his eyes, and it was noticed all around. Cyril asked her to give her a name, because she now had to live with them. She exclaimed with joy and immediately agreed. The guy thought of her new nickname. Cyril decided to call her Chanel and warmly greeted her. She gladly accepted her new name, and in response to his greeting sincerely thanked a warm, grateful gesture. Chris was convinced that Chanel would feel safe and rest near Cyril. Chris turned to Brun, calling her name loudly. He advised her to enter into a contract with their teacher. Kirill and Chanel were immediately asked why it was needed. Chris did not stop smiling noticeably. He smiled smartly and explained that it would only bring their relationship closer, and Cyril willingly agreed. The dragon drew a magical circle on the ground and demanded from each of them a drop of blood. A drop of blood fell from the body of Cyril and Chanel. Combining their blood, they created a new force. The guy looked at his hand and was surprised by the force that suddenly appeared in it. Chris asked what they thought about his new power. Without taking his look away, he paused a small pause, and then confidently stated that it was a reincarnation. Suddenly the boy's hand shone with bright light. Deciding to test their new abilities for transformations, Cyril forced his body to sow bright sparks. Chris smiled watching him, and Chanel froze from surprise. Her mouth remained open with surprise. His hand was gradually covered with a dragon's scales. Long black claws suddenly grew on the fingers. Together with the wings, Kirill also appeared in his tail. Turning into a dragon, the young man could not hide his surprise. Seeing his converted body, he exclaimed with a surprise, captured by his new look. Chris, without holding back admiration and laughter, exclaimed that he was just incredible. And Chanel added that Cyril had changed so much that he was no longer recognized. Having analyzed his new ability, Chris finally clarified everything for himself. He explained that this creature can be called a dragon. Chris noted that it was a strange and at the same time an interesting mixture of human and dragon traits. Looking at Chanel, Cyril said it was in agreement with her. Thinking, the guy assumed that perhaps that is why he now resembles a chimera. Considering his new skills, Cyril wondered what could now change his appearance without any difficulty. Easy to tremble with his wings and swaying his tail, the boy froze, plunging into his thoughts. He looked at his hand and wondered what force she hides. Kirill gradually gained human likeness again. The young man watched the young man how he returns to his human appearance. Asking the guy about what happened, Chris could not break away from his own thoughts about a new skill, thinking what it is. The embarrassed, Kirill scratched his back and confessed that he had no strength. Laughing at everything that was happening, Chris finally realized why his changes came so rapidly. Cyril noted that although a little time has passed, they spent a lot of energy. In response, Chris proposed to test this ability in practice. The guy rested, sighed that you would not do anything here, and suggested going to buy together. But Chris suddenly interrupted him. The dragon asked to wait a little. Soon Chris returned with the bull, which was quite surprised by Cyril. Declaring that this bowl would be enough for porridge, he immediately set out to cook. The guy also confirmed that the meat is really enough. After they milked the dish, the bones themselves remained on the plate. Chanel could not believe her eyes seeing such an appetite. Chanel reported that she ate. In response, the young man laughed and noted that he was probably able to surprise her with it. He told her that he had a contract not only with her, but also with other dragons from this guild. Chanel, fascinated by his story, was amazed by the variety of the dragons he cooperated with. The young man smiled and said that it was because of this that he has such different abilities. Since the boys were about to return, Sero suggested that Chanel meet everyone. Chanel replied with a smile that she was already waiting for this meeting, and she was interested in seeing everyone in person. The young man, as if feeling the approaching moment, said it was time to check his ability to reincarnate. Raising, he and Chris took a few steps forward. Holy transform. K-Roll took the look of a dragon. His body turned into a mighty snake creature. Chanel was fascinated by Cyril when he talked about the changes that had happened to him, especially how it became much larger after transforming his muscle. Chris, expressing his opinion on the words of Cyril, decided to offer him one idea. The dragon suggested that the young man attack him. The young man looked at the dragon in surprise and asked if he was allowed to do so. Chris stated that he was immortal, so everything is well. The dragon said that the young man is like a little pebble who is not able to harm, and these words reassured the guy. The young man asked Chanel to stay away in case of unforeseen situations. Chris moved away from Cyril. Having prepared for the battle, Cyril was completely ready to start. The young man boldly asked not to delay and odd once declare a duel. The guy jumped rapidly and struck the enemy powerfully into the jaw. The dragon flew to the side, avoiding a powerful blow caused by Cyril. The young man ran to Chris and exclaimed that he was not all. Pushing his paw from the ground, he was preparing to jump. The young man boldly rushed directly at the dragon. Kirill gathered all his forces and began to sneak Chris with his fists. He did not stop and continued to struck his fists. A hole began to appear in Chris' wing. Seeing his wing, the dragon felt mild anxiety. Without expressing any emotions, the dragon praised Cyril, noting that even his ability to regenerate does not have time for the boy. The wave of delight engulfed them, and Chris asked if he could try again. The guy agreed to it. Tiro was already preparing to strike a new blow. Suddenly, the young man became a human likeness again. The transformation happened so rapidly that Chris remained struck. The guy explained to him that he just lost all his strength. While the dragon came to his senses, it suddenly came to him why his friend changed so quickly. He noticed that even after ate the bull, the fight did not last long. It only confirmed the words of Cyril about how much energy was spent. Chris said it was quite cool. The dragon confessed that even he was struck by this force, so in this form, the hero would become the most powerful among all people. The guy barely bowed and thought with a smile that it would become their trump card. He turned and called Chanel. The young man sincerely thanked the dragon for his incredible talent. He was struck by the expression on her face. He called her again, but in her eyes there was a strange, incomprehensible spark. Chanel sighed and complained that her eyes were already tired. She does not have time to monitor their duel. They felt relieved when they realized that it was all over. The peer laughed and noted that it was difficult for him to imagine how such a force could have such a power. Cyril with Jean walked through the streets of the city. John seemed to be just filled with joy. The girl barely pronounced the words, enthusiastically looking at Cyril as if there was a deity in front of her. So noble for him seemed appearance. The guy again asked about the deity. When the young man went to the city, he opened his new face for a moment. Since then, it has remained just like that. With delight in her voice, the girl noted the incredible force that Cyril had, emphasizing that it is almost impossible to gain such power. She admires that Cyril is the best of all the dragon's knights. Slightly embarrassing, the young man thanked Jean for her good words. Remembering the past, Cyril said that he could only talk to them before, and now he could even turn. However, there is one small detail. Jean wondered what it was. Cyril told that he needed to eat a lot so as not to lose strength and remain energetic. He eats much more. His portions are always 3 times larger than the rest. The girl was surprised to see he ate 3 times more than her. The guy with the effort confessed that, to put it mildly, he was already tired of eating the same thing, and at the same time in large quantities. Nazna immediately supported him, dividing these feelings and agreeing with him. She suggested finding a chef and even promising to help with the choice of a suitable candidate. Cyril thought briefly, but eventually refused this proposal. When she wondered, she was explained that the chef should join their company. The guy added that it is better to choose the person who, as he feels, can be trusted. Zana looked at him with delight. She turned away immediately, leaving the master in full surprise. The girl pressed her hands to her face and whispered quietly about trust. Glad that she still exists. Gray felt anxious, thinking if he offended her with his refusal. However, the girl quickly turned to him. The girl said she would look forward to, but the guy never realized that she was meant. Nazna suddenly noted that delicious food was somehow mysteriously related to their changes. She looked enthusiastically at his dragon's appearance, and every time she knocked down the boy from the pantalik. The young man again showed his impatience, but promised to do everything possible. The young man wondered if she really liked his appearance. The wings noticed that someone was approaching them, and quickly understood. It was a gang of robbers who chose them their victim. One of the robbers, with a scornful smile, noted that Cyril was not doing so badly. The bully stated that he considers him just a fool, but added that he still had his own benefit. After these words, the girl only hissed. The young man annoyingly demolished their images. However, he suddenly called and asked who they were. When he was called to those who did not have a name, he was asked if everything he does was just for the sake of money. The young man said he understands why they treat him with hostility. However, he was really interested in, who are these people? He smiled and noted Cyril that he had done too many problems for Furious. When the guy realized that he was talking about Rinthvolt, he reacted only in indifference. The bullies confirmed his words. The tail bandit, sighing, said that in the next life, he would curse them all, as well as his foolishness, through which he was left without dragons. A group of bullies already aimed at Cyril and were going to attack him. Kirilo assured that everything became clear to him, and he realized that they were waiting for this moment. In response, John began to address him repeatedly. Sir Kirill. The young man reassured her, saying that everything was fine with him, and explained that he was going to transform. The girl, worried, asked what would be with his energy. Looking at his hand, the guy smiled. The hand took a look like a dragon. The body changed, and Kirill suddenly realized all these guys were actually the same. He first attacked one. After that, he quickly dealt with most of his opponents. The young man tensed, sat down, and was ready to attack the attack. Each serial attack was so rapid that it ended with his victory over the enemy. The girl was impressed with the palm of her hand, admiring what she saw. Mr. Sorel became his human appearance again as if under charming influence. Jean could not hold back the admiration, admiring the dragon that Cyril turned. She looked directly at the robbers with determination. The girl asks what to do with them now. Zana suggested punishing them because she should only say the word. Her people instantly embarrass all things. The young woman stated that she was a princess, so there was no need for it. For the fact that you dared to attack Cercero and thus added this crime to your debts, you are already deserving of death. The young man wondered how much she became angry. The series commented on this situation, noting that it was for this purpose that they exist, to do such things. So he does not know what to do with them. Jen suggested that Luiga call. The young man was a little surprised. The man politely asked her to wait a little, because first there are more important things to do. Jean went in the same direction as Cyril. The girl immediately recognized the place where the young man brought her. They finally reached Guild Rinto, also called the Furu Su. The guy told that this is not the first time when he was climbed. Now Gina was also involved in this case, and it was very upset by Cyril. The young man said he could not forgive it. They were in front of a massive door to Guild Rintval. That's where their next adventure began. The guy with the girl went to the guild together. The young man who had just walked into the guild apologized for what he worried, and it surprised the guy. Louis did not expect to see Cyril in their guild and was genuinely surprised by his appearance. Seeing the guy Kiro called him, Louis was stunned and could not understand why he was here. Feeling suspicion of Louis, the young man stated that they needed to talk seriously. When Cyril asked to talk to the responsible, Louis interrupted him, stating that their conversation was over here. The guy did not have time to finish his opinion, as the princess suddenly interrupted him, calling Kirill loudly. The princess announced that she would make a statement for all, because, according to her, the truth should remain true. Louis was surprised when he suddenly saw the princess who visited him. The girl was sure that he already realized that he was not John, but a real princess. Louis asked if all this was really happening. The girl nodded and quietly confirmed that it was pure truth. David added that she was going to openly tell everyone she heard and saw. The guy of the otters. The words were missing. He could not say anything or even think of how to express his thoughts, because he was not ready for such a surprise. The guy began to stutter and asked timidly to wait. Louis tried to say something, but his hands trembled with excitement. Cyril realized that he could not give an accurate answer, so he only exhaled. He then turned to the princess again, continuing the conversation. The young man asked that he did not want to listen to her, and asked if they would now have to go to a government agency. The princess replied that yes, she would have, but she did not mind. The most important thing for a girl is to know the truth, so she agrees. Cyril thought for a moment how everything was going on, but realized if he had not stopped the princess, she would really hit him well. Louis, shouting, tried to say something again. All attempts were in vain. Cyril, putting his hands in his sides, was strictly warned. Setting up on the sofa, the young man stated that if the responsible does not appear, they would just leave. The anxiety was clearly read on the face of Louis. He got up and asked them to wait a little. Louis went to call the chief. The man apologized to the princess for what burden she had to carry. In front of them, on the other side of the table, there was a person responsible for everything that happens here. It was the deputy chairman of the guild Luform. The guy confessed that he had to see him the oldest among all. To this the man calmly replied that he would not allow himself to be dishonest with the princess. The girl wondered if they really thought that what happened before was not something difficult. The man apologized, explaining that the visit had to be reported immediately. The elder once again sincerely apologized for everything. The princess looked indifferently at her husband. The man said that Louis confessed to him in his involvement in the attack. Gray realized that such words were actually a fault. The man sincerely apologized and added that Louis had already made a well-deserved punishment. The young man said it was not worth it. The elder, throwing a guilty look, thought and asked himself. The young man crossed his hands on his chest and began to explain. Louis used people to attack them. In response, they went against him. And in that they say there was nothing wrong. Kirillo added that the most important thing in this situation is the presence of a princess. The guy asked the princess, what did people say when they first saw her? Remembering their conversations, the princess realized that she was perceived as a pleasant addition to everything else. The young man said that these people humiliated Her Majesty. The man was worried and explained that they did not even know that they were faced with the princess herself. The guy noted that even if you tell everything openly, it would not make sin easier, and asked if his interlocutor understood. The elder was worried and wanted to understand in more detail what was happening. The princess is left to the left of Cyril. The young man thought that if her father, the king himself, learned of it, he himself did not avoid trouble. A man, covered with cold sweat from excitement, asked what to do now. Cyril stressed that it was a real traumatic event, and if everyone knows about it, they end. The man asked to wait a little and plunged into thought, trying to find a way out of this situation. The elder slowly rose from its seat. It has passed for a while, and the man returned again. He had a box in his hands. He put her on the table and asked if it would help reassure their anger. When I opened the box, there were 100,000 layers inside. The girl turned to the young man and wondered what he was thinking about it. The man was nervous, waiting for the answer. He added that the parties had agreed and signed a peace agreement. After the negotiations, Cyril and Jane walked the city streets together. The young man was happy to see that they were now finally punished. Suddenly, Cyril turned his gaze on Jean. Seeing her face, he asked what had happened. The girl apologized to mention the urgent business. The young man again asked his question, and this time the girl confidently answered yes. The girl politely asked if she could go, and Solf did not detain her, only recalled that she had her own business related to various meetings and responsibilities. He asked if she needed help, and the princess thanked the boy in response. They say, it was not something serious. The guy nodded, making it clear that he understood everything, and said goodbye. The girl smiled warmly in response. She with excitement rushed forward to do her business. While the young man was walking through the streets of the city, his thoughts were constantly returning to the report on one scoundrel, which he had to submit to the government. The young man turned somewhere else. He saw a shop where they sold various products for dragons. The young man looked into his bag. In the guild of Mr. Sorel, a lively atmosphere always prevailed. There were a variety of people, thirsty adventures and new achievements. The boys told him that the job was completed, and Kirill thanked them sincerely. Emma with Louise carefully looked out of the corner and asked if they could already go. Hearing the affirmative answer, the young man with a smile invited them to the home. Emma wondered what it was construction, what it was made of, and who was engaged in its construction. Kirill noted that it would be faster if they are convinced of it. The Puts laughed and stated that he would try the first, and Louise immediately denied, they say, so dishonest. The young man stood at the entrance, smiling warmly. The dragons looked at their home and could not understand what had changed here. They continued to carefully explore the surrounding area. Kirill asked how the things changed, and Louise replied that it is difficult for her to say for sure, but something tangible happened. The dragons were genuinely admired by the new comfort, although they still did not understand what had changed. Chris, laughing fun, jumped on the ground and immediately noticed that the soil was not at all as usual. Lowering, the girls also noticed that something had changed. Kirill said he asked her to change here. Emma could not believe her ears when she heard this name. She was really surprised. Louise asked if she knew and heard the statement in response. Emma said that this blue grass is originally from the lands of the dragons, and it is where it is considered the most expensive. Emma asked if such a grass was growing everywhere, and Zero confirmed with a smile that it was so. While Emma was still stunned, Louise wondered how much this land costs. Kirill said, 20,000 and all here. Louise could not believe her eyes, seeing this amount, and Chris only sighed and said that Cyril had completely gone crazy. The guy explained that this is the place where you spend most of your day, so you want to make it as comfortable as possible, even if it is not cheap. Chris confessed that he did not quite understand it, but the restoration itself already cost a lot. Paying attention to another detail, Chris realized that he had changed not only the land itself. Kirill assured that he was right. He stood next to the wall and pointed his hand. It was a crystal designed to enhance magic. The young man explained that with the help of Star's magic in this place will become much stronger and cleaner. Dragons could not believe their eyes. The events that happened before them were simply impressed with the imagination. Chris was surprised by such a strong energy of this crystal. It seemed like a dragon had just been born. Emma asked Cyril in surprise if it was so expensive. The young man named the price of 80,000 lira, and this large sum forced Luis to take off. The guy said that suddenly glowing money appeared, and that's how his long-standing dream finally came true. The dragons did not hide their delight and sincerely thanked their master for such generous gifts. Zero remained satisfied with their reaction. The guy was aware that these changes may seem incomprehensible, but he did correctly when he decided to invest. Suddenly, the voices of girls who were rumored about Kirill were rushed nearby. One of them said he was saying he was really a good person, and the other immediately agreed, yes, that's really. The princess appeared, and the cow stood obediently on the left side of her. The young man thought about the princess and the woman standing next to him. The young man leaned in a welcoming gesture and apologized to met them before. The girl just waved her hand, they say. This is not a problem, and asked not to worry. The princess really wanted to introduce him to one special person. It was Girl Countess. The young man was stunned by the fact that such a respectable lady came to him. The guy worshipped low and introduced himself as Cyril Larose. A woman who was noticeably moved by such a courtesy, in response called her name Clara Giral. He stopped in front of the princess, hesitating with the question that he would break from his mouth. The girl said that she helped Countess Girau see the truth. The young man asked what she was in mind. The confession of the lady that she has been working with Guild Lentvolm for many years struck the young man. For noble families, such connections were a true rarity, because this guild was dealing with dragons. Usually, if the aristocrat concluded an agreement with them, then for a long time he became for the guild only a constant source of profit. Covering her face with her hand, she told the verse what she learned from the princess about their terrible crimes. The guy was surprised. The woman confessed to doubt whether to continue cooperation, but she noted, "She has an idea that she would like to offer." She asked her to tell her about the dragons of the Foos. The young man was truly impressed with such events. The expression of astonishment was frozen on the young man's face. Does she really join his guild? And if so, does this mean that he will have to conclude an agreement with Graphs? Similar thoughts twisted in his head. One question arose after another. The princess confesses that she was feeling in Lentwolm a strong anger. She can't forgive them and is not even going to do it. Hearing these words, the series seemed to be stuck. They struck him. The guy finally realized what urgent business she spoke about the day before. It was her idea, to weaken Lindvulma. Looking at them, he thought about power, one that allows you to influence even the graph itself. He mentioned the gentle smile of the princess who warmed his heart even at the darkest moments. Cyril realized that he did not really want to see her among his enemies. Kirill could not understand that it was a deal that was arranged by the influence of the princess. The young man wondered what the riddle of Lentvoma was. The guy shared with the woman his desire, if it was a problem that he could handle himself. The girl gave the young man a sign, hinting that he has something important to him. The princess cheered the young man, they say. There is nothing to worry about, because he is a heartroot, and with such as he is always well. The girl added that she chose exactly the person who could definitely hurt them. The young man lingered for a moment, hesitation and thinking that, well, if she really didn't exaggerate. He realized that no matter how side he looked, he still did not compare with the power of Lentvolm. Therefore, Kirill asked the countess to tell him everything as he was, and she agreed. But before the beginning, she wanted to introduce us to one person. She asked him to look. He was surprised that she came not alone, but brought with her someone else. They slowly moved to the carriage. When Sura came closer to the place, she was genuinely surprised to bring with her. It was a dragon of extraordinary, simply fascinating beauty. The young man was quite surprised to see, and the Chris, meanwhile, looked at the window. Chris was amazed at this type of radon, because it was a real rarity. Seeing Redan, the young man asked if he was really the same. The countess nodded and confirmed that he was not mistaken. Cyril knew well that this kind of dragons did not belong to the strongest, but his beauty is not equal to anyone. There were shackles on her paws. The young man, noticing them, began to think about whether he made a mistake. The countess wondered how he had business with their child, and the young man only looked at her in response. He muttered something under his nose, looking gloomily into the floor. Kiro noted her beauty, and the countess agreed with his words. The earl told him that they were most proud of her and his family. Princess told Cyril about one special privilege of aristocrats. They keep several dragons of the radon breed in their estates. According to tradition, it is believed that the beauty of such dragons is a kind of symbol of the genus. The young man suggested that to buy and keep such a dragon, apparently, would cost a considerable amount. Looking out the window, Chris smiled, realizing that it has become part of local culture. Earl explained that he had already entrusted her care for Lentvolma, so now he should take care of her for them. Cyril was thinking about concern and support, thinking about how important it is to take care of loved ones in difficult times. The young man felt a flash of understanding and confidence that he would be able to understand everything. The young man carefully asked if the countess would touch her, and she calmly answered. The young man was confidently approaching the deadly raid on the dragon. Going to her, he politely introduced himself as Kirill and asked how her name is. The dragon said that the vase remained nameless. He said it was sad. He watched with sadness and regret how she had to live in such difficult conditions. Raiden asked if he really understood her language, but Chris only smiled and replied that he was his best friend and, as a man, an extremely interesting personality. She only waved her hand indifferently and replied that, it turns out, such people really exist. Badly, the young man suggested taking care of her, but she asked in surprise whether he really implies it. He explained that Lentwolm was treated in a special way. She indifferently replied that she was indifferent, because in the end she was only a bird that was locked in a cage. Cyril wondered if she wanted to gain her freedom. Raiden assured that all this was in vain, and they had nothing left but to accept shackles. The young man is silent without answering. Raiden was already going to say something. She explained that these shackles could not be removed so easy. When the guy looked at her shackles, he noticed that they had magic and did not question their power. The dragon just got away with his fate and did not even try to do anything. Mr. LaRuse felt the depression as soon as he saw her. The guy realized that she had already lost hope. The young man finally decided to act. Sir Cyril turned into a real dragon. This appearance was a lot of surprise. He reached his hand at the radio oats. The gentleman unexpectedly tore her shackles, which surprised the girl. The countess was outraged by his act. The woman wondered why she did it. The princess asked her to trust him. Returning to his human appearance, Kiro sincerely congratulated her on newly sized freedom. The guy told her that she can do anything she wants. She had no idea that he would do such an act, and it was sincerely pleased. The dragon finally rose to his mighty paws. She lifted her head and looked into the sky. The dragon widespread his wings wide. Raiden straightened his wings and flew into the sky. Radon circled in the air like a butterfly, enjoying the incredible taste of freedom. She was glad that she could finally feel alive. The young man, along with the young ladies, was fascinated by her flight. After free flight, the dragon slowly began to descend to the ground. Once on the ground, she confidently went to the boy. Raiden was delighted. She thanked the young man, but he only said with a smile that there was nothing. The guy captured the dragon's spectacle. Sarah noted that her beauty was simply incredible. Turning to the woman, the young man asked how the Countess was working with their dragon. The woman was delighted with her own kind and sophistication. Raiden, full of excitement, together with Cyril, froze in anticipation of her answer. Cyril said that the dragons were never created to live in captivity. He added that their true beauty can be opened and manifested completely when they are free. The girl was happy, because she was waiting for such an answer from him. The Countess supported her, completely agreeing with the opinion expressed. Watching the animated dragon, the Earl was even more convinced of his opinion about their extraordinary beauty. The woman added that it is not surprising why Her Highness sympathized with him. The Countess expressed the hope that their cooperation would continue. Tilting his head in gratitude, Cyril thanked the lady. The girl, full of admiration, supported the young man with a confident hand movement. Miss Gerald told me that the next payment is expected tomorrow. Hearing that the young man had only one request for her, the Countess became interested and listened carefully. The guy asked to give food for dragons. This request caught her suddenly. The woman replied that if it is only in this, she can call the man herself to hear everything. The young man thanked her. Using a small pause, the Countess expressed her thoughts on the weird manners of Sir Cairo. Namely, at that moment, Jean shouted at him. The girl wondered why he did so. The Graf watched the dragon's hair with delight. The young man sincerely wanted to take care of the dragons and provide them with good food. The princess confidently replied. She had no doubt about Faust's dragons. The Ceres smiled and leaned a little forward. He believed that taking care of the dragons was quite natural. The next day, the girl apologized for so unexpectedly summoned him. For his own eyes see what really happened. Rose spoke about a task that was specifically entrusted with Faust's dragon. The young man is sincerely grateful that he was addressed personally. Rose was proud to receive special registration for Cyril. The boys wondered what task he got, but the girl politely asked them to wait a little. She got the list and said she would read it now. The young man lifted his eyebrows in surprise. He did not expect such a surprise. You did not expect so much, and asked if it was the whole list. Rose tossing an asking look at him and was convinced that it was a list of tasks. The young man wondered how many of them gathered here. The girl thought about it. After looking at the list, she confidently said she would quickly find the right number. She explained that 46 people were required to subordinate, and it took 97 to prepare. The young man did not let her agree. He suddenly interrupted and asked what it means. The girl looked at him with surprise. She added that he did not even think about it. Everyone who was in the building remained closed on the 0th floor. Turning, he suddenly noticed that everyone was looking at him. He did not expect that. Rosa explained that he agreed to the same conditions that had previously offered Lentawolf. Over time, everyone realized he can be trusted, but here they do not. Grabbing his hands behind his head, the guy finally realized why he was drawn to him. Remembering, the guy exhaled lightly. He apologized, but added that he would decide what things to do. The girl agreed, but asked not to depreciate herself. The girl said that they could be denied, because most of them just want relationships with him. The young man with a strange expression replied that it turns out that such suggestions actually exist. The girl crossed her hands on her chest and smiled. He confessed that he would not want the dragons to have to strain too much. Rose agreed that he always treated dragons with care. The series asked to look carefully what was included in this list. The girl noted that there was little information, but the guy just waved his hand. It didn't matter to him. The young man quickly flipped the list, looking carefully at each line. The series believed that he constantly had to do many futile cases. Suddenly, something attracted his attention. The girl wondered in surprise what was happening, and then the guy stretched her list. She bowed her head, trying to understand what it was surprised. The girl got careful about the task. She had to save a dragon that was stuck on a rock and could not go down on its own. Thinking, the girl came to the conclusion that this is a rather strange case, because they usually describe kittens. Long thinking everything, the guy finally shared his intentions. He decided to take up this business, which was a lot of surprise, because only 5 lira was paid for it. Cyril denied, explaining that he could not lose this opportunity, because the dragon's child is now in danger. The girl did not argue with him because she knew his good luck well. The girl noticed that it was very reminiscent of him. The trail opens incredible landscapes. The majestic mountain peaks are drowning in loose, like a blanket clouds. The steep rock rises. Its dark surface inspires spooky and ominous thoughts. Little dragons shake their paws, looking back, afraid to go down. The snow-covered peaks of the mountains rose down to the clouds. Through the fluffy crown of trees, majestic mountains are visible, and clouds are slowly floating above them, creating a real idyllia of nature. After stepping on the ground, the dragon noted that this place should be somewhere here. Louise looked carefully at the terrain until she confessed to herself that she reminded her of something. Cyril also nodded, dividing that feeling. The young man, carefully studying the map, said that according to their data, the cliff on which the dragon hid was located just where they once saved the princess. Louise wondered if she had to save someone this time. Cyril reassured her, saying that he was not. The guy noted that because she was here before, they would be able to cope faster. He promised that if there were some difficulties, he would take everything on himself. He assured her that the transformation process should be successful, and Louise made it clear that he had listened carefully. The dragon wondered who this baby is. In response, Cyril said that it was because of the appearance of this child that he decided to take this task. The guy explained that this feature was mentioned by the customer and suggested that he was most likely a bailer. Louis insisted that in this case they need to accelerate. The silence of the mountains is broken only by the quiet rustle of the leaves in the fluffy crown of trees, and the clouds are slowly floating in the sky, like white sails. With each meter overcome, the outlines of the rock became increasingly clearer and approaching right in front of the eyes. Louise noticed something on a rocky slope. The dragon ordered to look back and guessed that it was her. She confessed that she was trembling with fear and sincerely regretted the condition of the child. Cyril asked if she could do it, and Louise thought for a moment. Lucis noticed that the lack of support points is a threat to the baby. The young man understood all the danger and suggested to go himself. The dragon believed him and supported this hope. The guy, looking carefully at his hand, firmly stated that he was going to transform. The young man turned into a dragon, was rapidly rushed to the bear. The guy pushed his foot off the slope. The appearance of Cyril so struck a little girl that she remained in full surprise. Apparently, when a man suddenly lifted the baby in his arms, the girl was surprised and inadvertently exclaimed. It was her sincere reaction to a surprise. They rapidly rushed down the slope. Cyril, holding his baby in his arms, quickly approached Louise. Once on the ground, the guy returned to himself the human likeness and made a relief that everything had been successful. The little girl, not understanding anything, looked at Louise in surprise. Louise began to explain that everything happened so quickly that she did not even have time to blink. The dragon was excited about whether she was fine with her and whether she got some injuries. On her face was a clear surprise when she asked who was her younger sister. As soon as she was going to answer, as she suddenly covered her unexpected surprise, the young man wondered what had happened. It turned out that he reported it, and unfortunately it was not a real breakthrough. The young man did not expect such a turn of events. She explained to them that there was a dragon, which belongs to the Supreme. It was this fact that surprised the guy. The boy repeatedly repeated that the look was really wonderful, and the girl, meanwhile, was surprised to look at him, looking for confirmation of his words. Usually, the dragons controlled by knights are born through special cultivation on dragon farms. Untouched dragons are called the highest species. They are very rare. Only 1 on 10,000 dragons. Gray was surprised. He froze from surprise. The young man thought he had never seen the dragon that look. The young man felt that someone was looking at him. The girl did not take her eyes out of Girl, watching him carefully. The dragon looked carefully at his head until he finally asked, "What is it?" She wondered if he was indeed her father. This question was so struck by the guy that he just froze with surprise. The confused young man tried to explain that he was not the one he is looking for, because he is an ordinary person. However, she persistently asked him not to interrupt and just listen to her. With indignation in her voice, she asked why he gained human likeness. Because he looked different. She reminded him that he was her father and insisted on hearing why he had changed. Louise wanted to share her assumptions about this topic. She said she seemed like a baby was referring to his transformation. Cyril said that now everything was clear to him. He turned into his dragon again. The baby immediately blossomed in a smile. The charming lion with a sincere smile joyfully ran to Sarah, filled the space with a happy exclamation and hugged him firmly, confessing that he always felt her heart. He was her dad. The young man, again acquired the human likeness, apologized. The guy worried about how much energy was spent in vain, and the dragon only surprised his eyebrows, watching it in the human likeness. The boy did not pay attention to what had happened, and calmly replied that it was nothing serious. Louise realized that it is probably the first time a child sees someone who looked like a dragon. The guy seems to understand what was happening and explained that his behavior caused imprisoning, a consequence of transformation. Louise was genuinely surprised when he learned that Cyril liked the baby dragon, because it was extremely rare. But the guy just smiled modestly and said that he was just lucky. She suggested that her parents may have been quite close. When Cyril asked Draconi where she was born, but only surprised she looked at him and did not understand what she was talking about. Waking up, he asked where she was. His question was so excited by a little girl that her eyes suddenly lit up with joy. She, barely smiling, cunningly pointed somewhere and never answered directly to the question. The young man could not restrain the surprise when he saw her rushes incredibly quickly. It really struck him. It disappeared so quickly that the next moment was far away, even before someone had even managed. Gray, in a hurry, immediately rushed after the child, taking his way to Louise. They just didn't have time for her. Tired of constant persecution, Louise complained that she could not catch up with her incredible speed. She said that the ancestral species were best overcoming short distances. Louise told that people want us to be able to fly long distances because it is unprofitable for them. That is why we are forced to go through such changes. She advised him to close her closely. Louise added that otherwise they would simply lose the goal of sight, and the guy agreed with her words. They stopped, and Kirill suggested giving a dragon to rest. Turning again on the dragon, he broke into the sky to catch up with the baby. The baby was easy to circle in the air like a feather without feeling any tension. Even in a new form, he could not catch up. He felt that he could not stand it for a long time, and began to call her. The young man could not hide his surprise. Standing next to the place where she just appeared, the girl turned to her dad and said it was here. Sorel became human again. The young man approached the baby. His gaze stopped on an empty shell that was once a dragon's home. He wondered if she was local, and in response he heard the affirmative. She said she went to look for him because she did not find it in place. He replied to this that now he realized how she was here. She added that she was very scary. He noticed something unusual in the baby's nest. It was just a piece of fabric. The series thought it was a piece of her parents' claw. While he considered the find carefully, the baby suddenly wondered. She wondered where her sister. He replied that his sister was tired. Cyril explained that she was resting because she was in a hurry. The baby was terribly excited. She stopped in confusion, felt anxiety, and admitted that she had no idea how to act in this situation. Having apologized, she immediately rushed to her younger sister. After scratching the back of the head, the young man realized that he would no longer escape from the pursuit, so he will have to follow her. The reincarnation of the dragon ended, and at the same moment his claw on his paw broke out with a bright light. The scales on his dragon paws glowed with all the colors of the rainbow. Each separately shone and reflected the invisible light. Amazing, charming smoke, like a living creature, wrapped his legs, hiding his claws and scales in a trembling haze. His feet changed. They became wider and much stronger than they were before. Cyril was surprised when he was asked about his legs. He looked at his own legs with surprise and confusion, not fully realizing what was happening. The young man thought of the transformed claw, trying to find an explanation because it just happened. The guy has interesting ideas. Pushing away from the ground, he was already ready to rush. He was not breaking a second, he rushed to the head. Running became a confirmation of his suspicion. Each movement only convinced him that his calculations were correct. Faster than ever before. The boy raced 10 times faster than a skate. The young man no longer changed his appearance. Cyril tiredly admitted that he feels the energy spent gradually affects his condition. Leaning his back against the tree, the guy slowly sank down, sighing and confessing how much he was tired. Running out of the bushes, the little girl immediately called her dad, smiling happily when meeting with him. She asked what happened, but the young man tried to reassure her, saying that everything was fine. Louise barely moves his legs and complains. Everything happens too quickly. She confessed that both she and the owner were already tired of that child. He looked at Louise without words. The Big Dipper was on her back, and Cyril asked her question. Smiling, Louise suggested that he would probably quickly get bored with these reincarnations. The guy smiled, though he was tired. He thanked her with a warm smile, confessing that she really helped him. After igniting the bonfire, they prepared a bear meat. The young man noted that he was already ate well and no longer feel hungry, and he really liked the food. Only bare bones remain. The young man thought about the claw he took during his reincarnation. Gray reminded all those present that there was less time, and the moment was already going back to Parlson. The little girl approached her father and asked where he was going. He said he was going to return home and suggested that she go with him. She willingly agreed. The young man was very happy and enthusiastically replied that in this case he would be pleased to come up with her name. The series thought about it. He suggested her name Leah and carefully asked if she would not be against it if he would call it. The little girl could not restrain her happiness. She accepted his proposal. Tired after a long day, they slowly returned home. Chris sat on the roof of the house, looking thoughtfully in the distance. Suddenly he saw the owner returning home. The dragon was happy and did not hide his delight. Chris is quietly protected. Chris's gaze stopped on a baby, who was held by Cyril. It was the first-generation creature, extremely rare and special. After the greeting, the girl introduced herself and said she came with her father. In response, Chris noted that she was very energetic. Chris asked Kiro why she called him her dad. and then the girl promised that she would soon tell everything. The dragon lifted his head, and a surprised smile, accompanied by a quiet funny, flashed on his muzzle. He shared with his friend his thoughts on change, and he expressed his answer. The young man appealed to the dragon to give him a horn. Chris wondered if he was referring to the horned phoenix, and Cyril nodded. Meanwhile, Lewis and Leah smiled quietly under his nose. The young man confidently stated that the strength of immortality would surely awaken. The young man stood in the middle of the field among the mountains along with his dragons. He was overwhelmed by his curiosity how a new force would affect it. 3 little dragons looked closely at them, and in their eyes the excitement was red, especially worried. Louise turned to her mentor to make sure that he was really confident in his decision. Cillier, crossing his hands on his chest, confidently appealed to his dragon to do so. The white dragon laughed, but there were doubts in the soul of Louise. Chris asked her not to be ashamed, but to dare to act, whatever she did. Smiling, the great dragon reassured the black-sided dragon, they say. For their new friend, it is not more scary than a light bite. Louise sighed lightly, but the guy still decided to clarify what it means. Dragoni calmed down, weaned confidently, realizing that everything would be fine, and looked boldly at her mistress. The dragon warned the guy starting the attack and began to collect a bright ball in his mouth. 2. The guy was confidently standing in front of the dragon that was preparing to attack. He put his hands on his sides, boldly opening his chest. 3. But it was at this moment that a princess flew to them, who did not understand what was happening here. 1993. The girl noticed that Cyril was standing right in front of her dragon, who was going to attack him, and, without holding down anxiety, screamed with surprise, asking that they were thinking at all. The young man returned to the girl at the moment when the dragon was already preparing for the attack. The dragon released a ray of light that hit the boy just into the stomach. The princess screamed, and in despair called someone to bring her flakes. The guy had a big hole in the middle of the abdomen, and he decided to turn a half-dragon. The girl was worried and asked if everything was fine with him. When the guy turned into a dragon, he looked at his stomach in surprise, and saw that the wound had already healed. The guy was sitting in a circle of dragons that had already acquired human likeness and talked to a girl. She realized what had happened. He said that he had a horned phoenix and wanted to check whether he or she will work if you turn into a dragon. The girl understood him and calmed down. She looked carefully at the boy's stomach and was convinced that even there was no trace from the scar. The guy agreed, looking unconsciously at his stomach. After his hand on his stomach, he realized that he had been punched. But it is strange, there was no scratch there. Kirill told the princess that in a dragon-like he is invulnerable, and if he is injured while he is in human form, he can instantly turn into a dragon, and all wounds would disappear immediately. The girl was amazed by the fact that he was healing so quickly. Louise was upset when she thought that her strength was no longer needed by her master. However, he hurried to reassure the girl. They say it's not. After scratching the back, he confessed that he simply absorbed the power of immortality, and even then he understood that he would have to pay his price. The knight began to tell him that his energy had increased 10 times compared to how it was before. 2. He couldn't understand why so much strength was needed now. 3. The girl was also amazed by this discovery. Looking at Louise, Cyril noted that with slight injuries, she was better used to use her ability to sprinkle and heal. Draconi smiled happy. She understood everything. But the guy only crossed his hands on his chest and looked thoughtfully in front of him. Of course, the guy was glad to protect everyone, but he had to cope with the fact that a lot of energy was spent. It became a real problem for him. And at that moment, the girl suddenly remembered something important. It is for this reason that the princess came to the boy today. He looked at her with interest in her eyes. In the castle, the princess spent a lot of time reading books, and in one of them she came across an interesting spice. The young man, noticing it, asked what she found it. She told him that this book was telling about rainbow salt, which was sold from hand to hand. Cyril has never heard of such a wonderful seasoning before. The girl noted that this spice is difficult to finish, and perhaps that is why ordinary chefs do not use such salt. The knight decided that if she came to him to tell about this seasoning, then it is probably a certain meaning, and it can be useful to him. 2016. A happy girl said that this kind of salt gives this taste. She explained that if you season with food with this salt, the taste changes immediately. The young man heard her words and was inspired. However, Her Highness could not tread. Why no one could say exactly when and how the taste of salt would change. The guy finally understood the girl. He noted that the dish, cooked with such a specialty, cannot be just served as a regular table, because its taste can change at any moment. He felt inspiration because he was of those who were tired of the usual tastes. The fun princess also came to the conclusion that this seasoning will perfectly fit him. Having joined the princess happily, he thanked her, because it was wonderful news. Sienna was ashamed and her cheeks blushed. She looked away. She said quietly that she was glad to help him. The young man decided to immediately find out where to buy this mysterious seal. But as it turned out, there were some difficulties with this. The girl explained, if the chefs do not use this salt, then they either produce it on their own or turn to the guild with a request. The guy thought it was quite logical. The princess pleased the boy, saying that he knows the place where you can find rainbow salt, although it is very far. But the guy assured her that he could help get it. The guy showed his dragons and suggested that the girl go tomorrow if she had free time. The girl was genuinely happy about such an invitation. She agreed to go with him. The boys saddened their pets, and then one of them turned to his dragon Colette, asking if she could not get a little fruit for them. Chewing a banana, the dragon nodded with a smile to the question of his owner, confirming his consent. The series thought to replenish the salt, so Colette took with him. Thanks to her assistance, they managed to stock up on all the products they need. The girl suddenly screamed, and the guy immediately asked her what had happened. She pointed her finger on the banana, and the dragon color had already touched his lips. But the knight did not notice anything unusual. The girl was ashamed. She wanted to say that it was an indirect kiss, but never dared to complete her opinion. Zana looked away and muttered quietly that the color is a dragon, and there was nothing wrong with that. The guy did not understand anything. The princess decided that the guy should know that he is a wonderful person, but Sir Kirill couldn't understand why she was doing it. The girl said that the knight without any hesitation ate all the food that was in the abdomen of the dragon. Draconizia looked carefully at the girl. He explained this. There is no gastric juice or dirt in spare stomachs, so there is nothing to worry about. The girl understood these words. The princess explained that such behavior is usually considered strange. The guy asked if it was really true. The girl smiled and said that if the guy was not really worried, then it is wonderful. But the guy never realized that it was not true. The Colette dragon laughed and smiled. Her eyes were a good humor. The dragon asked his master if he wanted. The guy really sought more, but suddenly his attention attracted somewhat unusual. The young man heard a strange buzz that came from the depths of the forest. The buzzing in the forest did not subside. The girl asked her flakes what they were. She was cheerful and decided to give herself. The guy heard some noise and the girl gave the sound of surprise. The noise in the forest came again. This time he was heard. She thought it was just a wind, but Cyril said it was not the wind. The knight warned that this sound was not natural at all. So the rider instantly jumped out of his dragon and rushed in an unknown direction. The girl who hid in the dragon rushed after him, begging to stop and wait for them. The whole company quickly rushed through the forest towards a strange sound. The girl who sits on an as is approaching a strange creature, glued from stones from which spooky sounds are heard. The protagonist witnessed the fascinating battle. The night dragon came together in a duel against Nagi and Golem. Together they rushed to where the suspicious sound came from. Zana shouted. The horror of what she saw literally slammed her. She asked Kirill excitedly what to do next, but the guy confidently replied that he would handle himself. He exclaimed loudly that he would turn now, and in his eyes all turned into a real dragon. The knight, turning into a dragon, rushed directly into the golem. The transformed guy smashed a golem into pursuits. The affected blonde beauty was surprised to see how the clay giant was scattered into pieces. The guy, exhausted, slowly began to return from the dragon to his human likeness. He realized that he would be enough for his strength, so he decided to put a point with one blow. However, the scale of the energy spent was struck and even scared. The stranger who watched all this was convinced that it is simply impossible. The blonde was surprised that the man was able to defeat the branded with only one blow, but now it was somewhat more important than it. She thanked Cyril with joy and finally called. Blonde was called Rosalie Rhine. Now she was curious to know who her rescuers, and the guy willingly agreed to introduce. The boy's name is Cyril Larose, and the girl is Jean. In Rosal, his eyes openly opened. She asked the boy with delight if he was the same Faust's dragon. The knight was surprised that the blonde knew something about him. She gladly replied that of course he knew him, because now he belongs to the most famous guild. Rosalia did not believe in his happiness. It was he who saved her. The guy, meanwhile, is none. The blonde noticed something interesting and paid attention to the princess who was sitting on a horse. The girl thought that rumors about the grandeur of the guild were probably not exaggerated, because these guys, even horses, are some special. But the guy never realized that the horse was wrong. Rosalie said that most horses were afraid of dragons. She would even argue that this horse was quite reasonable. According to Kirill, it was a wonderful horse. He belonged to the princess, and therefore could not be ordinary. The blonde was not surprised. She did not expect anything else. The guy looked awkward as if he did not know what to say, but still tried to say something. The knight noted that you will hardly meet the real knights, ladies. The girl immediately realized what she was talking about. The girls gently stroked the head of her dragon. She is already used to flying on this dragon because she has her own guild, in which she is alone. Once upon a time, knights often came together in battles, rushed on the backs of dragons in classic duels. But such times have passed, and now such a spectacle has become rare. Today, knights are involved in various cases, so dragons are mostly entrusted to carry cargoes or to explore the terrain forward. The guy thought that all this was not easy. The girl turned and hurriedly said that she had to go. The girl jumped on her dragon and explained briefly that the company found it in an uncomfortable situation. In fact, she was going to complete the task of destruction, but on the way she was caught by Gallum. She smiled and thanked the boys sincerely. The main character wished Rosalia success. The whole company warmly said goodbye to the girl who left their team. The main characters continued their journey, and the princess with delight said that Rosalie was a real big knight. Smiling, the girl noted that the blonde reminds her a dragon, human, so much that she would gladly invite her to the palace for service. The guy, a little hesitant, added that this girl is really very interesting. The girl wondered in Kiro, who worried him. He replied to this that she was truly worthy of admiration, but with her dragon something wrong. The dragon Rosalie, breathing hard, asked her to get in the saddle faster. The knight decided not to pay attention to it. The princess thought this dragon seemed very strange to her. The knight decided that there was nothing strange, and he thought but his dragon insisted that he was special. The guy, along with his dragon, made strange sounds that left no one indifferent. The guy assured his dragon that it was not about him, but about the young waver, whom he somehow rented. Colette felt awkward. The protagonist asked his dragon why she decided that he was talking about herself. But the dragon just shouted that everything was wrong. The young man was discontinuing, and the dragon began to worry even more. The Colette screamed in the whole voice, spreading her mouth wide that everything is going wrong. The guy assured that he understood everything. The girl just laughed at them. The detachment was driving through the mountainous terrain, overcoming steep slopes in its path. The girl noticed something ahead. They seemed to have finally found what they were looking for. The guy opened his eyes wide and froze. In the middle of the lake, they noticed an extremely beautiful tree. It was a rainbow salt deposit known as Lake Garrett. The guy looked fascinated at this amazing landscape. The guys got Lake Garrett, also known as a rainbow lake, around which crystals of all the colors of the rainbow grew. The series was delighted with this painting, and Jean was also passionate about the beauty of the lake. Tiro, along with their comrades, went in search of a new seasoning. The boys noticed beautiful square crystals on the lake. Cyril wondered whether the same crystals of the office. The princess confirmed his assumption and explained that they were obviously formed due to the change of water level in the lake. Dragon Colette suggested going to collect salt, but her owner only muttered in response. The knight offered Dragons his help, but she refused because this work was little different from the usual collection of ore. After that, the dragon went to collect salt. The team began to absorb the crystals of rainbow salt. The series also suggested that the dragon's case leave. The knight offered the princess to hunt just when the dragon went to collect salt to check it. The princess eagerly agreed to this adventure. The girl suddenly noticed how something was moved in the bushes. She showed the boys to the bush, where the strange surrounding was eager. Something stirred there. The boys returned immediately. They came across a wild boar. They have little to come. As soon as the boys were noticed in front of the boards, she moved, and Gray was almost convinced that she was trying to escape. The boar rushed to the main character, but he began to defend himself instantly. The boar rushed to the side of Cyril, screaming. The princess was worried about Cersei, but he remained focused. He grabbed the boar by the neck. Having looked at the caught boar, he felt a pleasant relief. Now all you have to do is process the prey. The princess struck the zero answer. The guy wondered why the girl was so fun, and she just enjoyed her favorite breakfast flakes. The girl happily noticed that even the human body of Girl became much stronger, but the guy only shook his head. He realized that the girl noticed it, because in fact, no ordinary person could defeat the boar with his bare hands. The boys sat down by the fire, savoring the meat of a hidden boar. Jean wondered in Cyril if he liked the mysterious magic seal. The guy thought for a moment, and then with a smile he said that he really liked. The dish was really delicious. The girl happily glowing with her eyes and enthusiastically clapped in her palm. She impatiently asked the boy if he was really true, and he nodded, confirming her assumption. He told her that with each new piece, the dish became more sweeter and more spicy. The guy thanked the girl, because now he could eat twice as much. The girl sighed with relief. The Colette Draconizia was also satisfied, and the owner sincerely thanked her for being able to collect so many crystals. In response, the dragon just smiled and said that it was quite familiar to her. The guy was interested in watching something. Only now did Gray realize that it became stronger and more durable. Then Colette wondered, how much? Squeezing his hand into a fist, the protagonist confidently replied that it was quite under the power of a person. Of course, it will only be a nice bonus. Now the boy will have to reincarnate and spend his energy often. And this thought was great. The dragon was thinking, because now you need to strengthen the appearance of the dragon guy. The guy thought that it would not be easy. The dragon could not understand why this guy seeks to confess his feelings. The guy said that after the test of the strength of the immortality of Louise and others shared with him parts of his horns. However, he could not absorb them. The call it clear everything. The knight seemed to have some theory. He shared the theory of horns and claws. The claw of the ancient dragon came from his corpse, and the horn of Phoenix, from the immortal body of Christ. Therefore, this force may be connected with the soul and vital energy of the dragons themselves in one way or another. The dragon was upset, because now she could not help her master. The princess thought she wanted to ask something, and so she raised her hand. Shame couldn't understand Colette, but did the guy really needed the remains of dragons? It was only a guess, but I wanted to see in practice. The girl thought something interesting. She suggested sharing the remnants of the dragon with the boy, and it was very surprised. The girl said that she has many similar artifacts. Finally, the guy realized. A real princess in front of him. The girl smiled mysteriously and said that all this was stored in the royal treasury. She began to flutter in her pockets, pulled out a pendant and stretched out his boyfriend. He wondered if it was a gem, but the girl explained that it was a scales. The knight has never heard of this creature, because it is extremely rare. They are also called ghostly dragons. The girl told the boy that when their scales are processed, they turn into an artifact of a protective barrier. Such a barrier is installed on carriages and wagons of the nobility. Hearing this, the guy had an idea. Cyril remembered how he first met the princess. Her knights were already dead, the carriage was crushed, and there was no scratch on the princess. Looking at the suspension, the girl said that she has been wearing her as a charm. She stretched the boy with a pendant and asked her to use it. The guy was surprised without expecting such. The knight resting and waving her hands, not wanting to obey. However, all this was only an attempt to protect Jan. Though she gently explained that everything was fine, smiling, the girl confessed that she was safe with Cerquero. The guy was a little discord. He accepted a gift from a girl. Squeezing the amulet in his fist, he firmly decided that he would protect this girl at any cost. The scales scattered into the guy just in his hands, and he suddenly began to glow with a strange glow. The dragon wondered how the boy was doing, but he did not understand anything. The girl asked if everything was fine. The detachment no longer smelled of fried meat. In fact, the smell disappeared immediately. The man turned into a dragon. The earth under her feet began to crack, and the alarm swept the whole company. Knight Sir will become human again. He tiredly assured that he was fine with him, although he noticed how he was only worse. This time Colette asked, and the guy agreed. The strength of this skill has created a protective barrier around them. The girl joyfully clapped her hands. She already guessed that there was some obstacle for us, which is why the smell of fried meat suddenly disappeared. It turned out that dragon abilities are a little acting even when you are in the human likeness. The guy gladly stated that he could protect them all. The dragon asked if everything was fine and whether it could be done. The guy was passionate about saying that everything was perfect, and asked how she succeeded. She just smiled and replied that it was quite simple. The dragon explained that she just ate enough earth and then clenched it in her belly. The guy replied that it reminded him of working with clay. He did not even suspect that she was able to do so. The hero called it exciting. Another creature approached him and wondered what he was going to do next. Thanks to our Cancel, we managed to support well with hearty food. The protagonist reported that he wanted a small experiment, and politely asked everyone to move away. Leia wondered what he was doing. He replied that it could be dangerous and asked her to wait elsewhere. The hero turned to Colette and asked what happened. She only calmly replied that nothing had happened. The dragon laughed and noted that sometimes you can be a little selfish. He then asked if they asked their girlfriend to stroke her. The protagonist asked them to stop, but they just waved them and told them not to pay attention. The guy said everything else is now depends on Chris. He took advantage of reincarnation. The hero said that everything went great. He noted that the barrier is able to withstand the fire of Chris, so he considers it strong enough. The girl confessed that today he scared her again. The guy thanked Chris. He was told that he was the strongest representative of humanity. He also thanked the Collets. She wondered if it would be more appropriate to check the barrier on living things instead of dolls. The hero replied that he could not endanger them for the sake of some simple test. The girl smiled and noted, "I wonder why he is not worried when it comes to his own safety." He explained that even at the full power of its reincarnation lasts no more than 3 seconds. For a real battle, He takes at least 30 seconds to take advantage of this power. Chris noted that in order to achieve the goal, you need to increase the energy supply, and there are many different ways. The guy was pleasantly surprised. He was asked if he wanted to listen. The first option was that he would have to eat a dragon. The protagonist was confused without waiting for such a turn of events. He was told that if he eats a dragon, then his soul would be absorbed, which is why it was so effective. The guy confessed that he was overwhelmed by the rage. The dragon laughed and admitted that he just joked. He said it was only a joke, but in fact it is evident how much he was concerned about the dragons. The hero noted that anyone would have stopped after that. Chris denied that it wasn't about it. The protagonist became angry so much that he did not notice the true meaning of his own words. The dragon explained that it was only one of the possible ways. The young man finally realized that he had other opportunities. Colette asked him to stop watching him so carefully. Chris replied that he did not intend to do something bad at all. The guy wondered what the real way was. He was informed that they were going to use the Dragon King to help solve his problem. The hero wondered what Chris thought. He asked how it could happen. They replied that they did not know anything about it, and for the first time they hear about it. Callus turned to Chris and wondered what it was. The dragon replied that it would be too long to explain everything, and it would be better to show everything in practice. The hero wondered if they could do it on their own. Chris, with a smile, confidently replied that, yes, of course. The dragon said they could arrange an exchange just here. The man just smiled and added that if it is so easy to organize, then it is really convenient. Chris took his eyes and noted that the real question is who dared to do it. The dragon stated that Colette was not taken into account. She turned to him sharply and asked with indignation, "Unless she means anything to him." Chris just laughed and noted that she could hardly help here. The dragon wondered why it happened. Chris asked which of them the least. His question caught everyone suddenly. Colette asked if it was necessary to eat little. She was told that it is simply impossible for them. The guy believed that among the medium-sized dragons, the most eaten the gray. Therefore, he decided that it probably was Leah. She approached him and asked if he really invited her. He replied that she was still too young for this, so it is better not to do so yet. The guy suggested that in order to create a sphere, he needed to eat something. The dragon nodded and agreed, they say. That's really. The hero said that Louise is best suited. She explained that unlike all others, she is a herbivorous dragon. Emma breathed and said that she could not do anything here. The guy replied that she was eating so much because she needs a lot of energy, and it is not her fault. The hero turned to Louise and asked if he would help him. The girl confidently replied that he could rely on her. Chris advised her to eat as much as she pleased until she feels that she was 8. The girl returned to the boy and suggested that once Louise need to eat so much, he could give her an arcania. But the guy immediately refused. He said that human seasonings were not suitable for dragons. He was told that if he swallows it whole, then everything would cost. Emma confessed that she rarely eats seasonings, but from them she immediately begins to tickle her mouth. The guy in response said that all this still doesn't make sense. The hero explained that he does not see any sense to give them seasonings because people and dragons eat quite differently. The girl nodded and replied that she would understand it. The guy noted that dragons prefer raw meat, not fried. Emma agreed with him, saying that there was nothing better than fresh raw meat. Dragons are not like people. Louise was eating well and said that nothing would fit. The hero sincerely praised her for his work. Pris said he would now show her how to create a sphere. A ball of light rolled to her and asked to accept it. He asked if everything was clear to her. She confidently replied with a smile that she understood everything. Louise said she would try to create a sphere. The protagonist supported her, encouraged in words. She managed to create the perfect field. Chris praised her, saying it was a wonderful job. The girl said it was more like a transparent pearl. The guy agreed with her and asked what to do now. Chris said he needed to eat it. He suggested trying to live it just, but for the first time, it is probably better to swallow everything at once. He was surprised. The stomach appeared a strange feeling. The girl addressed him with the question of what happened. The hero said that he has something grand. Chris laughed and joked that if he had bitten this ball, it would only increase in his mouth. The guy in response confessed that it sounds unpleasant, but probably have to get used to that feeling. He asked if it was an energy accumulation. The dragon nodded in response. The dragon sphere is a tightly compressed tangle of dragon energy. Chris noted that this method allows you to get a lot of energy and is quite effective. To this, hero replied that for a person it is a really significant stock. The guy suggested that others eat instead, and when he had energy, he would be able to absorb the spheres. The dragon replied that it is quite possible. The dragon explained that the more you eat, the stronger the effect. The guy exclaimed in surprise that it was really incredible. Louise said she could create only one sphere at a time. She lacked the strength for greater, and the energy of the hero almost did not increase. He said it was not important. Even the A1 sphere will already help. Chris just laughed and repeated that it was a trifle for him. The dragon explained that other dragons reach for it, so the sphere will only grow each time. The guy confessed that he exaggerated a little. The hero suggested to check how much energy he had accumulated and activated his ability to reincarnate. With the help of one sphere, it could turn into 5 seconds. He confessed that it was not so much, but it was a significant progress compared to what was before. He also noted that he received more opportunities and thanked Chris. The dragon looked forward to seeing something interesting and gently spent his paw on his head. To the southwest of Borsal lies the Marzen Valley. The protagonist turned and flew rapidly towards the wolves. A flock of wolves, Tobin. Today's task is to destroy 100 of these predators. He realized that the forces remained less. 10 seconds have passed and the limit of its reincarnation has been reached. The guy turned to Louise and she created a new sphere for him. The hero absorbed her strength and changed again. He thanked Louise. This pack can be more dangerous even with experienced robbers. He learned about this task from Zana. His forces were again on the verge. The wolves surrounded them from all sides and he finally realized it was a trap. They attacked him and he immediately realized these opponents were extremely inventive. The hero was exhausted. He was asked if everything was fine with him. He replied that he had all well because there are friends who are watching. He turned again and announced that everything was completed. In the Borsal government building, a man turned to Colette. The girl raised her hand, announcing that this is enough. She reported that the destruction of wolves was confirmed. The girl praised the boy and said that he had done perfectly. The young man said Colette that this is enough. She wondered what to do with what was left. He replied that she could eat them and wondered if her stomach would endure such food. She replied that it is really possible. At this point, the girl stopped them. She replied that the evidence should be preserved. The girl said that these instructions came from the princess herself. The young man did not expect that she would ask him with such a request, and it surprised him. It was the princess who officially instructed him this responsible case. He believed that it would be easier if she turned to him direction, but she chose a completely different way. She made a request through the government. Probably this decision has its own reason. The girl asked to move all her heads to the warehouse. The guy agreed, and together they coped with this task. When the work was completed, he asked what they should do next. She assured that the country would start the investigation. The man asked her to tell him more about it. The girl wondered if they knew that the Dragon Knights were awarded with titles. The heroine replied that she did not hear about it. Then he clarified. It turns out that not only the guild, but also the individual can get the title. The guy explained that he was doing it for honor, and in fact he is not so interesting. The girl in response noted that this is usually the case. However, with the title that he or she must provide is not so easy. If during the investigation it turns out that today the task was completed honestly, he will receive the title of Dragon's Knight of 1 star. The guy asked, because he could not believe that he would really give such a high title. The girl smiled and replied that they destroyed a whole flock of Tobin's wolves. It was a real victory, especially given the fact that they coped with it. The guy replied that everything was clear to him. Even he, far from it, heard about such. Star Dragonite is an honorable title that the country assigns Dragonite for outstanding achievements. The guy noted that the stars were known not only among the Knights of the Dragon, but asked if they were chosen by some special criteria. The girl explained that 1 star was given for achievement in a particular field. 2 stars are received by those who have shown themselves in several areas, or when raised. And 3 stars are a reward for something that has never happened. A true, unprecedented feat. The guy confessed that he still did not fully understand. Then she added that in the history of the kingdom of such knights can be listed on the fingers of one hand. The girl noted that civilian lives easier. The guy agreed with her, adding that they understand, to get such a title of great honor. She said that the results of the investigation will be ready in a few days, so he would have to wait. The hero nodded as a sign of consent. The guy quickly realized what the princess actually wanted. In his soul, he silently thanked her. Only 3 days passed, and everything had to go into place. But the next day he went to the government building. The man bowed politely and asked them to wait on the spot. The guy wondered if he was not the same room in which he usually waited. Suddenly he knocked on the door, and he answered the knock. The girl apologized for the delay and, pouring tea, carefully put the cup on the table in front of the hero. He thanked her with a slight smile. He felt that tea had a refined taste, as if it were something expensive. But the man could not squeeze why they were approached. The door knocked on the door and he opened. The girl came to the room, asked for a delay. He immediately recognized her. The protagonist asked himself how to understand all this. Rosa replied that this address was intended for knights with 1 star rank. The guy assured that he understood everything. He wondered if the difference was so great. The girl confidently replied that yes, it is really important. The protagonist confessed that the stars were even more incredible than he imagined. The girl wondered what brought him here today. The guy remembered everything and apologized, because of him he had to arrange such a lush meeting. He explained that, as always, he came in search of work, and nothing more. The girl quickly realized what was happening. She calmly replied that they currently had no appropriate requests. The young man was clearly surprised by such an answer. He wondered if there were some more requests after the case with the Countess. He was told that most of the appeals were rejected. It made him ask, why? The girl replied that all this happened because he received the title of one-star night dragon. The guy looked at her with surprise, but she calmly explained, they need to choose the right clients for him. The girl wondered if it was possible to send him to the task, to catch the supplier of the imperial family, because they promised a reward for it, a whole loaf of bread. He asked her not to say that they did not reach the level of 1 star. The guy asked if he would only receive big orders. The girl smiled and confirmed, everything is right. Then she praised him for his wit. Dragons were surprised that he was not given any work. The protagonist confessed that it was even good. Now his work is very appreciated, and it can be said that he has already reached one of his goals, which he set after the expulsion from the guild. We said so, and then everything became clear. He was offered to look more closely at the residents of the city. All together they turned their heads, looking in his direction. The girls approached him and greeted him. He replied to them that he was sterile. This caused them admiration. The girls confessed that they were his most ardent fans, and enthusiastically asked to shake his hand. The guy gladly agreed and thanked them. The girl sincerely confessed that she dreamed in the future also become a night dragon. One of them confessed that he wanted to become like a hero, a true night dragon, the most sort of all. Hearing this, the main character moved to the heart. The title of Night Dragon of 1-star level is a true pride in adults and a dream for children. They asked the guy how to get them like him. He only asked him to give him some time. He put his hands on their heads and stroked gently. The hero reminded them of the most important thing. The dragons need to be appreciated. They were discouraged, but still repeated these words behind him. The boys told that dragons for them were indispensable comrades. He assured that if you take good care of them, they will definitely come out of famous knights. Another man had his eyes shining from herd hope. They told this boy that they would be grateful to the dragons. He confessed that it was probably the best thing that had happened to him recently. It is difficult for adults to change their views, but children are a completely different matter. If even more children look at him with admiration, then the first idea of the dragon will spread even wider. He said it would never change in it. The representative of the jig trade company, as always, said he planned to take the tears of the dragon. He noted that the product was of excellent quality. The man wondered if the volume of supply could be increased, and again repeated his question. The hero noted that in this case the quality could be affected. He was answered that they solve such questions on their own. They set up a raw material base to create different levels of objects. However, because he has few dragons, it is simply impossible to start mass production. A man proudly stated that his product is a true work of art. It becomes extremely easy to manage dreams. He said that the widow of one nobleman was delighted. She managed to see the face of her late husband so clearly as if he was near her. The guy wondered if they were trading with aristocrats, to which he was answered that the quality of their goods allows you to do it. The man noted that he did not want his product worse, although he added that the demand for it is now very high. The other replied that he was well aware of him, but the merchant had a task for him. It did not concern the tears of the dragon. The hero wondered what to do. The man wondered if he heard something about the owner of the dragons. He nodded and replied that he was familiar with him. Dragons can lay eggs without mating. However, such babies will no longer be able to have their own descendants in the future. Usually in such cases, girls are born. Then the guy finally realized why most dragons were girls. He was explained that this is the main reason. Dragons choose a couple only at the end of their lives. Females who can continue their genus are born from such an alliance. They are called the dragon facilities. The protagonist noted that the biology of people and dragons is still significantly different. The man explained that it was quite natural, and added that such dragons are very expensive. Yes, it was with him. The guy tilted his head and thought for a moment, as if a lightning idea flashed in his mind. The hero could not remember anything. He asked the man to tell further. Once upon a time, a mysterious old dragon left behind an egg in which the next ruler was born among the dragons. The protagonist got the task, to keep this egg until it hatch. That's his mission. Even the egg in which the owner dragon is located is worth unheard of money. The man explained that he can only entrust the case with a proven and experienced person. Moreover, the guy had every right to use the same abilities that he used the Wolf of Tabini. Yes. When they were raised this question, they answered, because the rumors about its increase have already reached even those places. The man also noted that he had to pay for work. The fee was 3 million lire. However, despite this amount, the guy agreed to take this task. The color confessed that it was incredible. The dragon noted that 3 million lire is a huge amount. The hero replied that this work is not in vain. Payment, of course, is high, but the most important thing for them is to get a good reputation. She thought for a moment. The guy wondered what had happened. The girl replied that she was hearing about this main dragon for the first time. The egg he leaves after his death is reminiscent of what happened to Leah. The guy finally remembered what he tried so long. The empty egg lay at the remains of a dead dragon. Leah has been a dragon since ancient times. Among them was the main dragon. The guy exclaimed that Leah was the real owner of the dragons. Colette replied that she doesn't know, but everything looks logical. The hero agreed with her. He believed that there was no evidence, but it could have been true. Compared to people, dragons were much purer creatures. This is manifested in their further behavior. Perhaps after her mother laid the egg, she headed further, looking for a quiet place to relax. The guy confidently stated that the workshop of the dragon's lair is a real hook. The girl was silent thoughtfully. The guy noticed it and asked what had happened, and she thought a little over his words. She replied that rarely when the master of dragons is so close, and it really surprises. He wondered if it was concerned about it. The Colette replied that this is not the case at all. She hesitated a little before continuing. The girl said she was just thinking about children. He looked at her with curiosity, thinking whether she was interested in how everything happens. 2 days later, on the basis of Paslon, Leah turned to the main character. She said that he finally returned and rejoiced, seeing him again. The girl confidently said that you would definitely be late. The young man turned and thanked the loader for his help. He was enthusiastically added that she is just incredible. The protagonist wondered whether everything was fine with Leia. She asked him if he would play with her. In response, he said he would like to rest a little. The guy thought she looked like an ordinary human child, but he had to make a lot of effort with her games. He apologized to her and explained that the way home was very tired. The girl is upset because of this. The hero was confused, but quickly remembered a tricky plan to get out of this situation. The guy said to show how fast she runs. We need to see at what speed it will be able to run Paslon. The girl was glad and immediately rushed to run everywhere. He just smiled and said that it was foreseen. Selek was amazed. Even despite the power of his dragon form, he barely reached her. Then the girl wondered, unless he himself became stronger. He replied that, for example, if he tried to catch up now, he would take 10 seconds. The dragon replied that in this case he would not have enough strength. The guy sighed and said that this is their problem. He replied that it was the whole meaning. Kak noted that he would have at least 5 dragon spheres. The guy laughed, agreed with her, and thanked. Before him was a princess, and next to him, a carriage he had never seen before. The girl returned to him and apologized for appearing so suddenly. The guy just smiled and assured that there was nothing to worry about. He wondered what happened and who was standing in front of him. The girl replied that it was a merchant who concluded an agreement with the royal family. He wanted to meet him very much, and she couldn't refuse him. The guy believed that being a merchant was not the worst thing. She wondered if he liked it, because she could just drive him. And the hero asked what he wanted to talk about. The girl replied that he was talking about a serious business, but the man insisted. All the details can only be discussed with him personally. The guy understood everything. The princess also acknowledged that the situation looked suspicious. Of course, she promised to be present at their meeting. The protagonist replied that in this case he would talk to him. The man confessed that he was very honored to get acquainted with him. He introduced himself. His name is Pierre Huno. The hero called his name. The old man undertook to tell different rumors. However, the guy interrupted him, saying that he had to go to the case right away and directly asked what he wanted from him. He asked Her Highness to organize a meeting for them. The hero wondered if it was so important. The man apologized and promised to go to the case immediately. He said he recently saw the guy talking to the dragon. The old man asked if he could look at the dragon again. The guy asked why he was. The man replied that he just wanted to look. The hero agreed, because he did not feel any evil intentions. Despite its gorgeous clothes, it was a regular old man. And if something happens suddenly, he will always be able to stop it by turning into a dragon. The hero turned to the dragon and asked if she had already come. The girl appeared, and he called her. Then the guy asked the man, asking if he was familiar with this girl. The old man nodded and confirmed that he really met her. He asked permission to see her more closely. The hero remained alert. He stroked the girl on his head and reassured, all is well. The man confidently stated that there can be no mistake here. We have a real master and a dragon, but also with a unique appearance. He said that this laughter was indeed honest. The man was in surprise what he was talking about. Then the stranger apologized to him. He said he was dealing with a man named Jigu and received valuable information from him. When he went to the store, that man accidentally heard his thoughts. The guy finally realized what was happening. He had already talked about it with Colette, so he realized he was guilty of everything. The man reported that he asked the question that he wanted to discuss in person. He asked if he could sell him a girl. The old man said he could offer him something right now, 1,000,000 lire, but the protagonist strongly refused. The man began to offer him different options. Initially, he promised 2,000,000 lire, but quickly changed his mind and raised up to 5,000,000. The protagonist strongly refused and directly stated that it was not sold. He asked if the one who really was. The old man said that he is now the strongest. The guy wondered what their guild is called. The man who was asked this question looked away, as if he did not want to answer right away. The hero replied that the guild is primarily called Dragons. Then he wondered why the interlocutor decided so much that he would sell him a dragon for money. The old man sincerely apologized to him. He acknowledged that he did inadvertently when he suggested such an agreement. The guy replied that it was good that he understood his mistake. The old man apologized for taking his time and apologizing for this case. The protagonist noted that if something happens to Leia, he will be considered the first suspect immediately. The guy stated that he may try to take her by force. The man replied that he would never have gone to such. The hero explained that he understood this because he was supplied by the supplies for the royal family. He explained that it was only a preventive measure. If necessary, it will definitely consider any possible option and will be among the first to take the investigation. The young man hoped that he would be understood, and the man answered him in the affirmative. Leia said he was a weird man. The princess confessed that she was really sorry. She confessed that if she knew what he wanted to talk about, she would definitely disagree for this conversation. The guy just reassured her, they say. Everything is fine. In their world, it was a regular business agreement. Nothing surprisingly. The princess was apologizing with sincerity. The girl wondered why the main character threatened him. She thought she had already understood why he was holding a weapon. But this time he upset her, though he can usually rely on it. The guy asked if he really had such a big influence. The guy said that he finally understood the real essence of the girl and decided he would be able to become a wall for her, a support that would always protect. The protagonist assured that, of course, he did not believe that he would like to harm Leia. As soon as he learns that someone has intended to steal the girl or has other insidious intentions, he will immediately intervene and will not allow them to get to Leia. The princess said with delight that this guy was just wonderful. Leia said she didn't understand what she was talking about, but she added that her dad was just cool. The guy thanked both of them. He turned to the girl and assured her that she would not worry, because he would certainly be in defense. The hero turned to Chris and asked him to keep her Leia until he stayed on guard near the egg. He said he would feel calmer if the dragon did, because he was their main trump card. The dragon agreed with that and laughed. He said that the matter was already done. The guy thanked him. Chris wondered, why does he ask about it at all? After all, he intimidated that merchant. Probably he could not allow the theft. However, the guy and the smartest person in this world do not always behave as others expect. Chris laughed. Colette asked him to behave quieter. The dragon added that, unlike Chris, most of them need sleep. The guy asked why he was laughing. Chris replied that he just felt relief. He was glad that his friend made a wise decision. The hero realized that Chris again checks him. The dragon noted that most people are not so intelligent. That merchant can help them, but he is not almighty. Chris put his paw on the hero's head. He assured her that while he is nearby, the child was not threatened, so she can safely go to her task. The heroine thanked him. The next day, he and the Colette went to St. Simon to accomplish his task. She said they traveled together this time. The guy replied that few were suitable for this task. The girl wondered why he took her. The hero replied that he had 2 reasons. He already called one of them. He will have many dragon spheres. Then Coletta asked about the second reason. The young man replied that if something bad happened suddenly, she would always be able to swallow this egg. He said that if it came, she may be in danger. She asked not to worry. She said confidently that she would cope and called for to trust her. The protagonist replied that in this case he rests with her and thanked for his help. Protection of the eggs of the dragon. When he was commissioned, he was not fully aware of his meaning. But after yesterday, he realized how precious are dragon masters. He will hope that he will only need his own strength to win. On the way to the Saint-Simon, they stopped in the post office. The girl looked at everything around, considering every detail thoughtfully. She confessed that she imagined the way much wider. The guy agreed with her words, adding, "Most houses and stables in the city were adapted for dragons, so everything around here was built with them. It seemed that there were other dragons nearby." The protagonist said they needed a hotel and anyone would fit. He paid attention to one of them. The guy asked the dragon to wait outside, and he entered inside. There was a bar on the ground floor. He approached the man and reported that he needed a room for one night. He was asked how many people with him. The hero replied, he and the Sorayasha's baby. He was explained that the room on the second floor costs 50 lire. If you climb to the top floor, the home will cost already 100 lire, and the room with the window costs all 200 lire. He wondered how much the dragon costs. The man replied that it was already included in the cost of the room. Then he added that he just put him in a free place on the desk. The man was convinced that the dragons always remain the same, as they would not speak to them. He stated that he would take the room with the window. The owner asked his name and the name of the guild. The guy replied that his name is Kirill LaRose, and he, above all, represents the Guild of Dragons. People at the bar laughed at him. He asked in surprise what had happened. It was said that he is now a real celebrity. However, the boy himself did not worry at all. The protagonist decided that there was no point in talking to drunkards. The man began to brag that he was rich thanks to one woman. It annoyed the guy. He was even asked, "Do you sometimes not angry?" Everyone began to whisper that he became a favorite of the princess. The man noted that the girl was too naive, and added that a guy had completely dizzy her head. The protagonist could not restrain his indignation and turned to the bullies. He stated that this girl was not light-hearted, and demanded that they apologize. Then they asked what he would do with them. The guy in response activated his ability to reincarnate. The man asked what he did with them, and the hero only shrugged and replied that nothing special. The employee handed the guy the keys to the room. The guy was surprised that he was so just released. He was explained that the fights at the bar here often happen. He explained that the difference in force was so huge that they were still lucky to stay alive. The man noted that he also likes guys who are able to stand for the girl's honor. The hero laughed and thanked him. He lay on the bed and confessed that he was bored. If the guy goes down to the bar, he probably gets into a fight again. He stayed at the hotel to keep his strength, but has already lost almost a second. This is the 4th time. The hero was already going to go to bed, as suddenly knocked on the door. He thought that the boys came from the bar and asked who was standing behind the door. But behind the threshold was a girl who timidly asked for permission to come. The guy thought that she was raging with a dragon. Yes, what case did she come to him? The girl offered to drink together. The hero was surprised, but invited her to enter. She thanked him. In the meantime, he carefully inspected her weapons to make sure that no trap was being prepared. The guy asked her name. In response, she noted that it was impolite on her part. Suddenly, a stranger appeared on the doorstep and asked to let her into the house. Her name was Lisa. She stretched out a glass. The girl offered him to drink in honor of their acquaintance. They were ringing with glasses. She swallowed the drink and laughed. The girl asked if she wanted to taste too. The guy replied that he did not like to drink when he didn't understand what is happening around. She asked his name. Lisa told that she was in a bar where rumors of the hero's extraordinary power went. He wondered if she saw everything with her own eyes. The girl confessed that she would like to feel the embrace of a strong man, and wondered if it seemed strange to him. He was surprised by her straightforwardness. The night girl with her dragon was very close. Perhaps that is why she was looking for a strong man. However, the hero felt that it was not all that this girl was looking for. She wondered what had happened. The guy replied that something was noisy on the street. Lisa also heard it. They both came to the window and looked out. In the middle of the street, a carriage met, and there was a respectable noble near her. The guy asked what could forget the noble gentleman in such a hotel. The girl recognized her husband. The hero asked her if she was familiar with him. He heard the steps. The stranger looked straight at him. The guy guessed that he came to him. Because of the door, there was an apology for taking care so late. The stranger reported that he was primarily looking for a room that belongs to Mr. LaRosso from Dragons. He allowed them to enter. Thank you for this, they thanked him. A young man entered the room. He once again apologized for his unexpected visit. Then the guy was welcomed and named his name, Charles Sieber. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, and the hero jokingly asked, did he really hear so much about him? Lisa said that he was the heir to the famous Saint Simon family. Saint Simon is the capital of the dragons. It is now that he is heading. The stranger was the same customer as whose request he now fulfills. Expected, the request for protection against the owner of the dragons came from one of the aristocrats. The hero asked why he was here, because he doubted that the reason was just a desire to get acquainted. Charles replied that he had come with him. He said that because of his own mistake, he had to stay in that hotel and sincerely apologized for it. The guy noted that it was not quite mine to stay here. It seemed strange to him that so many people gathered for usual accompaniment. The hero noticed that he was faced with an important person and in surprise asked why such a respectable person came to meet him personally. He was explained that he himself agreed to share with them his power, and now would be a manifestation of disrespect. The man replied that despite all he remains only a knight with 1 star. Charles said that there were 3 stars in history, but each of them began with only 1 star. The guy agreed to be well said. He thought that no matter how he answered, Charles would still find what to answer. He is not one of those who only hold on to the titles. The aristocrat said that he had already prepared a home for him, and suggested that he leave this place to look together. But the hero replied that he was superfluous, but sincerely thanked for his care. He remembered the girl standing next to him. She laughed, smiling gently, and said that everything was fine, and she was already going. Lisa confessed that he was much more interesting than she imagined. The young man wondered. With Lisa, everything did not happen as he wanted it. Charles apologized to me. The hero replied that everything is fine. He was offered to go now, but he refused, explaining that the dragon he came with is sleeping now. So he wondered if it would be possible to leave tomorrow morning. He was told that there was nothing to worry about. The hero said that Charles also made sure that a couple of legs would be prepared for his supporter. He was offered to look out the window. There was a cart on the street. The guy specifically prepared this for Larosi's dragon. Charles said he realized how important the dragons are, and that is why they wanted to pay tribute to her. The main character sighed. Dragons, first of all. For him, it's not just words. He not only speaks, but also works, and it is much more convincing. In the end, he really prepared well. The hero said he immediately collect his things. He sincerely apologized to the hotel. He said he was grateful for his hospitality and cozy room, but forced to leave earlier. The owner assured him that he would not worry about anything. Charles apologized for the inconvenience, which the owner only waved his hand and assured that he should not worry. The guy looked back to his dragon and noticed that she had already woke up. Kellett replied that it was too noisy and wondered what was happening at all. The hero explained that they would have to go a little earlier, and asked how she treats it. Draconizia agreed, though she noted that it was quite unexpected. The guy pointed to the cart and reported that he was prepared specifically for Coletta. The girl was surprised by such a surprise. The girl felt something wrong, and immediately suspected that they thought something wrong. The protagonist tried to convince everyone that everything would be good, though at heart he was not sure of it. He said that if something happens, it is necessary to protect the dragon, and then everything will be fine. Unlike the carriage, the cart was simple and not decorated. The guy suggested that he was assembled quickly. Charles appealed to the hero to sit in a carriage, giving him such an opportunity only once. The subordinates were surprised that Cyber allowed him to go ahead. The guy believed that Charles was a real celebrity. When he was told that they came, he was genuinely surprised. He was surprised when he saw such a gorgeous home here in the usual postal town. Charles assured that the whole hotel had already been bought specifically for him, so there is no point to worry about unexpected guests. The hero lifted his head and listened carefully to his words. He decided that it was probably a hotel for the nobility. Renting all this large premises is probably very expensive. The guy thought that if it was a hotel for aristocrats, then there are no stables here. Therefore, he asked Charles, asking if the dragon could stay with him in the room. Charles assured that it was possible. Sabra was asked to explore Annex, which was specially arranged for the needs of the dragon. The guy did not hope that Charles had completely rebuilt everything, but Charles just smiled back. Colette called it strange. The protagonist assured that you can relax here. She smiled and said that it was, of course, wonderful, but now she was unlikely to fall asleep. Charles asked the hero to follow him. Inside the building, a number of maids were already waiting for him, which one by one began to greet him politely. For him it resembled a masquerade. People began to bow to him, not Charles when he passed by. It was quite clear that they were professionals. Charles personally came to meet him, and to be honest, he never felt so important. Charles said everything was clear. After that, he was asked if it was true. He replied that when he pays that amount in advance, it is quite natural to try to put up full. The hero thought it was the right remark, and it was certain that Charles did not resort to such tactics for the first time. The next day they went on their destination. The main character boldly approached the boy. He wondered if he always put forward a request for such a scale. Charles turned and asked if he had once seen the dragon's egg in the wild. The hero waved his head in response. The guy explained that the dragon's eggs had a certain period when it should hatch. Then Larose wondered whether it happened with other eggs. He was told that with the dragons everything was different than with all others. Although they were all the same breed, some babies were born in a few minutes, and others needed a whole year to hatch. The protagonist thought about the Leah. Perhaps it also belonged to those who develop slower. If a claw found near the nest has been the only mention of her mother, then it has been a long time since then. When it comes to the primary source, it is most likely to be very tied to the egg, and took care of it until the end. This is the most likely option. Charles noted that the external signs of the start of hatching are not visible. Their task was to protect the egg as much as needed. Floods, fires, earthquakes, even former friends can become enemies. but the egg should remain whole and intact until the dragon hatch. The hero acknowledged that this is a really difficult thing. Charles explained that that is why he sought to provide the best for eggs for the egg, and now he hopes that the protagonist will help him in this case. The guy in response promised that he would do his best. In front of him spread out the Dragon City, the capital of Saint Simon. Since then, dragons have become ordinary neighbors. People have begun to erect larger cities, and Saint Simon is a real wonder. The guy said that this city was just huge. Charles noted that it was in that city that the most prominent people of this world gathered. The hero wondered why most of the dragons are in Saint Simeon. Charles said that almost 70% of the guy said. It was a city that was flourishing. Magnificent roads stretched, majestic buildings stood. But because of its gigantic scale, it seemed empty. And it was this void that created an unusual, slightly disturbing atmosphere. The guy reported that they got to their destination. The knights politely apologized for the inconvenience caused and missed Charles further. The hero thought that this attitude sounds too pathetic. Cyber invited the boy, and he thanked her for it. Coletta turned to the hero. She wondered if she could go down too, and the guy kindly replied that it was no problem. Dragoni confessed that he was exhausted. She added that it is not necessary to go home in this condition. It is better to walk on foot. The hero apologized to her and promised to talk about it later. Charles asked him to hold him to the place where the eggs were stored. The guy replied that he would go with him. Colette noted that it is better not to stay here for a long time. The protagonist also felt that some dangerous, even deadly atmosphere prevailed in this place. This time, the hero has a difficult task: to protect the egg of the owner of the dragons. The young man wondered about the egg that had to be monitored and protected. Charles replied that this is exactly what it was needed. The hero asked if he could see the find in more detail, to which he received the affirmative answer. When he was approaching, the guards became more and more tense. Despite Charles' permission, caution will not hurt. He said the egg looked quite ordinary. Colette said she did not like there, and asked to wait outside. The hero allowed her to get out, and she asked her to call her if something happened. The guy felt sympathy for the dragon, while the experienced guards radiated the powerful intention to kill. The pressure was unbearable, as if it were thrown into boiling water. But at the same time, the guy felt that he had to do the case today. He could not stop halfway. The dragon addressed the man and spoke with him. The egg asked him if he understands what she was talking about. The protagonist asked if he was told by these words, the baby who was now inside the egg. The egg was asked to immediately bring everyone out. It does not want to hatch under such pressure and wants rest around it. The guy asked if the egg was about to hatch right now. The egg replied that it could not have been done for a long time, however. Nothing unpleasant was felt from the outside. Charles wondered what had happened. That man asked the local guards for a moment. He wondered what it was needed for. The hero replied that when all present came out, he could finally hatch. Charles asked what reason it was happening. Then the guy wondered why he was near him all this time, gathered evidence and never mentioned it before. The hero assured that everything was just as before. He confessed that he was very surprised. Charles assured that he could be trusted, and asked everyone to go outside. He couldn't believe that all this really happened. The main character asked him to leave. Everything should be good. The dragon really hatched, and Charles sincerely thanked her husband for his help. He was born before the guards managed to do something. The protagonist only in surprise noted that he did not expect such speed. The guy asked the dragon whether she heard what was happening outside until she was in the egg. She said in response that she thought she heard someone's voice, so she decided to break the shell. If she knew that somewhere there was somewhere evil, then perhaps herself, like him, hid a shot among her own. The guy replied that it may not be surprising, because everything depended on the dragon's feelings at this stage. Some children are scared of pressure and others are afraid that they do not understand the languages of dragons. That is why this process can be delayed for a long time. Charles returned to the hero and apologized for the delay. He asked if everything was successful. He was told that with a little dragon everything was fine. He is quite healthy. He thanked for that. The hero replied that this is a wonderful news. Charles wondered if he could talk to the dragons. The guy replied that it was. The baby, who had just hatched the egg, confessed that he was afraid of the guards. Because of this, he did not dare to be born. The protagonist confessed that he was surprised how easy he understood. He first saw such a calm reaction. Charles replied that there was nothing surprising. The best dragons and knights have unique abilities, which is why they are considered special. Charles said that now everything was clear to him. The man confessed that he was very concerned about him, so the hero wondered what the matter was. Charles confessed that if it weren't for them, it would be constantly tormented by anxiety and anticipation when a dragon would hatch from a dragon egg. The security would accurately strengthen, and in this case, he would hide even deeper into his shell. If it really happened, he would not even dare to imagine what could be on. It is good that he still turned to him. Charles gave him a fee for the work performed. He gave him 6 million lire without hesitation for a moment. The man said there should be only 3 million. Charles called him a true hero, who helped solve the problem and asked him to accept his gratitude. The hero agreed and thanked. Charles said that if they need help again, he asks not to give up his offer. The guy agreed. The best thing that happened in this story is what he managed to meet with Charles. Sabre bowed in a polite bow and sincerely thanked the protagonist. Colette wondered if everything was fine, because he had previously promised to bring him to the puzzle. She added that he should not refuse. Arriving at St. Simon, they were quite interested in looking at all around. The protagonist confessed that excessive attention is depleting him. She agreed with him. The dragon said he no longer wants to treat him. And the guy thought that, apparently, she did not appreciate such a good attitude towards herself. He asked her what other attention she would like to get. The hero decided to know unobtrusively what Colette's liked. After all, even those who do not always know how to pick words can sincerely show their feelings. She noted that it was too sophisticated, but the guy smiled and explained that they just had extra money. She would like to have a separate room where she could eat quietly. Colette said that when it is very noisy, it seems as if the food was not falling into the stomach. He wondered if she often had to wear heavy luggage. The girl replied that she was already used to it. The dragon told that they chew the food again, turning it from the stomach. But sometimes the second stomach is clogged, and then you have to get well to clean everything. He asked if it was alone to eat separately. She replied that it was better than that, then cleaning everyone. Then the guy said that if it is so comfortable for her, then as they returned to Pastelan, he would go. He only regretted that she had not said it before. If she needed something, he asked not to be shy and immediately contact him. The cell thanked him. Since there is mutual understanding between them, it is important for them not to be lazy, to communicate more, and to seek understanding with each other. The girl said that there are still many shops that sell different equipment for dragons. More than 7 out of 10 shops are devoted to dragons here. Either sell a variety of products on dragon's theme, or hold real dragons, as they do in St. Simon's store. The protagonist suggested to look at a store. He suggested that there could be found unknown equipment for dragons. The guy began to look around, looking carefully at the shop he would like. The dragon was surprised that the hero paid attention to this building. She was smaller than the rest and looked old, fashioned. He suggested going there, but she wondered why it was needed. The girl noted that newer shops appeared. The hero replied that he felt it predicted. The dragon agreed with that. He himself did not understand why, but something invisibly pulled him to that place. At the same time, there was a strange tremor in the feet. He went to the building and apologized immediately. Colette noticed that everything was covered with dust. The owner greeted him. The young man decided that the work was still ongoing, but he felt something wrong. In the meantime, the girl looked around as if trying to find something needed. He saw only old tools scattered without order, and still decided to look carefully. The dragon assured that nothing can be done, but the boy was convinced that something was hidden here, and there is definitely. He approached the shop owner and said he was looking for something for the dragon. The owner just waved, they say. There should be here. Look for himself, and again plunged into his book. It seemed that the boy's legs were about to lift him into the air and be carried into an unknown. Rather, it was like tingling on the tips of invisible claws. This claw belongs to Barao, an ancient creature who managed to connect with the dragon's body. Did they respond to something? The young man realized that there was something there. You came across a saddle that is perfect for a dragon. The man noted that young people have excellent instincts. It is a unique tool created in the form of a dragon. There is no more anywhere else. It was specially made for representatives of one special kind. The man noted that, or not accidental, but the saddle was perfect for Cereris. The guy wondered what he needed such a saddle and whether he has any special properties. The man said that if you put on this thing, your stomach will no longer get bigger, even if you eat as much as you want. You will always stay in the same form as before. The Colette exclaimed that she wanted it very much. She was ashamed of what she did. Srivers use energy not for digestion, but for movement. He does not understand how it works, but on the outside it should not be seen. The man stated that he was ready to buy it and asked how much it costs. Hearing the price, he learned 5 million. The dragon noted that the price is very high, but the guy was ready to buy it if she really wanted it. He suggested buying it for her. The girl thanked him. The man wondered if he was going to check the product. The young man replied that he realized, it's really worth it. The owner wondered why he thought so. The hero replied that it seemed as if it had called him to himself. Then the man said that in this case the hero could only pay half, that is, 2.5 million. The owner of the store praised the main character for the accuracy he found the right thing among a pile of junk. This store did not work for profit. The owner added that he can give the found for free if he really needs it. However, the protagonist hesitated and replied that it was too generous.